And today we're gonna be doing another paper craft.
Yes, but today we are taking trash and turning it into treasure, which makes my thrifting heart so happy.
I love it.
As crafters, we have to a lot of times we will just take what we have and turn it into something beautiful, and we truly are taking packaging, trash that you would normally throw in the trash, and we're turning it into something beautiful. And I really think you all are gonna love this.
Oh my gosh, I feel like we've been talking, and we do this at boot camp, like we will be like, which one do you think is gonna be the best? Like, which one do you think is gonna perform the best? And like, which one are they gonna go crazy over? This is a top contender. And I think it's because you all love to reuse, and like, it's a kind of that like innovative feeling. You feel like you're getting really the most bang for your buck. So that's what we're gonna be doing today. I hope you guys are ready, because I just think this is the coolest thing ever. Let's go overhead. I'm gonna show you what we're making first. So if you didn't see it in the thumbnail, we're making this adorable, first of all, it's a sunflower. Okay, I'm obsessed. I love a sunflower.
So cute.
I know, it's adorable. So we've got a sunflower, and then we've got our little raisinets in here. So I've got some raisinets here. We've got some M&Ms, because I thought we could do M&Ms in there. But we're going to be cutting this out of cardstock, and then we're gonna be assembling it, and then we're gonna add this plastic piece. Now, if you saw the preview of the video on the thumbnail, it said made out of trash, question mark, exclamation point. And this is what is happening here. So if you guys have ever stopped at the Dollar Tree, you know they have the Crafter Square brand of craft items. I wanna show you all how cool this is. We're taking this, so we're taking this double-sided tape, which we've linked for you all. And look, we're gonna flip her over. We're gonna trim off all the pieces that we don't need, and that's gonna be our middle piece. So you're getting this, and you're getting double-sided tape that you can use for other projects.
I mean, you can't beat it, because you're you're buying a craft supply.
Yes.
And you're taking the trash and turning it into a craft.
It's so cool.
And you could even use the double-sided adhesive for this craft.
I know, it's crazy.
You can't beat it.
You really can't. So anyways, you're gonna need that double-sided tape. You're gonna need some candy. Now you can do whatever candy, just think about the size of it. You're not gonna wanna do anything like super big. You could even do like little Skittles or mini M&Ms. Also, have you guys seen the little Skittles in the tube, like the mini M&Ms? Have you seen them?
No. They have mini Skittles?
Yeah, they're called little Skittles.
That's so cute, little Skittles.
So anyways, also
you could do a cute little like just regular flower with like a yellow center and do jelly beans.
Like do colorfuls, because really this is a sunflower, but you could do different colors and it would look like a dahlia or another flower. So very cute, lots of different options here, and y'all know we like to encourage you to use what you have. So if you don't have yellow and brown, use whatever other colors you have that make sense to you, that you think will look pretty. And I think it's gonna turn out good no matter what. So you're gonna need just a few little things. This is the Precision Craft Glue. Now, Ashley Falco came and visited us a few weeks ago. She helped Super Tight come up with this glue formula, this bottle, and all that. And so we have been kind of married to this glue. So this is just a good paper craft glue. And Sadie, are we super zoomed in, or are we good? Okay, because I zoomed us in earlier. So this is just a precision tip glue. The brand is Super Tight. Now, you can use whatever glue that you've got, like hot glue would work for this one. You could use double-sided adhesive. You know, we just bought some double-sided tape. You could use that. I don't know that Elmer's glue would be the best. No. Maybe a glue stick. Yeah. A glue stick would be okay.
Possibly.
The reason I say Elmer's glue would be like a no for me is because sometimes when you use those like liquidy Elmer's glues, it will shrivel your paper up.
Yes.
And then we just don't want that. That's like a no-no. So anyways, use whatever paper glue. The Barely Art brand is really good. Lots of people use that. And then I've got the Ashley Falco paper here. We're gonna be using a brown and a yellow.
Oh, one thing I did see that you have forgot about.
What?
I will go grab it.
Okay.
The foam pad to use to lay the paper on.
I literally walked out there to grab that earlier.
I'll get it.
Okay. So I've got yellow and blue cardstock. This is what I would consider a medium cardstock, and this is the Celebration Warehouse Ashley Falco brand cardstock that we swear by. Lynn, if you're looking for the MGL Facebook link and you're a member, go log in and then you can go to your dashboard and select Facebook group and it's right there. I've got a standard grip mat here. Now, when you're working with paper, and you heard us talk about this earlier in the week, typically you're gonna wanna use a light grip mat. Thank you. But we're using a well-loved standard grip mat. So sometimes you'll see me and Lauren and Tina grab standard grip mats for paper projects, but only a well-loved standard grip. So if this was brand new, it would be way too sticky for paper and the paper would actually stick to the mat. But we've used this a ton. You can even tell like put tape on here. It's not the cleanest, but it's like the right tack. And a lot of times we will fill our mats and that's how we pick which one we're gonna use. I'm just being really honest with you all. That's kind of how we do it. But this mat is perfect for what we need. If you got a light grip mat, I would recommend using that though.
Is there a link for the glue that we're using?
I'm not sure if Mary Catherine used it. I'm sure she linked glue. I just don't know if she linked that glue. I would have to look at it. So we've got these right here. Now, if you don't know what these are for fondant. And so they look kind of crazy, but I want to show you all this flower. So do you see how all of the petals are kind of curled up? We use these to get that effect. And Ashley taught us that as well.
Yep.
So I was like, my mind is blown. That's crazy. Now these are from Amazon. So
they're just fondant tools. Did you tell them that?
Yes, okay. They're just fondant tools. These are these have some weight. Like they're thick, they're heavy. This is like a silicone gripper on them. But did you know the Dollar Tree in the cake decorating area has the same thing? Look, right here. You can use that. Honestly, you could use this little one and you could use this one too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So if you've got a Dollar Tree, you're going to be going to get some other supplies. Just grab you one of these if they have it. It is a cake decorating tool set, but listen, like we said, we're being resourceful.
Yep.
We're being resourceful. So use what you can get your hands on today so you can get this craft made. Now, you do need a mat, some type of like rubber mat or like something that has a little give to it.
Now, I brought
this is our heat pad mat.
Yeah, right? So that black mat is the one that came with our heat press, but I did also bring the Cricut mat because I feel like most of you all are gonna have the Cricut mat.
Yeah.
We tried both of them. The Cricut mat will work because it does have some give to it. If you have it, use it, it will work.
Yes.
We found that the rubber mat though that came off of our heat press gave us enough give, but also enough stability.
Yeah.
That it worked the best. So that's why I brought both of those in here so you all can see the two options.
And you can use like a mouse pad if you've got a mouse pad. They even have special pads that you can purchase.
You could, they do have pads you can purchase, but you could double up a mouse pad and it would be perfect.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that would be like the perfect amount. So anyways, that's all the supplies that you need. So what we're gonna do first, let's hop into the supplies that you all need. So if you're here and this is your first time here this week, then you probably haven't signed up for boot camp. So if you're wanting to sign up, Sadie's gonna drop the link in there for you. It's got little camping, little tent emoji. Click that link, you can just give us your email and we're gonna send you all the files and everything and you're gonna get access to this page that I'm on right now. So I'm gonna just scroll down. We've done day 1, day 2 was our Stanley toppers. This was intricate cuts yesterday. And then today we are working on this Dollar Tree DIY shaker card, okay? And I actually decided last minute that we're gonna add, if we can go overhead, I'm gonna add a little saying back here, and you guys are gonna love the saying I picked. I made it up.
Are you using it?
Oh yeah, I'm using it. I'm using it.
I liked it.
We're gonna add a little saying on the back. I think that'll be cute, and that way it's like more of a card because there's no writing on it, but I just feel like it'd be fun to have some type of sentiment on the back of there. So anyways, this is the card we're making, and then you can see right here, we've got all of the supplies that we just talked about. So you're not gonna need a whole lot. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the craft. So your cut file that you're gonna need is right here. I'm just gonna go ahead and click that file, okay? And this is what it's gonna look like whenever you open it, okay? We're gonna hit download, and then it's gonna pop up here into a zip folder. If you don't see it pop up here, check your downloads folder, and then you should be able to search sunflower-with-center and it'll pop up if you can't see it directly. And sometimes it saves to your desktop too, so just keep an eye out. And then what we're gonna do is open up Cricut, okay? I was playing around this morning, let's delete that. And then I'm gonna go to upload. Over here on the left side is where we have our upload, okay? And then we're gonna go to upload image, all right? Now, we're at our upload page. Let's open up our Finder again so you can see this is where it downloaded. If for some reason you can't find it, just open up your search, or what do they call it on PC? Like the home, where you hit
like
home. The start.
Start.
Yeah, open up your start menu and go to your downloads and then find it. Now, you don't need to like double click on this or anything. All I'm gonna do is click and drag and just, it pops right into Design Space. It's as easy as that, y'all. So easy. And then you're gonna hit upload. Now, it's in Design Space, but we wanna add it to our canvas. So all you need to do is select the image, and you'll see it pop up right down here. If you accidentally select the wrong one, you can X off of it and it'll get rid of it. Like if I accidentally selected this one and I was like, oops.
Select multiple.
Yeah, if you selected too many and you were like, oh crap, I only need the sunflower. Yeah, you can just delete these. So easy. So, and then you're just gonna hit add to canvas. Okay, so we've got our sunflower in here. Let's zoom in, okay? Let's just get up close and personal. Now, this one is pretty much fit to the circular piece that we're using. If you're feeling frisky and you're getting really crafty on your own, you may need to resize the middle of your flower. So if you're using like, in my brain, I was thinking, oh, I could use one of the half of the Christmas ornament domes. You know how we like use those double-sided Christmas ornaments? You could use something like that and do like a dome sunflower. Or if you just got something else that you want to use here that's circular, you may need to resize it. So I want to show you all how you can do that. But if you're using that Crafter Square double-sided tape plastic piece, like you don't really need to resize it. Okay. So when you pull in this paper image, this SVG, it's going to be grouped together. And the reason I know that is because when I click on different elements, it's got one bounding box. And then over here, I have a layer with multiple sub layers underneath it. So they're kind of to the side of this layer. Okay. That's how I know. And then another way to know is when I hover over this ungroup and group button, it's going to say ungroup, meaning it's already grouped. So what we're gonna do first is ungroup, okay? Now, look how the layers panel changed. Now we just have the 6 individual layers, okay? So what we're gonna do next, you can see I can pull all these pieces apart and nothing else needs to be resized. Now, if you were wanting to do something smaller, you can obviously do that, but y'all, these are usually paper projects are already sized to what they need to be, okay?
We try to make sure that they are sized so they're just a pull in and cut kind of situation.
Absolutely. Sandy asked if we have other flower paper crafts. Sandy, we're about to blow your mind. We have so many. If you get on our website, if you're not a member yet, I want to encourage you to go to our website and just type in like 3D flower.
This one and the orchid are my 2 favorites.
The orchid,
that we've done.
And I think the orchid's inside the membership now. Because it was a boot camp that we pulled off the channel.
It is.
So when you become a member, you get access to some of those projects that we've done. We did Forget-Me-Nots. We did for Make-a-thon this year, we did the photo flower picture holder. So we love a flower paper project.
Yeah.
Don't put it past us. So now, this is the only piece that we would want to resize. We may have to manually adjust this one a little bit.
You would have to adjust all 3.
Right.
You would have to adjust everything.
Well, so that's what I was going to say though. So if you have a centerpiece that's just a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, you don't necessarily have to adjust the flowers. Typically with paper projects, I would say adjust everything all together. You never want to move anything without moving the rest of the SVG. But like this one, let's say for instance, this piece right here, like you just needed it to be like a hair smaller. And then you would want to manually adjust this one so it kind of was proportional. You don't really have to adjust the flower as much. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't be having to adjust these a whole lot. So I'm just going to undo all that because it was already sized to what I needed it to be.
But what I think we need to do, and correct me if you think I'm wrong,
okay,
is show them how they could get the measurements of something.
Absolutely.
Like, get the measurements of what we're using and then adjust that accordingly.
Yes. Okay. So let's say that this one, I'm going to put this green matte. Actually, let's put this pink paper under here. Tell me if y'all can see this better. Can y'all see that? Okay, cool. So let's say we hadn't measured this piece out. We just got this SVG and we thought, oh, I'm going to use this little clear piece for my raisinets. What you're going to need to do is measure the portion that's going to be showing. So we're not actually going to be using this outside portion, and honestly, let's just go ahead and cut it off. So we only need this raised portion in the middle and then the lip around the edge. I don't even technically need this edge. So what I'm going to do is come around here and cut that off. Okay, you do want to keep a little bit of that lip because we need something to attach it to our cardstock. So I'm just going to go all the way around. Okay, and you're going to be left with something like this. So you can see it's raised and it has the edge still, so we can actually attach it. Okay, and then what you're going to want to do is measure this raised area. Okay, that's the piece that we want poking through the top. We don't want it, we don't want this part showing, we only want this part showing. So we're going to measure this. Okay, so this is like 2.75. It's 2.75. Okay, I'm just double checking. Measure twice, 3 times if you're feeling crazy.
Yep.
Measure twice, cut once. So now let's go back into Design Space. So this square or this circle right here, you can't really know what the measurement of this inner circle is. So what I would do is I would go to my basic shapes and I'm gonna just get a circle, okay? What I'm gonna do is change the measurements of this circle to the measurements of the circle we just measured. So I'm gonna make it 2.75. Okay, so we know this is exactly the size of our little plastic piece. Now look, if we put it in there, it fits.
It fits.
It fits. So now you would see that lip a little bit right there, but it's clear, so it's not really that important. Now if you wanted to, you could technically shrink this down a little bit.
Now, I don't think you could.
Technically.
I think if you were resizing, number one, you have to measure.
Yes.
But I would still want my sunflower, the middle part, that part, I truly think that having a little bit of wiggle room, so having that, let's call it a 1/4 inch. It's not even a 1/4 inch, really.
It's barely, y'all.
It's probably more like 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah.
You want to see a little bit of white between what you measured, the circle you brought in, and that brown piece.
Yes.
Because that's going to ensure if the
like if it's tapered.
Thank you, you took the words out of my mouth.
I think it is a little bit on, like, I don't know if y'all can tell, but it's like just barely
tapered out.
Yeah.
But that will give you some wiggle room just in case it is.
And y'all, if you're unsure and you're like, I don't want to cut this whole project out because I don't know if it's sized right, you can just cut out that centerpiece. So let me show you how you would do that. If you were really unsure about your measurements and you're like, I don't know if I want to cut everything out, all you have to do, y'all, is go over here and hide everything. Just hide all your layers that you don't want to cut out. And look, you could just cut that. And then you can fit it over top of your piece. Okay, so we've got everything that we need in Design Space. All right, let's carry on. We don't need to do anything else here. So what we're gonna do next, I did hide my little circle that we use for measurement. Just hide it, you don't need it anymore. And then we're gonna go to Make It. I am using an Explore 3 today. And you can see here, our mat's defaulted to 12 by 24. I love that for us. If your mat does that, I just like to go and change it because look, it's trying to tell me to cut. And I don't have 24-inch yellow cardstock. I just don't have it. I'm gonna change that to 12. So these all went to 12. Perfect. That's perfect. So now we're gonna go to continue. And then it's gonna load, and we are going to browse all materials. Now I already have medium cardstock here, but if you don't and you're looking for it, because that's the cut setting we would use, you'd hit browse all materials and just type in medium cardstock, okay? And then hit done. Now, you're gonna keep it on default pressure. We're gonna use a fine point blade. If you've been using your machine a lot lately, I do recommend a fresh blade for paper projects because it will tear your project up sometimes. But yeah, so we're starting with our brown. So I'm just gonna put this on here and get my burnishing tool. And we're just gonna flatten this out. Let me move all this over here. Okay, and now we're gonna load this into our machine. Beautiful. It's gonna measure the mat and we're gonna cut it.
Oh yeah, Kathy asked us, what about the words?
Oh, I think we'll go back and add the words.
Okay.
We can go back and add the words here in just a minute. Honestly, did you guys know, I'm gonna hit go on this. Did y'all know that you can open up multiple pages of your Cricut? Like, let's go File, New Window. Looky here. I can work on stuff while this is doing what it's needing to do.
Yes.
So I'm wanting to put a little card on the back of my sunflower. So let's just open this one and hit customize, or you can just start a new project. And I'm gonna measure the back of this sunflower that we already have. So y'all will kind of know how big you need it to be. So you're gonna wanna measure the back of it. So 3.5, maybe let's do 3.25. No, 3.5 will be good. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab a basic shape, just a circle, and we're gonna change that to 3.5.
So
we're gonna be using this little circle, and I'm gonna change it to pink because we're gonna be writing it on pink. I'm doing like a hot pink, or like a really, actually it's like a true pink, I would say. And you don't have to change it to the color. I just like, for designing purposes, I kind of like to see, that's close enough. I kind of like to see like what I'm working with. So let's zoom in here. Now, these will not, the pink and the pen are not going to be linked in our boot camp supplies.
This is a literal last minute.
I literally decided before we go in, I was like, we need to add some type of writing element on the back of here. So what I'm gonna do is add this to the back of the card. I just made a circle that is the same size as the back of our sunflower. And I'm just going to add a text box. Now, you guys, are y'all ready to hear what I came up with? I hope you think it's funny, or else I'm gonna feel like an idiot. So what I thought, since we're putting raisinettes in there, I thought we should put the bar, ... your raisinette. Does it make sense?
I love it. You're raising the bar.
Like you're raising it. You're raising it. Or you could put like cool kids. You're raising it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Y'all can come
up. A barn. You're not raising it.
A barn. Good thing you weren't raising it.
Sometimes we're real dumb, guys.
Yeah, you know, listen, sometimes our creativity comes out in really weird ways.
Yeah.
Okay, we
couldn't be songwriters.
No, we would definitely, we would get fired.
You're gonna have to put you are.
I know. No, I'm not going to. I'm gonna change the font. This Cricut Sans is giving me a run for my money. Okay, so we're gonna select fonts and we're gonna use system fonts. And I've already got a bunch of our sketch fonts downloaded. If you all have never used this sketch font, these are specifically for writing with your Cricut. So
they're all loving it, by the way.
Are they? Oh my gosh. See, y'all are my people. I knew that you guys would appreciate my humor. So anyways, the bar, you're raising it. That's what we're going with. And I'm just going to use the sketch font. So these are like single line fonts that are exclusive to Maker's Gonna Learn. And when you become a member, you get access to these. They're just in with our other fonts. So there's lots of really cute ones that you can use here. Some fonts don't have like characters, if that makes sense. Like they won't have the dots or the...
Also, I don't think that's how you spell raisinette. Oh yeah, it is. It's right there. For some reason, I thought it was 2 T's and another E.
I thought it was 2, like
yeah, like a... Who are the Rockettes?
The Rockettes.
The Rockettes.
That would be E-T-T-E.
I couldn't think of it. The Rockettes.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Okay. Listen, my grandfather loved the Rockettes.
Oh, I did.
They're still a thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we need to go see them.
To New York.
Yeah, me neither. I've never been to New York. Oh, the bar, ? You're raising it. Okay, Aaliyah, you're helping me out here.
I love it.
Let's do it. I like the question mark
Kathy said the same thing. Should it not be? But no, on the package, it is spelled like it is on.
This is proof, everybody. Raisinets. Here it is. This is your proof. Okay, so I'm going to keep it like this. The bar, you're raisinette, because I want it to say raisinets. And then I'm just going to select both of these, and we're going to align and center because I need it to be in the perfectly center.
Kimberly said they must be boy raisins, LOL.
Oh my God. That's hilarious. Hey, we can be friends.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got both layers selected. And now when you're writing with your Cricut, here's a little extra tutorial for you guys today. If you've never written with your Cricut, you need to attach your writing to whatever piece you're cutting out. And so right now, first of all, our words are set to basic cut. Our Cricut thinks that we want to cut this font out of this circle. We do not want to do that. So you need to select it in your layers panel, come over here to operation, and we're going to select pen.
Okay, one other thing before we get started, or before we keep going, we have had so many people ask us, what font is that? We have sketch fonts on our website.
Let me just show them.
Yeah, show them the sketch fonts on our website. And actually, since we said we were giving away fonts and files and everything for boot camp, we'll just go ahead and add this font. I think, why not?
Yeah, let's add it.
Go ahead and add this font to the supply list. It's going to have to be probably after the live, unless Sin, shout out Sin, if you can add that to the...
Sin, where you at?
She's here. She's been commenting.
Oh,
if you could add that to the boot camp page, that would be great. But Cricut Access has writing fonts, and so when we realized that they had writing fonts, but like there's no other way, we just decided to create some sketch fonts. So these are monoline, single line sketch fonts.
These are just so good. They're so cute. You can use these. We use these for one of our venture projects to make like a giant card. You can use these for so many different things. And all you need, you can use Crayola markers in the Cricut. Did you know that? You can use Cricut brand markers. Listen, get crazy, get creative. And there's so many. Look, y'all, there's 2 whole pages, and that's a lot. So lots of different options here. There's even script, so you can use those. And then now, Sin's asking, we want to add Artsy Amy sketch font to our zip folder for you guys. So y'all are going to be able to get this font, this little bonus from me and Lauren today.
Bonus, we're giving you another sketch font.
Yes. So make sure that you change this to the pen operation, and it'll say draw on your layers panel. Okay, and then we're going to select both layers, so the circle and the words, and we're going to attach them. This is the only way that Cricut knows that that is where you want your writing. Okay, so now I can hide my sunflower because we don't need it. We don't need that anymore. And then we can actually cut and draw all this out. So I'm just going to go make it from here. We'll get back to the sunflower here in a second, but while we're over here, we'll go ahead and cut out our little circle, and we want to change it to a 12 by 12 mat. Okay, so here's our little pieces. Okay, now we're gonna do our writing. So I've got my paint cardstock here. You can use whatever color you think complements your sunflower. What if you're doing different colors on your flower, just do a complementary color. Okay, and then we are using, why is it saying it can't connect? Rude. Okay, make sure my cords are plugged in. And then, what? Why is it saying that?
What?
It doesn't want to connect to my Explorer. Maybe because I have another...
You have another cut.
So you need to hit... I need
done.
Yeah.
You have to hit done on this one.
Yeah, we'll go.
And then you'll go back to your other window.
Yeah. Give me a second. She's hiding.
There it is. Now, refresh it. So you can't cut. So this is the thing. People were asking, how did you do that? You can't cut when two windows are open. You can design in one window, cut in another. So you can be cutting one thing in one window, open a new window, design in it, but you can't connect to your machine until you hit done or cancel the cut from the first tab.
Yeah, and unless you have more than one machine going, which some people get crazy and do that.
I mean, I've seen people have 5, 6 machines going at one time and all connected Bluetooth to different machines.
It's next level.
That is next level.
Like, it hurts my brain. So 2 screens is the most I can do. Now we're gonna do this on medium cardstock, and look, Cricut's gonna tell us exactly what to do. It's gonna tell me to load my black pen in the clamp A and my fine point in the clamp B. So I brought in a black pen, and y'all, if the pen fits, it ships.
Yep.
If you can put the pen in here, you can use it. And all you have to do is open that clamp, and you're gonna push this in. Listen, everybody be quiet. Did you hear that? That was paid actor. That was a paid actor right there.
It really was. That was extremely loud.
It was like louder than normal.
It was louder than normal.
It was like, let me just show off.
Let me show up and show out for our boot camp people.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Okay, so fine point blade, pen. Now we're just gonna load this in. Oh my gosh. Raise your hand if you've never seen a Cricut write before, because you're about to get your mind blown. I just feel like this is like,
I know,
so fun. My little circle, see, and then it's gonna fit right back there. That's so cute. I'm obsessed.
Okay, put the cap back on the pen, because the last time okay, good. The last time I wrote with a Cricut, I left it in there and dried the pen out.
Listen, I do be doing that too. It's okay.
Listen, Linda.
I do. Listen, Linda. Okay, I'm gonna go back to our sunflower and we're gonna cut it out. Okay. So, we're only need. I've already cut out 3 because I didn't want. It kind of takes a while. Let me make sure I'm cutting the right layer. So. There's 4 layers of flowers. Let me move this mat. Well, there's 4 layers of flowers. So, and they're all kind of different sizes. And we're going to be assembling them kind of staggered like so. Okay, give it like that realistic effect. But I want to cut, oh, I thought there was 4 layers. Where's my 4th layer? Am I tripping? Let's go back. Oh, I hid one on accident. I was like, I know there's 4 layers. I know. So there's 2 big ones and then 2 small ones.
How can you tell the difference?
That one goes out a little past the 11. That one goes a little.
That's smaller.
A little smaller than the 11. That one goes a little past the 10.
And the smallest. Okay, so
that's
the first
one
one
I
is
need.
The biggest. You need the smallest.
Yeah, I need the little BB.
The BB.
The BB. So we're gonna hit continue. And I'm gonna put my yellow cardstock on here.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Sadie's is probably Dolly. Okay, we've got all of our pieces, and I'm just gonna cut. Whenever I paper craft, I like to have piles. I got my piles ready to go, ready to assemble. Now that one is done cutting. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna start curling these petals. I think I wanna use this guy. So you need something that is squishy, has a little bit of give, not too squishy though. You want a little bit of stability. Mouse pads, doubled up are good. If you've got a Cricut heat mat, these are really good. This is our heat pad for our press.
Yeah.
And so all you're gonna do is take your little fondant tool and you're gonna push into your flower. And you don't have to be like super consistent with it, like, because it's a flower. You don't want them all going the same direction. You can kind of do some more, like if you push it down here more, it's gonna pull it up on the corner more. So play around with it, and it does take a minute to kind of get used to. I try to do it without actually bending my paper. I like to stay in here sometimes too because you can't see if the paper accidentally creases, but then also you kind of want to like curl up your edges. Okay. We're just going to work our way around. Yeah. Okay. You could totally also, yes, our bone folder's in here. If you want to take a bone folder, this is a good paper crafting tool. These are something that we go to all the time when we're working with paper crafts. It helps you do really sharp creased edges, but also it helps curl flowers. So you...
What just happened? Oh, you tore it off.
He loves me not. Don't be so aggressive. Okay, so you're just, it just popped right off. So you're just going to, first of all, hold the base of your petal.
Just kind of curl.
Yeah, you just literally, like kind of, I'm grabbing the back of the petal.
I just watched it on the video.
It's fine, it's fine.
Somebody said a melon baller, like those little kitchen gadget tools, would be great for this.
Oh, yes. See, I love the innovation people. So I'm just holding the base with one hand. Take your dominant hand. I've got my thumb right here. I'm going to put my pointer finger behind the petal. That way it's got something to push against, and then you can curl it up. And you don't have to do every one. You don't have to do every other one either. You can do like 2 in a row and then skip one and do another. So you can see this is how we kind of create some dimension. Beautiful. And you're going to do it to all of these layers. So I'm just going to keep working, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Do y'all have any questions about anything that we've done so far? This is a good time for Q&A.
What somebody did ask what that was. Those are actually fondant tools. And at the beginning of the show, Alicia, we did find some at Dollar Tree. You can use the ones that you find at Dollar Tree. I mean, there's so many different options.
Yeah, for sure. So I am, and honestly, y'all can take more time to do this and do it neater. I'm just wanting to get like a good variation of stuff quickly so y'all can I can show you guys what it's going to look like all put together. All right. Don't tear your petals off. But the good thing about paper crafting is if you mess up, you can just recut. Honestly, I could probably just go without that layer, but I spent so much time curling my petals.
I know.
And like, I can see a couple I want to kind of curl the tip. Gosh, Becky.
Did you break another one?
No.
Oh, did you lie?
No.
I can watch it on the video. I mean, it's behind and I can sit here and watch.
Oh man. Oh, you know what? I'm going to double check this because I just cut the smallest flower. That looks gigantic. No, it's right. Oh, God. I was having a freak out. I thought I didn't measure it right. Okay. And I mean, really, if you just have a bone folder and you wanted to just curl these edges up, honey, you could just go in here and curl these edges up. You don't have to do all that crazy fondant stuff. But the fondant rollers do make it look cool. So, and you get like real good with this, like you get in a rhythm, as long as you don't rip your petals off. Obviously that's an issue. As long as you don't,
I mean, yeah.
Obviously I have problems with that. And like I said, they don't have to be the same. Cuteness, cuteness, cute.
Everybody's saying missing petals makes it look more realistic. That's exactly right, because there is nothing perfect in nature.
That's right. Okay, and then this one, this is my smallest flower. It's gigantic. I don't know what happened. Hold on, let's move this over. This is the one we just cut. It's huge. I mean.
It's the biggest one.
Okay. I mean, y'all saw me do that, right? Y'all saw me do it. Cut the smallest one?
Did you cut the very first one?
No, I cut this one. I don't know what it is, you guys. Just whatever.
Okay.
It's fine. Cricut's just playing games on me sometimes. Okay. Here we go, people. Did anybody have any
Brenda
questions?
said you could use a pencil. That's a really good, like curling it around the pencil and just kind of working the way up.
Yeah.
That's a good one too.
Hey, I was thinking, we've got this mechanical
Try a weeding
pencil.
tool.
No, I'm trying to find a good roundy. What about this Cricut pen?
Yeah.
Let's say a prayer I don't rip this. I'm gonna hold the base of it. So I've got a pin here. I'm just kind of holding this.
It doesn't have to curl too much.
Yeah, and I'm holding it from the back of my thumb.
Oh my gosh.
That's good right there.
That's the ticket right there.
Yeah, that's money.
Money.
Money, honey. I'm gonna skip a few. We'll have some extra curly ones.
1, 2, skip a few.
99, 100. Okay, cool. That looks good. Whoever gave it, who said that? Who said to use a pencil? You get a golden
There was a couple
star.
people did. I just, but yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, we got all of our little pieces minus
Honestly,
a petal.
Everyone's
minus one
having such great ideas today.
I know. What the
I've
heck,
seen
you
some
guys?
really good idea.
Look how much dimension
Are
we
you
have.
guys working for us now?
Are you guys? You're hired.
You're hired.
You're hired. Okay, so I've got, this is the very back piece. Now, like I said, you can use the double-sided tape that we had here. You can use your glue, whatever. I don't recommend Elmer's glue. This glue right here is really good. It's like precision tip glue. And, here it goes. This is the Super Tight brand. I don't know that this one isn't linked for you all, but we did link the double-sided adhesive, and it does not take a lot. That doesn't look like a lot, but like that's enough. That's plenty. Okay, and then I'm just gonna stack these, and I'm kind of staggering the leaves, okay? I want them to go into the windows of the other petals. And then I've got this one. Oh wait, make sure you're doing them in order. I did rip a petal, but I think when we put our brown pieces on, it's gonna cover it up. I'm gonna put it at the bottom. Okay. Wow, it's Gorgina. Gorgina.
Tina, this is not DAP glue. This is
Super Tight.
Super Tight.
Precision craft glue. I don't know why I said it like craft glue. Okay, and then this guy, we're gonna put right in the middle.
Did I miss something?
What?
Lindsay. I don't see it. Oh. I'm going back.
What did you, what? I'm out of the
I'm
loop.
looking for it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna add this brown piece on. You just kind of have to eyeball.
Snap.
I'm gonna pick out the baby Raisinets. If you're doing this for someone you don't know, wash your hands. But like, we're probably gonna eat these after. I'm gonna get a paper towel and scooch this over. Some of these, I think we use knockoff Raisinets because these are real because they're shrivelly. That's how you know. Look at them. Look at these.
Are those chocolate covered peanuts or Raisinets?
No, they're Raisinets.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're just not shriveled. So I'm just picking out the little baby ones that'll fit in here because you want this to sit flush. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to show you all a hack on how to flip this over too. A little fun hacky hack. Okay, one to grow them. The good thing about this project is that you're going to give somebody all the little ones and you can eat all the big ones yourself. Mm-hmm. Now, what I would do, let's move all these out of the way. Okay. I didn't know the best way to do that. Are we in the view? What I would do is take a piece of cardstock, put it on the back, flip it over. Okay, so they're on there. We're gonna remove the cardstock. You know what I didn't do? Add glue. But what you can do,
flip it back over, add the glue.
No, I'm just gonna lift up
Okay,
these edges and add it that way. And you're gonna have to kind of let this sit for a minute.
One for the project, one for me.
One for you, one for me. I love this precision tip glue.
Are those knockoff Raisinets? Is that why they're spelled wrong? Are they from the Dollar Tree?
No, the other ones are knockoffs though.
Oh.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of hold this down for a minute. This dry, I think it even says it's got a fast dry time. It says, no, I just made that up. I just made that up in my head. It dries translucent and strong is what it says. Oh, it's already getting tacky. So I'm just gonna kind of hold this on here for a minute.
And you don't need a lot of glue because you don't want the glue seeping into your candy.
Yeah, and it's gonna look kind of like crusty a little for there before we put this on, but then, hold on, I'm gonna keep holding this down because I want it to stay. Okay, I'm gonna eat a raisinette while we're sitting here. Okay, I've been deprived of chocolate for
Why
like
didn't
2
you
months.
open up the M&Ms?
Because I know, I'm gonna open them.
M&Ms.
I'm gonna open them when we leave. Now,
Okay.
I'm gonna take my little topper piece and put the glue on this piece rather than putting it on the flower. Go. And then I'm just gonna push. I'm gonna apply pressure all the way around. What do you guys think? That's it. Also, she's bigger. She's a big mama.
Oh, wow.
But like,
I like.
that's cute.
Did
like
you add
a
it to
pear.
the back? Your little saying?
Oh no.
Hee hee.
That was our little extra bonus. I'm worried that's not gonna stay on there. I'm gonna hold it. Oh, so I'm gonna take our the bar, you're raising it, and we're gonna put a little bit of glue, just a little. Little goes a long way with this precision glue.
Nina, what is your question? There are so many comments that type your question again, and I promise you I am watching the comments to answer your question.
We are waiting on you. Okay. Look how cute the bar. You're raising it. You're raising it. I also feel like, do you guys watch New Girl? I feel like that's a Schmidt joke. Like I feel like Schmidt from New Girl would say that and think it was hilarious. Anyways, there you go.
All right, well, today's project, y'all, is so good. And spoiler alert, we have a lot of it prepped, so it's gonna be great. This is it. It's a reversible pillow. So this is one side. So this is like the fall, like I can put out some fall decor on my bench. I can put it on the front porch. And then, you know, there's times when you're like, ugh, it's 2 weeks before Halloween. What can I do to spook it up? Boom. You can spook it up with this. Is this not so fun? I love, love, love this. This is so, so fun. So yeah, this is really fun. Your supplies are minimal today. So the supplies are minimal. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Here's what we are gonna do. Here's what we got overhead. Today's supplies, you will need for the pillow I've bought, you're gonna need a 12 by 24 mat. So you can see this is a pretty large image to put down. It's not hard at all. You'll be able to rock it. Here's the pillow that we're using. This is just a basically yours creatively crafted pillow cover, 12 inches by 20. 12 inches by 20. So that's awesome. This is canvas, so you could dye this. You could do whatever you want to it. We used our material just to cut this out, print and cut it. This is the we're using the DTV today. So this is the DTV. You can use printable. You can use printable, iron-on, whatever you want. Okay, whichever you want. So love that. I know everybody's got these in their craft stash. Pull one out, do this with me, and have fun with me. We do not have a nanny on Fridays. So today, me, Courtney, and Lauren are working here at the house, hanging out with the babies, and Courtney's like cleaning the playroom, and I was feeding the babies. I was giving them all of the baby food. So this is Easy Color DTV. So hold on, let me pull it over here. Ooh. This isn't the studio, y'all. This is my home studio. This is Easy Color DTV sent to us from our dear friends at Caesar. Thanks, guys. We love this stuff. It's really good. This is different than DTF. All right, y'all. DTV, no power needed. This is no powder. DTF uses powder. Watch Lauren's videos because they're mad scientists, not me, and it's super fun. So yeah, DTV, you get to use it kind of like you would printable heat transfer vinyl, but it's better, it's better. So yay, awesome, awesome, love it. Love the ability to use the pillow for an extended period of time. Honestly, let's say you're not into Halloween. I would do fall market, and then I would do on the other side just like a Christmas one. So take this inspiration, work with it, make something awesome, and it's super, super fun, and it's incredible. So let's take a look at the share screen today. If you're not already a member of makersgonnalearn.com, you can become a member today. I do need to download a font today, so I was like, you know what? We'll do it together. We will do it together. Our fall pillowcase is from Hobby Lobby. Y'all, I want to show you one of my favorite fonts, and it's called Albuquerque. Albuquerque is like a real deal. Okay, this is one of my favorite fonts. And if you're a member, you can actually try the font out and make sure it's what you want. So this right here is super fun. You could top out, you know, we're putting apples on here. So in the test your font area, you can see, you can test that out, which is super fun. So we're just gonna click download now, and then it'll pop up in a zip file. Oh, Carol says, making myself not buy DTV until all the printable vinyl I have. Hey, that's awesome. Use it up. You will love this new product when you get it. So we're just opening that font and we're going to install it. Guys, super simple. You guys get over 1,000 fonts in the membership. So download Albuquerque. You'll be able to use it. And it's super, super fun. So yay, love it, love it, love it, love it. And it's awesome. So that's what we needed. Now, if you go over here to Design Space, let's close out this and hop over to Design Space. You can see that we have quite a few different things, lots of, looks like some of it's not loaded, there's so much. I'm trying to see where we're at. So here we go. This is our first one, and this is our second one. So these are some fonts from Makers Gonna Learn, like Albuquerque. If we go over to the website again and go over to cut files, let's go over here. And yes, we did purchase the pillow cover at Hobby Lobby. Are fonts usable for selling crafts without violating copyrights? So Robin, if you're a member, you get a commercial license. So if you're an active member, you get that commercial license. So let's search for Fall Market, and you'll see that, So you can see here's our design. So this is what we're using today. It already has the pumpkins, the apples, the mums, the gourds. All of this is here on the cut file. You can download this, upload it, and you'll see you don't even need the Albuquerque font. I wanted to show you that Albuquerque is the font that is used here in case you are like, oh my goodness, I need to change this out. You can go ahead and change that out for Albuquerque. So this is the two designs, and what I want to show you all, so remember, here's our design that we downloaded and brought into Cricut. All we did to get our skeleton in the same little area, we took this Fall Market and we duplicated it, and then we were able to go ahead and go to contour, and we just contoured out, you know, all of these layers just to give it just that outline, which is really handy. So if you've never used contour, I mean, y'all are missing out. It's so helpful. It's so easy to use. And you guys just go through super easily, hide all these layers. Look at this. I love it. Have you guys been loving Halloween? We have been having a blast in office with this time. Over the weekend, you all are going to see some incredible, incredible videos. So just get ready for that. All right, let's see what happens here. Oops. Oh no, I brought it all back. Oh my goodness, look at me. I clicked hide all contour, then I did the other button. So look at that. Well, you guys got to see how we did that. Just contour out all of that, and then you would bring in your skeleton cut files. So if we go over here and we go to cut files, and you can search for the skeleton. What we're using, I'll show you here in a second. One moment. If I can spell, did not spell that. Let me correct that. So this is skeleton. This is kind of how I work. I go from our website to Design Space quite a bit, and it's really helpful. So you can see we have the laying skeleton. This is a little dance called like dabbing. This is what Lauren used on a screen printing video. So fun. So you can see lots of skeleton options. And then here you have our fall market. So I'm gonna delete this one out. So now that you see how we kind of set these two up, I do want to let you all know we measured our pillowcase, and it's 12 by 20. So what we did was we were able to do 18 by 10.5. So 18 by 10.5. So it's pretty big. It's quite a bit on there, and it's super fun. Lauren says her favorite way to do this, thank you, Lauren, you can go to shapes, and this is so fun. You can take a square. This was a rounded square. You can unlock it, and then what you'll be able to do is just cover this up over our area. And then right here, look at this. Take these two layers, and we're gonna do something called slice. So click slice, and look what happens, y'all. This is crazy. Boom, we can pull this out. Ta-da! And then here is the fall market, which I totally just used the one that we're using today. But yes, you all can see we could take that and whatnot. So yeah, super easy if you want to be able to do that really quickly. That is awesome. I should have duplicated it and not used the one we're going to use for our next part in our project. But since we have visuals, what I was going to show you is that we have a bunch of cut files that are really fun, and they're kind of watercolored. So what we did was with our fall market, we added one of our watercolor files, and we made it a print and cut. And when we did the print and cut, we put it on the DTV. So this is the DTV. This is super fun. And you guys can take a look here and see how great it is. So yay, I love it. Let's go overhead. So we will be taking this watercolor file from Maker's Gonna Learn, and we used it on the DTV. And look at this. Look at this. It looks so good. Beautiful. Oh, okay. So how many of us have never worked with heat transfer vinyl today? If you've never worked with heat transfer vinyl, let me know in the comments. We're using the Mini Easy Press to level 2. So we're gonna use level 2. Oh my goodness, some of us are going out of town. Hey, from Illinois, working different crafts this weekend. Yay, you guys are so fun. That's awesome, I love it. Okay, before I open up my pillow, I really quickly just wanna make sure you all understand how we use heat transfer vinyl. Just in case, little refresher, Connie says she's never used it, so we're gonna help Connie out. Connie, if you're not a member, definitely consider membership because we'll help you master your entire Cricut. But this is what heat transfer vinyl is. Oh my goodness, Pam, Nora, there's a lot that's never used heat transfer vinyl, and Ty says it's her favorite. So that's super fun. So It comes with transfer tape. You always put it shiny side down. So this is the dull side and this is the shiny side. So this is what you would put down on your mat to cut. And then you would cut it, and these projects take quite a bit to weed. So we pre-weeded it and cut it for you all today to respect our time on the show at Halloween. And then you peel it up and look at this. This is your big old project that we'll be able to put down first, which is super exciting. So that one you just measure, you cut it on the heat transfer vinyl settings and so much like that. I've had a lot of friends that have asked me where I got this. This is, again, from Hobby Lobby. And this is before the discount, y'all. Such a good one. So here's our little project pillow. And I like to kind of just go through and make sure we iron it out. I want this to be flat. You know, you just want to iron it a little bit. I love using the mini Easy Press to iron. They're great to have on hand. This is one of my favorites. So if you're new to the channel, let me know. So if there's anyone that's new to heat transfer vinyl, you may be new to Maker's Gonna Learn. I'm the founder here at Maker's Gonna Learn, so just let us know if you're new. I'd love to give you a warm welcome. Our entire team is so excited to serve you, and I know your fellow makers here on the channel are just thrilled you're here, so let us know. I'm teaching a workshop on Tuesday about selling your crafts. I've linked it, but I'll drop that link again. And if there's anybody that's like, you know what, this weekend is my time for membership, there's two awesome offers. You can become a monthly member for half off, or you can grab a year membership for $30 off and get a ticket to our year member summit. So look at this. We can line this up super quickly. And you can see the sizing was not hard at all, at all. And you can put this down here. And then we're just going to start in one corner. And I'm using what's an Easy Press mat. So this is an Easy Press mat. They're recommended, they're not necessary, but they do help if you're going to use this as your main device to heat set. Look at this. So yeah, the using the mini Easy Press is like, our entire team has been in love with this thing since we got it. And we originally was like, why do we need this? And then we got it and we're like, okay, we're sold. So this is it. I mean, it's not hard at all to use the heat press or the mini Easy Press or any presses. What will happen for our newbies using heat transfer vinyl, it becomes some bubbles. And you can see the bubbles just kind of let you know that it's infused into the fabric so that when you peel this sticky transfer sheet off, it has adhered to the fabric. Whoops. Peeled that off a little too fast. Oh no. Oh no. Got a little excited. If you don't pull it as fast as I did, you're usually able to, like this area is not down, so then I can take it and go like 1, 2, 3, 4, let that cool for a second, let that cool for a second, help this little area out, and then peel again. And see, look, this area right there is perfect. Look at that. Lost a collarbone, literally lost a collarbone. Yolanda, you totally can use whatever heat press you have. Do not feel pressured to use one. What we can do too is flatten this back out. Sometimes I like to grab another tool or something. And look, we're gonna flatten that back out. Look at that, just flatten it out a little bit. And then what we're gonna do is grab a piece of this. And we're going to place it back down. So we're going to place it down. And we're going to grab the Easy Press again. And look, we can fix any imperfection here. No big deal at all. That did have to hurt. Beautiful. Okay, so we were able to repair that. I sometimes craft a little too fast, which sometimes hurts you. I'll be honest, like slow and steady is the best way to do it. So now what I want to encourage you to do is to, well, first of all, I love that the pillow insert is on this side. So it's not on the bottom, so it can be either way. So now what we're going to do is flip it just like this and iron it again, and we're going to do the other side. So it's really easy to make these reversible pillows. If you guys have never thought about doing a reversible pillow, I highly, highly want to encourage you to try it out. It is super fun. Can you use HTV on any type of pillowcase, or is there a type of fabric you suggest? What I recommend is for a lot of our friends to use at least something with like 30 to 40% cotton. Cotton does really well on HTV. There's other special HTV for more flexible material and things like that, so it's super fun. Diane Lauren is actually here working, and then Alicia doesn't work on Fridays. So she has a baby herself. So she spends that day with her baby. So here we go. Here is our fall market. And we're just gonna place that down. I love this grid. I love this grid outline. It's so much fun. And then you can lay this down. It lines up really well. And things. So it looks like this, it can go further up in this one side. So beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, look at that. Oh, I make reversible door hangers. Yes, they're so fun. And I think for storage, like you said, like it's very handy. So look, so this is where the DTV will go after we do the heat transfer. So get excited for that. Yay! Awesome. So we're just going to repeat this process. This is not hard at all. Look at this. Look at this. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Look at that. Yay! I watched a video yesterday where Tanner taught me to use the custom settings on my Explorer 2 so I don't forget to change the dial. Y'all, it's so good. Okay, Kathy, I have not opened that machine yet. I need to do it. My schedule has just been crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, so look, we're peeling back this. You can use transfer tape on this if you want. You don't have to, but you can. What I'm going to do is position it here. And then this is what we used is called Easy Color DTV. Easy Color DTV. Tanner, do these wash up good being on canvas? They do wash pretty well. I haven't had any issues, but I don't wash a ton of them. Do you think infusible ink sheets will work with this cut file? It would be really hard to weed that. I just want you to think about the weeding, and infusible ink sheets are pretty, they kind of have a mind of their own. I'm not going to lie. They kind of have a mind of its own. So you just want to be careful with that. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I haven't seen this used without a transfer sheet, so I want to let you all know like what it would do. So see, I just stuck that there, and it kind of looks a little like it's going to not do well. So what I'm going to do here is grab a piece of transfer tape, and I really want to use a little sheet. Here's my Cricut. Here we go. Here's what I'm looking for. This is perfect. So this is a great to have on hand. You don't have to have one of these on hand, but they're great for when you're applying things like this. So if anyone can remember what these are called, please drop it in the comments. I'm losing my mind on the name. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. What are these called, y'all? These are, it's a sheet. What is this? What is this sheet called? Oh my goodness. You guys, I'm losing my mind. What is this sheet called? I love having this here. I keep this on hand because if you are not using something, it's a Teflon sheet. Thank you all. I'm losing my marbles, y'all. The Teflon sheet. Teflon. Yes, we love the Teflon. Teflon. So good. Teflon is great. Cricut may not have them anymore, but listen, 143 does. I mean, there's so many companies that have them for you all. So just grab you a Teflon. They're cheaper if you do not use one from you know, Cricut. They don't have to be name brand. And Cricut just came out with a hot glue gun. What do we think about that? Are we here for it? Do we want to see it? I want to test it for you all. Ooh, look at this. We got to get this area down here. Teflon. Thank you. Teflon sheets. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so I don't know either, but have one serves the same purpose. Yeah, they're great. I used to, again, not think you needed them, but as we work with more specialty material, I find that they're really handy. And look at how great that went on. I mean, guys, it's that simple to be able to do a project like that. Now, we're having some questions about the Teflon sheet. So the Teflon sheet can work, like if I had this letter down here and I already threw away my transfer sheet, you can pull out your Teflon. Now, I like to, when I'm laying my project down, I like to keep this right here to the side because you can redo this. So if my F started coming up, I could lay that back down and press it again. This is really handy and it's great to use. But for this, it was already printed. I didn't feel comfortable putting something sticky onto that. So what we were able to do was pull out the Teflon sheet, which can you all believe I had one on hand in my craft room like crazy, but they're great to have. So there's Teflon, you can grab it from all sorts of places and it's really, really, really handy. And look y'all, I now have my keyboard back. My mouse is working again. But yeah, super, super fun. Here's the one side and then you can flip it over and here's your skeleton side. Look at that. Now guys, we also want to let you all know you can get the pillow insert at Hobby Lobby too. So you can get these at Hobby Lobby too. So that will work really well and it's really, really fun. So what do you all think? Is this like the printable transfer sheets? So Erica, this is Easy Color DTV. So let's just pull this out here. This is where you can use it and it makes printing simple. It's compatible with the wide variety of printers, vinyl cutters. So you can print and cut full color images, patterns, and even photos. And here's the pack. So look at this. This is what it looks like. It can be weeded, everything like that. We have some videos on this from a few weeks back. Go check that out. But what I love is this cut file we paired it with. And this cut file is watercolor. So you get the watercolor look without having to watercolor, which is my type of crafting, if you know what I'm saying. So yay, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Here's what it will look like when you add your pillow. Fall market, your spooky skeleton. These are so fun. Again, you could do the same thing with Christmas and fall or Christmas and Thanksgiving and all sorts of things. So yay, take a good look. Here's the skeleton side. Here's the fall side. This does use a lot of heat transfer vinyl. I will say that. Uses quite a bit of heat transfer vinyl and it's super fun. I don't have any. All right, tell us what we need to know for today's following project.
Okay, so I last minute put together a Dollar Tree version of this for you all, or just like a Dollar Tree option, I guess. Yeah. We are going to be using fake pumpkins or faux pumpkins. They're actually called funkins, which is so cute. You can actually carve these pumpkins.
They're fun.
Like you can carve them and keep them every year, which I really like. So they're a little bit more pricey, but like at the same time, I don't know. I just really like them. They're good quality.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna also be showing you all how to do a bow, like a fall bow.
Bows, I've been crafting for over a decade and bows still just make me nervous. And I realize if I'll just do it, there's nothing to be nervous about.
Right.
But it makes me just not do it.
Well, they look daunting. And so
Yeah.
I think when you break it down into small steps, it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
But that's what we're here for.
Woohoo!
So should we start?
Let's jump into it.
Okay,
Oh my
let's
goodness.
go. Let's go ahead. Let me show you guys what we're making first of all. If you didn't see the thumbnail, this is what we're making. Are you kidding me? This is so cute. So
Yes.
we're going to be doing a water slide decal using Maker's Gonna Learn fonts and patterns today.
Love it.
I'm going to show you guys some little hacks in Design Space, making a bow. I brought some Dollar Tree options in here for you all, so it's going to be a good time. So let's go ahead and go over the supplies. So we'll go overhead, and this is all you're going to need. Now I've got like a plethora of ribbon over here because I got a little
many
crazy.
ribbon.
I love fall colors, so like I couldn't pick a ribbon. But the first thing you're going to need, obviously, is water slide decal paper. This is the Sunny Scopa. I've used this, and then I'm trying to think, Lauren, what's that brand right there beside you? What is that brand called? Spin It. That one is really good too. Those are the two that I use the most here. Tanner, do you have any water slide that you specifically use?
No, I mean, I started with the We Are Memory Keepers water slide.
yeah.
That's like kind of like my tried and true.
Yeah.
But honestly, I've never had an issue with any water slide.
Me neither. That's why I haven't had like a favorite or one that's significantly worse. So yeah, that's the one that I'm using today. You're gonna need some semi-gloss clear sealant. I don't know if it necessarily has to be glossy, but it does need to be a clear sealant, and I will explain how that works. I've got a standard to light grip matte. I have obviously a pumpkin. You're gonna need your fall bow options. All of these are Dollar Tree. Are you kidding me? Like, those are my favorite, and the colors are so pretty. These are Hobby Lobby. These stems are also Hobby Lobby, so you can use any fall stems if you've already got some on hand.
Love it.
You could just kind of throw any fall colors in there. Even just greenery would be really cute. And then I've got a measuring tool, a weeding tool, and some scissors. And also a hot glue gun. So we've got the Lynn Lilly hot glue gun here. And that is pretty much it. It's not a whole lot of ingredients.
That's awesome. I also want to let you all know, or let Alicia know, that Miss Carol Stanford's privately messaged me. It was like, what about a craft using a pattern and like incorporate sublimation? So today's training, you could actually use, if you're not interested in water slide, you could take this exact training and turn it into a really fun sublimation project.
You literally can.
So,
I'm about, Carol,
awesome.
I'm about to make your day. Happy birthday week. Happy birthday week to you, Carol.
Oh, it's so
Okay,
fun.
so after we get our supplies together, let's go to Design Space. And I'm actually going to go to our website. I'm just going to show you all what patterns I used and what fonts.
We are having the fall sale. If you need to grab your membership for $30 off, use that coupon code FALL with the year membership. So you'll
And
be able to grab
if you sign up to be a year member, you're going to get to be at our October summit. Our member only summit. Our yearly members are receiving an invitation to that, and we have lots of fun Christmas crafts planned, which I'm super excited about.
It is so good.
Yeah. So I'm going to be using the pattern Fall Leaves here. And someone was asking, what is water slide paper? So I'll go into more detail in just a minute. Let me show you guys what files I use really quick, and then I'll explain it as I go. So I've got the pattern of Fall Leaves right here. So it's not orange whenever you go to download it. If you're looking for an orange, we're going to be doing that in Design Space. And then I'm going to be using the font Conscience, or yeah, Conscience is how it's pronounced. And it's just like a block font. I will say, whenever you're doing water slide, especially if you're doing, you don't really want to do anything with a lot of detail. So like, I'm not going to want to pick a super detailed script font to try to water slide on my pumpkin. And whenever I start putting this letter on here, y'all are going to be like, I know what you mean now. Because you just want to have a lot of edges to, that's not the way I want to say it. You want to have a lot of area to move around. If you've got a lot of fine edges, it's going to be really hard for you to get a good smooth finish. So this is the font we're using. And then we're going to need to go into Design Space. So I already downloaded that font. And I am just going to make a text box, and we're going to use the letter S today. And let me just stretch this out. Now, what you're gonna wanna do before you decide how big you want it is measure your pumpkin. So let's go overhead and we'll measure our pumpkin really quick. Is that good? Can y'all see right here?
Look at this. Now, I will say, Alicia, when you presented this idea, I was nervous.
I remember.
Because water slide is finicky. It is forgivable, but finicky.
Right.
And this is a pretty textured pumpkin that you're about to measure. So
yeah,
wow.
it is. And I will say, if you try to go in here with just regular vinyl, because it is got lots of ridges, it's not going to do good. And I actually tried to do vinyl on this one before the live, and it was fugly. It was not cute. So just make sure, that's the reason that I like these, because they're not so rigid. But you could do a water slide on this. It's just going to be a lot more finicky. And when I start applying the water slide, you all will really be able to tell. So I'm going to measure the area that I want the pumpkin. So I'm not going to measure from up here all the way down. I'm just measuring how tall I want it. So I'm going to leave a little bit of space at the top and at the bottom. And I don't want my letter to be bigger than 7 inches.
Beautiful.
So I've got 7 inches there. So let's go back into Design Space, and I'm going to resize my design. Let's see. My height is going to go to 7 inches. And then we can go ahead and change our font. So if you go into Design Space and you're not able to find the font that you downloaded, make sure to save your project and reload it, and then check your system fonts. A lot of times when you open the font box, you're not able to see it right here because you're under the Cricut fonts. But if you go to system fonts, you can see it right here. And oops, if I could spell it right, you guys. There it is.
Now, what font is this?
This is Conscience.
Conscience.
I
okay,
really
guys.
like this font.
I love it.
Uh-oh, what did I do?
It looks very classy.
It is. And I want to show you why, like if we change this font and we were like, oh, I really want to do like a really pretty script font, because in my brain, I also would love to do that.
Right.
I want to show you, like, whenever you go to do a water slide, everything is literally sliding around on water.
Yes.
So if you're doing a font like this, all these little ends right here on the S are going to be really hard to maneuver whenever you're trying to apply it to your actual pumpkin. So that's why I'm doing something a little bit safer here, but still really classy and elegant.
Love it.
So is everybody with me so far?
Alicia, I'm with you.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
this is rocking.
We're here.
I mean, the best tip I've got so far is my font needs to coordinate with my project, meaning these bulkier fonts are going to be best, especially with the pattern. Let's talk about a thicker font as well for pattern. So if you're doing print and cut, this is a great font for print and cut because you can actually see the pattern.
Right.
Alicia, also, I don't want to take away too much. I want you all to think about when you're cutting out vinyl as well. If you are shopping, I find it so fun to shop and purchase pattern vinyl, but from a practicality standpoint, very far and few in between projects actually allow for me to utilize the pattern vinyl.
Right.
So you want to be careful about how much you're buying and things like that. So this font, again, would be great for pattern vinyl and things like that.
Yeah, and whenever you're using this thicker font, you're able to see more of the pattern. So if you're using a dainty font, which I don't recommend for water slide, you're not going to be able to see this beautiful fall leaf pattern in the background.
So no skinny fonts, no fonts with tails, as Carol said, when it comes to the water slide, and no skinny fonts when it comes to print then cut, pattern vinyl, or pattern water slides.
Right, right. So I went ahead and pulled a square into Design Space. I've got both of my patterns here. I'm sorry, I've got my pattern and my solid color square. I'm gonna bring our pattern to the front just so you can see. Whenever you're picking the color that goes behind this, you wanna be able to make sure that your pattern's actually gonna show up. So if I wanted to come over here, I can just select any of the colors that we already offer, or that Design Space already offers, or I can go down to Advanced and kind of select a color that I would prefer. So I'm thinking we'll do like a burnt orange color. This is like one of my favorite fall colors, this burnt orange. I think it's so pretty.
It's so classy.
It's like a terracotta, you could call it. And then I am just going to, what I'm gonna do next, there's a couple different ways you can do this. This is how I prefer to do it. So I'm gonna bring my S to the front, I'm going to bring that to the front. I am going to duplicate, and I'm going to slice an S out of both of these.
People are loving your shirt, Alicia.
Oh, thanks. I made it yesterday. So what I'm going to do now is bring one of the S's over our background color. I'm going to select them both. So click and drag to select them both, and I'm going to slice it. So we're not going to need any of this business. We just need this guy. And then I'm going to go right here and do the same thing. So you're going to click and drag, select both options, slice it out. And then once it slices, we're just going to need the patterned S. So delete that, and oh, we can't do that because, oh, there it goes, there it goes. Okay, I was like, what did I do?
My design?
And then so you've got these two S's and it looks crazy. What I'm going to do is click and drag and put them together and align them in the center.
Best hack ever.
Best hack ever. And then before you do anything else, you're going to need to flatten everything. So we're going to go ahead and flatten that, and that makes it a print then cut image. And so I'm going to delete this old one because we don't need it. And I'm going to go to make it. And we don't need to reflect anything. We're just going to keep it as it is.
No need to mirror anything.
Right, no mirroring. I call it reflecting a lot. I'm sorry. Okay. So just keep it like this. You're going to see the black registration box. That's totally fine. And you will select continue. We are using a Maker 3. And I have already printed mine. And then I'm going to select water slide. So there is a cut option for this. Just kidding.
Amanda, if you need to practice slicing, check out our 30-day challenge if you're a Makers Gonna Learn member, because you can learn how to start slicing and things like that. It would be really, really great to learn all these basic functions of Design Space. And when you become a member, you get access to a ton of that, which is super fun.
Lauren was trying to raise her hand for a question, but so normally I use a Maker, and I could have swore I used a water slide option. Am I totally wrong on this? What would you normally cut your water slide paper on? Copy paper?
No.
I thought I cut it on water slide paper.
Maybe we just cut it on vinyl because it is kind of like a.
It's like a multi-layered material. It's not just paper. Even though it looks like copy paper, it's like the film and then there's an underneath paper. So let's just cut it under a vinyl. And it's not going to matter because we're going to be separating it anyways. We're going to be separating it from the backer. So I'm just going to use a basic vinyl cut setting, and I will select done. We don't need to do more pressure or anything crazy like that. And then we are going to go ahead and put our piece of paper onto the mat. Now, before we do that,
I just went back and referenced. We've cut this on medium cardstock. We've cut this on a vinyl setting before.
I feel like I've done it a couple different ways too.
We haven't had any issues cutting it. It's pretty simple when it comes to cutting.
Yeah.
You can choose anything. This training I was watching from ours, we've cut it at medium cardstock and it cut great. So,
yeah,
whichever.
So whatever works for you. And so before we actually do this, now I pre-did this because we are in a studio, but what you're gonna do is print it out. So this is fresh out of the printer, okay? This came straight out of the printer. I'm gonna take this outside or to a well-ventilated area, and I'm going to take this semi-gloss clear sealant. This is clear, okay? And I'm gonna spray a good even coat, nothing heavy, just a good solid coat over this. Let it dry 10 to 15 minutes. Go back, do a second coat. So we're spraying a second coat on here. Let it dry, come back 10 to 15 minutes and put a third coat on. And then you need to let it dry completely before we actually put this into the water. And do you know what I did, Tanner?
What?
Didn't bring the water in here.
Well, let me go get you a little bucket.
I got my bucket and I didn't bring it in here with water.
We had the ice bucket make an appearance, and today we'll have you a little
water bucket. It's on my desk in there. Okay, so Tanner brought me our water. Basically what I do, anytime I do a water slide, I just kind of have this little bucket of water ready to go. But I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this first, and then we're gonna slide it in the water. So I'm just gonna sit this right up here, and we will go ahead and apply our water slide to our paper. And you'll notice after you put on your sealant, it's very, it's not rough. It almost feels like a fine sandpaper, like a very fine sandpaper. And you guys, if you've never seen a water slide decal be put in the water, it's kind of a crazy thing.
Yeah, it's wild.
So I'm gonna go ahead and send this through. I've got a regular fine point blade in here right now, and we are cutting this on the vinyl setting, just normal vinyl setting. No added pressure or anything like that. Okay, I just got an error, and it says that it's not reading my print then cut marks. So
Did you already spray it?
Yeah, but I've cut it before.
Right. Sometimes that could happen. What we like to do, this might sound a little crazy, we like to like move the location or do something different. So for example, Lauren, could you turn off our main studio lights just to see if that will make a difference for our cut? So she's go dim and turn off 2 of our lights. This is what I love about live streaming is you get to see things experience live. So what could have happened was these really bright lights have been able to reflect onto our water slide decal paper, and then we're not able to read the print then cut.
And we do this in the craft studio all the time.
Yeah, we move
We
things
will turn the
around
lights
and so much
off.
more.
If we're trying to print and cut, the lights will go off if it doesn't read it, especially with glossy paper, I've noticed. It's because it uses a lot with the print and cut. It's using a lot it's basically scanning this bar. And so if the light is hitting it anyway, it's not able to recognize that box. So let's hope that this works. Okay, go ahead and cut it. It cut fine the first time I did it, so we'll see. Let me show you all what it looks like, what the paper looks like before we sprayed it with sealant, because it looks a little bit different before we actually spray it.
Okay, is it detecting? Okay, it's scanning. Let's see how far we get in the process.
Oh, I'm a little nervous.
Da, 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 da.
Okay, you can turn the lights back on because it did not read this time.
It didn't read it either?
No. So there's a couple different things that we could do.
Let's talk about it.
We could reprint it.
Yeah.
We could reprint it and try to send it through that way.
But we're live.
But we're live. So why don't we just cut it out?
We're just gonna do a little hand cutting. This is back in the day, they call this fuzzy cutting.
Oh,
like,
we're
let's go fuzzy cut it. While you do that, let me teach you something that I learned. You have to have it cut that. She's doing everything the right way, y'all.
Okay, so, and this is just how it is in crafting. You just roll with the punches. I'm just gonna sit this to the side. Okay, are y'all ready for this? This is the fun part of water sliding for me.
This is so fun.
Okay, so I've got my bucket of water right here. Can you all see that really well? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get my pumpkin ready. And you can even use, I'm gonna take these ribbons out and use this little bucket right here. It's good to use something to add some stability to your pumpkin so it's not rolling around everywhere. So I'm gonna use this guy and I'm just gonna sit my pumpkin in here like this and set it to the side.
Now, everyone at home, do you love water slide decals? Do you struggle with them? Let us know in the comments while we're doing this. Let us know your experience.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear from you. Let us know if this is something you love, that you struggle, maybe you've never tried it. Let us know.
Okay, also before I put this in here, I'm gonna have my weeding tool ready. We're not weeding anything. I'm using this to lay my design flat. So here we go. I'm gonna drop this in. Are y'all ready? It's gonna curl up real good, just like this. That is expected. So you wanna make sure to fully submerge it in the water, and you can actually kind of unroll it a little bit, okay? And this water is gonna seep underneath that top layer, that film of clear sealant that we put on there. And we're gonna be removing the backing from behind the sealant. So.
We have some friends saying, never knew it was a thing, still haven't opened my Cricut, but watch all the time. Allison, have you grabbed a membership? We grab the membership, get plugged in. Let's walk with you on this journey so that you can master that Cricut. Because if you love the show, if you love what we do here, you'll love working with us in the community. Never tried a decal.
How well can y'all see this? So if I put it on here, y'all can see exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can. Beautiful.
I think that'll be pretty steady. Okay, I'm gonna put something
Y'all, if anyone's looking to try anything new, I want to encourage you to try this out because this is a really fun, once you do one water slide decal, you'll start using it more and more on surfaces like this because it is really cool.
So you guys can see that the backing is trying to separate. What I like to do, and now there's a couple different application methods for this.
I like to pour water all over my surface.
Yes. A lot of people like to pre-dampen.
Yes, I like to have it like that.
Let's do that. And you will find a little bit of bleeding from your ink, but it's fine. We'll wipe it clean after we're done. So I like to kind of get it where I want it. And you can see it's just sliding around right there. I'm going to start pulling this backer out. So just start pulling, and I'll be very careful because it is finicky. It will try to tear. And this is exactly why I told you all to use a thicker font.
Yes.
Because otherwise you're having to pay attention to all those little crevices on the dainty fonts. And this way it's going to be a little bit more easier. And actually, I'm going to take my scissors and cut this off. Just be careful not to cut your top layer. I'm just going to cut that off.
Da-da, da-da, da-da. So I like to have that water on the bottom so you have that flexibility like we talked about at the top of the show where you can move it around. You can make sure any air bubbles are out. It's really nice to have that extra little water under there so you can just work it out. So now is the fun part. She's got it on there, and now's the perfecting stage. And this is where I was like, I just don't know. I mean, Alicia is doing a large image on a very curved and textured surface. So if she can do this on, with this type of environment of the project, really big, it looks beautiful, and the curved surface, you could do this on a flat surface.
And you can splash some water. Honestly, a spray bottle would not really be a bad idea.
I do usually
have a spray bottle.
But your trick with the, as long as there's water,
it just needs to stay moisturized. So what I'm doing is just kind of working the wrinkles out as I go, as I work my way up here.
Yes.
And that's why this weeding tool is so handy for me, because I can get up under there without using getting my whole finger.
That's amazing.
And so this is really helpful. And so you're just going to smooth it out as you go.
So Heather says, how long can you handle the decal before you can't move it anymore? So Heather, with the water slide, as long as there's water, it can slide around.
Right.
When you're done, once it's positioned where you want it, that's when you start drying it out, smoothing out all the water from underneath, and it'll start drying. And that's the glue. That's what holds this together. There's no additional glue.
Which is kind of crazy because it's water.
So April says, is this the same as using water with vinyl?
No, it's a different material.
Yeah, it is different. The mindset is kind of similar. I will say with water slide, I think you have more working time than when you don't use water slide.
So what I'm doing now is just kind of going in with a paper towel and just drying this out everywhere.
Now, Christine says, was this printed on a special printer? No, this was just using an inkjet printer on
standard
water slide
inkjet
paper.
The good thing about water slide opposed to vinyl also is that you're not going to get all of those little wrinkles where the crevices are, because you all know, when you apply any vinyl to a curved surface, sometimes it's hard to get it to lay down flat. And so with the water slide, it's bendy. So you can kind of flex it to where it's going to fit without causing a whole lot of wrinkles.
Can you flip it up just so that you can see it a little better?
Okay, this is where we're at. What do you all think?
So this lasts quite a while. I've had water slide projects last 2-3 years already, and they really stay the same. I will say dust does attract to the water slide decal.
Does it?
A little bit, but you
Okay.
can clean it off. That's my only response. Looking at it later.
And you all can see I did this one quite a while ago, and it's standing up really good.
I love how it embraces the curves and embraces the texture, and it looks very, very, very permanent.
It looks store-bought to me.
Yeah, totally.
So I'm gonna set this to the side and let it dry, and I'm gonna talk to you all about making your bows. So I'm just gonna sit this right here.
A lot of people are asking, is it straight from your perspective? Yes, it looks a lot straighter
in real
life. On the camera, I will say it was looking a little odd.
Because it's the pumpkin is weird shaped because it's tall and
Yes, and with our water slides, we do not usually seal them. We do not usually seal the projects. They're kind of.
I mean, it's going to be sitting on your fireplace or it's not going to be doing anything crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be talking about the bows. So this is the original bow that I made here. So I can show you all exactly how to make this. What I'm going to recommend to you guys, wired ribbon. If you're making bows, wired ribbon is like numero uno, because if you go in, and I love these Dollar Tree ribbons. These are great for rag style ribbons where you're just tying a knot in the middle, and so they're kind of flimsy. And I can make a rag style ribbon for you all if you would like. But if you're going to make a big, like fluffy bow like this, you're going to need to buy wired ribbon. So both of these are wired. And then I've got my florals right here. These are from Hobby Lobby. The dollar store sells some really cute.
We were very high-key impressed this year.
Yeah, they sell some really nice fall decor, or I'm sorry, fall floral decor, I guess you could say. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a strip of this, a strip of my glitter. Okay, I'm gonna flip it over. And then I'm gonna take the same size strip of my gingham, that's the checkered.
Yes.
Okay, I want them to be, I don't know, what is this, 28, 24 inches-ish? It doesn't have to be that, depending on how big you want your bow is how big that you need to stretch it out. Okay, so I've got both, and what I'm gonna do, can y'all see this really good? Okay, I'm gonna take this side, I'm gonna fold it over. So it's kind of coming at an angle, okay? I'm gonna hold it right here in the middle, do the same thing over here.
Whoa.
Okay, so it looks weird. We're gonna cinch it.
Stop that.
And so it's like a perfect little bow.
Okay, how many of us want Alicia to teach a bow making masterclass inside the membership?
I mean, we can make it happen.
I just need you to teach me that.
I can show you. I can show you.
Okay.
And then so you can either cinch this with some twine. You can cinch it with another piece of the ribbon, which is what we're going to do today. So I'm just going to cut off a little strip of this, and I've got my hot glue gun on. And I'm going to clean up these ends as well here in a minute. I'm just going to wait and do it at the end.
That looks so good.
And so what I like to do for my middle portion is fold this. Can you all see that? I just kind of folded it in on itself. So it's like a little roll of the gold ribbon. And I'm gonna lay it on top here and then flip it over. So you can see this is up front.
Look at that.
I'm gonna actually trim this just a little bit because I'm gonna glue it to the back of it. Okay, oops, I let go.
Crazy.
So I'm gonna take this tail and I'm gonna put some glue right here and fold it over. I'm hoping my glue
Alexandria
guns.
says, I make bows to sell. Good job.
Thanks.
Woohoo.
I used to work at a place and we did door signs and I had to make all the bows for everybody.
I mean, you're a natural.
Like mass making bows in like 30 minutes for like 50 people. So be careful not to burn your fingers. And then I'm just gonna hold that on there for a minute and then I will trim this off, and let's go ahead and trim these edges. And then we're gonna add this as well as the florals to our pumpkin.
We're going to have this bow making class like ASAP.
Is everybody liking
it? Yes. I'm gonna be like the first student.
You're gonna be the first student.
Yes.
Okay, also, this is another little tippy tip. If you're wanting to do these edges right here, this type of edge, I don't know if there's a name for it, like the double point edges.
Yeah.
You can basically take your ribbon, you're gonna fold it in on itself, and you're gonna cut up towards the folded edge.
Yeah.
So you're gonna cut up towards the folded edge.
And then look what happens. This is one of my favorite things I also learned at Stampin' Up.
Did you?
Yes.
We need to go to Stampin' Up.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you do. And then so fold it again, and you're always cutting towards the folded edge. So this is my folded edge. This is the open edge. I'm cutting up towards the folded edge. Just like this. And there you go. Dovetail.
Look at that.
Yes.
Yes.
And so I'm going to do this one up towards the folded edge.
Wow.
The sharper your scissors, the better this is gonna look.
Oh yes, you need specific like fabric, like ribbon scissors.
Ribbon scissors are
the
different to me
best.
from fabric scissors because the ribbons have those wires in them and they will ruin if you've got good fabric scissors. Okay, and then I'm gonna trim this little tail off, and then you can kind of fluff your bow out.
Love that.
So fluff it out, the bigger the better when it comes to bows. And I'm just gonna pull this all down. I mean, also I was a cheerleader for 16 years.
Wow.
So.
And now you're a volleyball player.
Oh, I play rec league volleyball, you guys. Don't get it twisted.
No, I love it.
Oh. Okay, so there's our bow. And then what you can do, there's a couple different ways that you could do this technically. You can attach these together with like some jute twine and then just glue all of this to the top of your pumpkin. Let me bring it over here. Actually, let's go like on camera 1. And what I would normally do is kind of attach all of this together so you can glue it all together and then glue it to your pumpkin. I don't know how straight that is. So this is,
Wow.
yeah, you would just glue everything all together.
That was so quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna attach these just so y'all can get the full finished effect. But what I would do is take these little florals and let's go overhead. I'll do this with this laying back. I haven't applied florals this way, but wish me luck. So I'm gonna take my hot glue gun. And if you're ever working with florals, just get a hot glue gun.
Oh,
you're gonna need it. I worked at a florist and they had these little, they weren't crock pots, but they were just like pots
Of hot
full
glue?
of hot glue.
And you would like have a spatula or what?
No,
would you...
they would dip the stems. So it's like a little melting pot, a
like a
little
melting
simmering
pot of
pot,
wax,
and it was full of
but
hot glue.
hot glue.
And they would dip their stem, and then you put it in the wreath. Dip it and put it in the
No
wreath.
way.
Lauren's going.
I love this.
And that's how they were able to do their stuff so fast. And man,
Yeah.
those girls were good at their job.
That's incredible.
Okay, and then
We're
your
learning trade secrets today.
trade secrets. I'm not a pro though. I just worked there for a little moment. And so I'm gonna glue this on. Listen, hot glue.
It should only take 10 to 15 minutes for your letter to dry from the water slide.
Yeah.
That was a great question we're getting. I also take paper towel to help speed that process up. But 10 to 15 minutes is good. And it might still be a little damp, sure, but just be careful.
Okay, I put a good dollop of glue on there for our bow, which is our finishing touch. And then what you can do, once it's completely dried, and mine is not, don't try to move it when it's not dry. Once it's completely dried, you can feather out your stems.
Love it.
I mean, that's it.
You did it.
All of it. I
Yeah.
feel like that's pretty easy.
It's only 12:48. We're not even,
Honestly-
we just hit the 45-minute mark.
Honestly, y'all, the bow is the hardest part.
Yeah.
And you just need to make sure that you keep your water slide decal
Yes.
moisturized, and make sure you keep water with it. If you need to
Yeah.
grab a spray bottle, that's super handy. Just make sure you keep it wet and use your weeding tool to kind of get all those bubbles out.
Yes,
But
and
yeah,
Jill, you could totally sit this outside. I would just be careful, maybe somehow adding a weight to it, or making sure, because it is a it's a foam pumpkin, so the wind will blow this away. But everything else is going to stand up really well, especially during the fall season. Can you put dried water slide decal projects outside? Yes, you totally can. I would feel 100% confident with that happening. So, yay, y'all did it!
Ta-da!
Halloween day 8.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So that's it.
How is Halloween almost over?
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our 13 days of Halloween. I hope you are excited for what we have in store for you today, and that is our reversible vertical porch sign. Now, today we're gonna get kind of like a 2-in-1 craft where you all are gonna get a Halloween craft and a fall craft. So stick around to learn exactly how we are gonna do this with our Cricut. Before we get started on our porch sign, one thing I do want to make sure that you all know, we are going to be doing a frameless porch sign, so it's going to look like it has a frame, but it's not going to have a frame, and it's going to be absolutely beautiful by the end. But our supplies, it looks like there's a lot on this table, and there is. Obviously, we are starting out with our wood plank. Now, this one we just got from Hobby Lobby. You can pick these up at any local home improvement store or craft store, either one, and you really can get whatever size you want for this. We just picked this one up at Hobby Lobby because it was simple and easy. Because we are working with a large area, we are also going to need a 12 by 24 light grip cutting mat. Now, we are going to be painting this sign today, and we are going to be using StarCraft chalk paint. On the other side, which I will show you guys in a minute, I've already painted one side black, and so this side I'm going to be using linen white, but we are going to be using chalk paint. We're also going to use painter's tape. This is just the Frog brand painter's tape. Any painter's tape will work. We are going to be using a straight edge for measuring for our frameless effect, as well as a pencil to mark that off. Because we are painting, we are going to need a paintbrush. After we have finished painting, we are going to be staining the edges of our sign, and I will go ahead and flip this over for you so you can see what I mean. So I have just taped this off, and what I'm going to be doing is we're going to be coming in here. This is our favorite wood stain. It is the Early American. And we're just going to be coming in here and staining the edges of this so that it gives it the faux frame look. When it comes to staining, you are going to need some gloves, and we've just got an old t-shirt or an old rag that you've cut up, and we're going to be staining those edges with that. Once we have painted our sign, we are going to be using HTV to apply our design to our sign. So you will need lots of different colors of HTV depending on what design you want. These are the colors that we are going to be using today. You are also going to need a sanding block, and that's just to give this sign a good light sand all over. And finally, you are going to need florals. Now, this is something that is not absolutely required for your sign. We think that it would give it a very nice touch. Now that we have gone over all of our supplies, we are going to actually start with preparing our sign before we jump into the design space portion. And the reason we're doing this is because you need to have your sign painted and let it fully dry before we move on to any other step. So as you can see, I've already painted one side of this sign. This is going to be the Halloween side of the sign. I'm going to teach you guys how to add this frame to our sign, and then we're going to go ahead and paint it, and then once it's dried, we are going to add the stain, and then we will add our HTV. So first thing that you want to do with your sign is you want to measure, you want to know how large your frame is going to be. So with this piece of wood is it's 9 inches in width anyway, so it's fairly small when it comes to working with an area. So I decided to only leave a very, very small, like a 1/2 inch frame along the edge. So what you will need to do is decide how large you want your frame to be. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to come in here and we're going to mark ever so often on that 1/2 inch mark. So we're going to come over here and we're going to measure 1/2 inch. And then we're going to do that all the way across the sign. Once you have the sign marked all the way around, what I'm doing now is I'm just coming in here with this straight edge and I'm making my marks. Once you have made your marks all across your sign, what you're going to do now is you're going to take your painter's tape and you are going to lay that along the edge of your marks. Then you're just going to come in with your finger and make sure that is down nice and smooth. Now that we've got that taped off, one thing that I want to make sure to let you guys know, for best results, if you want to, you can give this a light sand. I have already given it a light sand before taping it off, but that is what the sanding block is for, just to give your whole sign a light sand. With the chalk paint, if you are using a darker color, black mainly covers everything up, but because I'm using this white color, this linen, I did give this side a light sand. So make sure that you do that before you start painting. I'm going to give this sign its first coat of paint. Now, as you are painting your sign, you can use, we actually suggest that if you are painting the signs using a small roller, we just did not have any at this moment. So you can, as you can see, you can use a brush. We use brushes all the time, but with larger areas, sometimes a roller will work best. Now that we have the first coat of paint on our sign, we are actually going to set it aside and let it dry. You will need to do a second coat, maybe even a third if you're doing a light color. Normally with these chalk paints, 2 coats of paint do great. However, we did do the linen white, so we're going to at least do 2 coats and then see how it looks after 2. But now that we have this done, we're going to set it aside and then we're going to hop over into Design Space. Now, while we're waiting on our sign to dry, here in Design Space, we're going to start the process of designing our porch sign. So what I have done is I've actually measured the size that the painted area is, and I have put in a guide, 2 different guides, one for each side in Design Space. Now you are going to have to work, we're working at 25% because it's hard to see if you don't zoom it way out, because of how tall this porch sign is. So one side is going to be our Halloween side, and then one side is going to be our fall side. So on our Halloween side, I'm going to show you what I want it to look like and then I'm going to teach you how to get there. So on our Halloween side, I'm going to have a cute little ghosty down here in the corner, and it's going to say "Boo, y'all." And then for our fall side, we are going to have "Hey there, pumpkin," with a cute little pumpkin on the bottom. And we are actually leaving room on the top of both of these signs so that we can add in a floral piece. So just keep that in mind. That's why we're leaving the tops, the area up top is so we can put a floral piece there. So I'm going to hide these again, and I'm going to walk you step by step on how to get to our finished product. First of all, I'm going to show you guys and teach you guys how to download fonts from Maker's Gonna Learn. We actually have 2 on this computer that are not downloaded, so I'm going to head over to Maker's Gonna Learn. The first one that we're going to be looking for is the Sassy Cow. That's the one that's the cow print that the word "boo" was in. So I'm just going to search Sassy Cow. It's going to come up, and we're going to download this one. The next one we are going to search for is Free Spirit. Now, you don't have to type in the whole word. You can just type in the first part of the word, and it will search for you. So right here, Free Spirit, I'm going to download that. So these are both zip files. We are now going to have to open each one of them separately, open the font up, and install it into our font book. So I'm going to go back to Free Spirit, do the same thing, open that up, install the font into Font Book. Now to get them to work in Design Space, we're going to go here to Cricut, and I'm going to go to View, and I'm going to reload. Now if you're working on something and you haven't saved it, which I've not changed anything here, so I don't have to save it, but if you are working on something and haven't saved it in a while, make sure you go ahead and save it before you hit reload, or it will go back to the last saved time. So once again, make sure you save it and then click reload. What that is going to do is that is going to reload Cricut Design Space. As you can see, it went back to 100%, so we're going to zoom right back out to 25. And then here it is. We're going to hide these. And what that does is that uploads the fonts that you previously did not have on Design Space, and it puts them in there. So now we're going to go over to text. We're going to do the drop-down search menu. Now the new Cricut update, you do have to go to System for System Fonts. So we are looking for a system font, and first thing we're going to do is we're going to work with Sassy Cow. So I'm going to grab that. From here, I'm just going to type out the word boo. Now the cool thing about the new Design Space feature is I can just move this in, and look, it already makes it vertical. Or you can move it out and it puts it back horizontal. So we are wanting this word to be vertical. So I am moving it in from the sides to make it vertical. And from there, I'm going to move it over here and I'm going to size it up as large as I can. Okay, so now we have our boo, and you can move it up or down, add things, whatever you want. Next, we're going to add the word y'all. So once again, we already uploaded that font. I'm going to go in here to text. I'm going to change the font to Free Spirit. Go to Systems, Free Spirit. I'm going to make that a little bit bigger so I can see it. And then y'all. Now I'm going to take this and I'm going to move it down below. We're going to have to size it down to fit in our guide and then place it down here. So our next step, what we're going to do, and one thing that you can do to kind of keep things separate, if you want to change your guide back to basic cut, that way you can see what color background you're working with. So I know that my background is black. So because the Halloween background side is black, I'm not going to cut out boo out of black vinyl. So I'm going to change this to white. This way we kind of have more of an idea of exactly what our sign is going to look like. And I'm going to change that to white. Okay, so now I want my little ghost here in the bottom. If you go to Maker's Gonna Learn and search ghost, it will come up. I have already downloaded it, so I'm just going to go to view all. And then if you've already downloaded an image, this is a very good way, a very good shortcut to check and see if you have downloaded it. I'm just going to type in ghost. So this is what the file looks like on the Maker's Gonna Learn website. I'm going to select that and I'm going to add it to my canvas. From there, I'm going to pull it over to the side, and then I'm just going to ungroup these. And then I'm going to delete out the ones that I don't want. We're going to change this little guy back to white, pull him down here in the corner, and then make him pretty big because we want him looking like he's coming up out of the corner of our sign. So now that we have him there, I'm going to add in my cowboy hat. Because I want to put my cowboy hat on here first before I show you all how to slice out the edge of this ghost so that it fits perfectly in your corner, and that was a good guide for where you can start. So once again, I'm going to go over here to upload, view all. This is one that we have recently. So we're going to select this, select our cowboy hat. Now, as you can see, it's just an outline. I don't want just an outline, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate. I do want to work with the outline, but I also want a solid color. So I'm going to select this part, go to contour, and I'm going to hide all contours. That's just going to give you your basic shape. So now we know that I want my cowboy hat brown, and then I have duplicated that. So that lays right over top of there. You can select both of them and arrange them or align them center so that it fits perfect. So now I'm just going to group those together. That way they cut separately. However, I can move them together here. So once I have that grouped together, I'm going to move it down, probably turn it just a little bit. It does have to be within our parameters. So it looks like our little ghost is too big for our cowboy hat to fit. So we're going to size our little ghosty down, pull our cowboy hat down. Let's move him over some. And then from there you can actually space this out. Okay, so once we have everything pretty well set, one thing about this design is it can get, I feel like it can get to where it looks kind of spread out a little bit. So what we're going to do, what I'm going to show you. Now normally I say this is a cardinal sin and you never ever do this. However, with some fonts it works and it can work to your advantage. So this font is locked, which means it can only move up and down. See, nothing else changes. However, if you go up here to your size of your font, this little button right here, the lock button, if you unlock that, the cool thing about this is you can stretch your fonts. Once again, if you are working with an image, cardinal sin to unlock it and stretch it. However, sometimes with fonts, it works to stretch it out just a little bit, especially since we're working with a skinnier area. So we're just going to stretch it down some and stretch it out so that we can fill up all of this area. Now, once we have everything set, now that we have it all set where we want it, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to slice off this excess of this ghost so that we know that it fits perfectly in the corner. So what you're going to do, we have turned this guide into a basic cut currently. So you're going to select your ghost. You're going to come over to your layers panel. All the way at the bottom, you're going to hit Control or Command and select both of those layers. Now, because we are working with 2 layers, it is going to slice. So we want to slice that out. Now, if we go to the top, we can see that we have sliced off the bottom of our little ghosty. So we want to, because I want to still keep my guide together, let's select both of these and we can actually delete that one out and turn this back into a guide. And then we're going to move our little ghost, we're going to arrange it and send it to back. Now that we have our Halloween side done, we're now going to work on our autumn or fall side, and the 2 fonts that we're going to be using today is Insistence for Pumpkin and Demonstrate for Hey There. So what I'm going to do, grab our text once again, come up here, we're looking for system fonts. We are working with the Demonstrate first, Demon. We're going to make it larger so I can read it, and then I'm just going to type Hey There. Now, from here, because I want it to be fairly large, if I were to size this down, it would have to be super, super small. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move this side in so that they're on top of each other, but then I'm going to ungroup to lines. And the reason being is because I want to move this around. So we are going to kind of size it down, and you may have to zoom in some. So we're going to size this down to fit within our guide, and then size this one down as well. I actually think I like that better. So we're going to do not a capital T, we're going to do a lowercase t, and then we're going to size it on down some. And I kind of think I like it touching. Let's size it down just a little more. So this is really going to be a personal preference, how you want it, where you want it. That's going to be totally up to you. But I think we're going to do that. And then once you are satisfied with the placement, then you are going to select them both and you are going to weld them together so that they are one unit. From there, we're once again grabbing our text, and then the text we're going to be using for this one, we're going to Systems, Insistence. We're going to make it larger, all in capital letters. We're going to type out pumpkin. Zoom out. And once again, the new feature in Design Space is you can just move this in and then actually move this down. There we go. And now, since it's all vertical, we are going to resize. Once we have this sized down, we're going to go up here to line spacing, and we're actually going to pull our line spacing closer together. That way we could still make it just a little bit bigger. There we go. Boom. Now that we have this set, we're going to add the pumpkin detail. This is where you can download. If you go and search pumpkin, this will come up on makersgonnalearn.com. We are going to add this to Canvas. Now, this is at kind of a different angle than what I'm wanting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ungroup this and I'm going to move this pumpkin out of the way. My next step that I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to the shapes. I'm going to grab a square. I'm going to pull it over here. Probably just go ahead and unlock that. And I'm going to make it large enough to where it covers this side of the leaves. Now I'm going to select them both and I'm going to slice. Now the only reason I sliced this is so that I could move this around and kind of manipulate it and this other side the way that I want to. So now I'm going to come in here, size my pumpkin as large or as small as I want, and then I'm going to size my floral pieces down, change the angle a little bit. Now one thing to keep in mind is it does still look small, but this is still a very large piece. So we're going to size it down even more. Move this pumpkin. I'm actually going to change the angle of it just a hair. And then we're going to grab this. Actually, what you can do is once you have this one set and the angle that you want it, you can duplicate it, pull it over, flip it horizontally, bring it in, select these both, align them center, and boom. Now what you could do as well, if you wanted to, you can select your pumpkin and your guide, and then we're going to align them and we're going to center them horizontally so that our pumpkin is centered within our guide. We are now going to cut our design out of HTV. Now, obviously, this is a very large design. One thing I want to make sure you guys know and understand is make sure that your letters stay within the 24-inch, 12 by 24 inch. For the most part, if you want them to stay together. Now, one thing I do want to show you, just in case you are not working with a 24-inch piece of vinyl or you only have 12 by 12 or a shorter piece of vinyl, one thing that you can do, we'll go back to the Design Space, and I'm going to do this on the word pumpkin. What you want to do is you're going to want to ungroup these and select them one at a time. So we're going to start with a P. Okay, our P is 2 inches in height and our U makes it 6. So if you have a 12 by 12 mat or piece of vinyl, you can still select more. So now we're at 9 inches. Okay, let's try the other P. Okay, we're over the 12 inches now. So what you are going to want to do is go back, deselect this P, or select these 3, and then you are going to attach them together, okay? And then start with these, so P, K, 6, 9, the N, still over 12, so we're just going to select these 3, and then attach. And so that only leaves your N, only leaves you having to line up your N. So now when you cut, when you go to cut, so let's change this color so that it doesn't show up on that mat. So we're going to go to make it. And then we're going to go down to our pumpkin. So as you can see, the word pumpkin, P-U-M is grouped, is attached together. P-K-I is attached together, and the N is the only thing separate. So technically speaking, you can fit it on a 12 by 12 mat and still have room to cut other things if you want to. That's just a little bit of a hack or a tidbit of information that I wanted to let you guys in on, because I ran into that problem myself where the piece of vinyl that I wanted to work with was not long enough to accommodate the full 24 inches. So I had to group my letters together, and I think it was 2 at a time. So what we're gonna do when we add this to our sign, you're gonna see that I have 2 letters, 2 letters, 3 letters. So we're going to line it up manually. That's the easiest way that I have to tell you. Yes, it is a manual lineup. However, you can use a straight edge and get those straight. Try your best to get them as straight as possible. But that's the easiest way for me to teach you how to use it if you do not have 24 inches in length of vinyl to cut from. Now, this is HTV that we are going to be using. So what you need to do is you need to make sure all of your images are mirrored, because when you are cutting HTV, you have to be cutting a mirrored image. What that does, you're going to put shiny side down on your mat, you will weed it, and then we're going to turn it over and add it to our sign. Now before we start adding our vinyl to our sign, we're actually going to take off the tape, and I'm going to stain the edges to give us that frameless, framed look. So now I'm just going to be taking up this tape, and I'm actually going to take it up from the bottom down here. One thing I will say is I love frog tape. I know Scotch makes a good tape, and I do love the blue painter's tape, the Scotch Blues painter's tape. But man, frog tape to me just gives me such a good, crisp line. So what I am going to do before I stain this, I'm actually going to come in with an eraser, and I'm going to erase this pencil mark that I put on here by accident first, as best as possible, best as I can. Now, one thing that I will say, if you are doing it all black, you can just go ahead and come in and stain this. And on this side, we are going to do that, and I'll show you, you don't have to tape it off. However, since we are using a cream color on this side, I highly suggest that you take some tape, and I'm going to actually tape off the inside. That way it doesn't get on this early American stain, does not get on our cream paint. Now, one thing I'm doing right here is I'm just coming through and cutting off these corners so that they are straight edges across. And we'll add our last little bit of tape. One other thing I'm going to do before I add the stain is I'm going to do a light sand on the outside edges of this little frame. Now that we have that sanded, I'm going to go ahead and put my glove on, and we are going to start staining the outside of our sign. Now, one of the best practices when it comes to staining is having another dry cloth or a paper towel handy. That way you can wipe away the excess. So we're just going to open our stain up. This is a well-loved stain. We do not have very much of it left. So we're just going to put some on an old rag, and then we're going to come in and just stain these edges. Now, one thing I do want to make sure you all are super careful about, especially with this white layer, is trying your best not to get fingerprints on it, because as you can see, I was not paying attention and got my fingerprints on it right here, which I can kind of buff out a little bit. And really and truly, if you have to, you can kind of come in here with a sanding block and just kind of buff it out and not mess it up. So now that we have that, we're going to pull up our edge. Now, if the stain for some reason gets in the grain and gets on your beige layer or your lighter layer, what you can do is just go in here and just kind of touch it up just a little bit. Or you could even bring in your paint and do just fine touch-up work. Either one, it really just depends on how precise you want to get. Now that we have our frame stained, we are going to start the process of adding our HTV to our sign. Now, remember with our Halloween design, we had our little ghost that has the corner. So that's where we're going to start with this one specifically. We're going to start down here in the corner, and we're just going to line him up down here with our corner, black corner. And then we are going to come in here with a mini easy press with a heat setting of 2. And we are going to heat this onto our wood sign. Now we are going to add his little hat. Now we're just lining up the hat detail. We're going to add that on. Now we're going to line up the word boo and y'all before we really press it down. First, I'm going to press y'all down. And then we're going to press boo. One thing I am going to do when doing boo, because HTV on wood seems to do a little better with as soon as you put it down, peel it. Now I'm just going to go through and make sure that's all down. So now, other than our floral piece at the top, we have our Halloween side done. Now I'm going to flip it over and do our fall side. Now this design is not one where we can start at the bottom, have a guide, and go up. So I'm actually going to lay all of these out first before I start pressing them down. So we're going to start with our pumpkin toward the bottom, and then add our leaves just to give us an idea of how much room we are working with. Okay, so I'm actually going to move this pumpkin on down toward the very bottom, and I'm going to start the process of pressing. So now we're going to start with our word, pumpkin. You all know we don't like to measure around here. Alicia and I are queens of the eyeball game. So don't come for us for not measuring and getting it precise. And there we have it. Now it is just ready to add the floral detail on the top to both sides. I know this has been a long project, but I really hope that you all have enjoyed it. Porch signs are super popular right now, and I hope you have learned different ways of designing, how to put HTV on wood, how to create a frameless frame. There are so many different things that we covered in this video. Now, if you liked all of the cut files and fonts that we used and you would like to join Makers Gonna Learn, you can at makersgonnalearn.com/join. We are a crafting community where we bring you education, motivation, and inspiration to start using your Cricut. I hope you all have enjoyed our 13 days of Halloween crafts so far, and I can't wait to see what you all create, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. First of all.
Yes.
But let's take a minute to look at what we are making today. Look how cute. We're going to be making leather stickers. Now, just because I'm going to go over the supplies here in just a second, but y'all, just because we say that this is what we use, if you have something else, you can use them. And I'm specifically talking about the adhesive on the back, okay? So the adhesive on the back, actually, let's get to that in a minute. What you're gonna need to complete today's project: paper thin faux leather. Does it have to be Cricut brand? Absolutely not. We get this on Amazon. It is linked down below. There is a pack, a variety pack of colors that you can get that has a lot of really good basic colors. So that is what we were using today, paper thin faux leather. I really, really hate that 143 stopped carrying their paper thin faux leather. It was probably one of my favorites, but this one is a very good alternative that we have found, and we like it. It comes from Amazon. Once again, you don't have to get this color. You don't even have to get it pebbled. This is pebbled leather. You don't have to get it pebbled. You can get it smooth, but some type of faux leather, okay?
Love it.
So this is gonna be our base. We're starting with this. We are using a standard grip mat today. I might grab one that's a little tackier here in a minute. This one might work, but you're gonna need something that's gonna keep this leather down. So, standard grip or higher. The next thing that you're going to need is HTV. Now, do you have to use black? Absolutely not. You can use any color you want. You can do multicolor, but today we are going to be using black HTV, paper thin faux leather, and a standard grip or stronger mat, okay? Now, the adhesive that we have, that we are using, and our friends that did, let me think of what program it was.
Maker
University, that's it. Maker U sophomore year. If we have any friends here that are Maker U sophomore year people who have completed the projects, this is the double-sided adhesive from the Diamond Dots website.
Love it.
Y'all, we use what we have, and this is what it looks like on the back. We've already tested taking the backing off. It does stay on the leather. It works. My fingernails, y'all, I swear there it is. See what I mean? So the stickiness is still there. It's still stuck to the leather. It does really well. Now, don't go out to the Diamond Dots website and just get this to make leather stickers. I would not do that. But we had this, so we didn't want to spend any more money and order something different, which is why we did this. Now, there's lots of different double-sided adhesives that you can use. 3M is a really good one that we've used here before. You can get that on Amazon. Aleene's, I think, has a double-sided adhesive that's really good. It comes in sheets. It's all going to be generally the same.
Love it.
Okay? So we just need some type of very strong double-sided adhesive. Diamond Dots works very well. Like I said, 3M has a really good one. Aleene's has a good one. You choose which one you want to use and go from there.
Love it.
So those are the supplies that we have today. Pretty minimal, not a lot going on. Before we dive in, because really in all honesty, guys, this project is pretty simple. Like once we really dive into it, you're gonna be like, oh, wow, doesn't take as much as I thought it did.
Right.
So let's go ahead and go over to our website, because I want to walk you through step by step all of the things that we have and that Our new friend has the ability to access all
hop
of this.
in. Woohoo.
Absolutely. So let's go over to the website. I'm going to start with cut files. Now, we release at one point we were releasing 1,000 a month. Our library now is over 16,000 plus cut files.
I just personally looked at our library. We have over 18,000 as of the last time I checked.
My bad, 18,000.
It's really substantial. And one thing, just so that I feel like this is such a fun time to just connect with you all because a lot of you are members. We have been going through and we've been working with our development team to make search better. So if you have struggled with search on our website in the past, I want to encourage you to give it another shot. And I think you'll be very, very pleased with how well search is going. It's in a really, really good place.
Yeah, I'm super excited. But as you can see, we have so many good cut files that you get commercial use licensing for. That was something that I did forget to talk about, is you do get commercial use license, meaning that you can make anything using cut files from our library and you can sell them without any retribution or without any fear of being sued.
Yeah,
because
so good.
it is there for you as a resource. Now, my favorite part, our fonts. I am obsessed with our fonts. I think our fonts are to die for. But what I love the most is about the fact that I can preview my custom text. So if I have a project that I am wanting to put a name on, and there is a very specific type of text that I'm looking for, a very specific font, I can type in the name, you can see, and you can preview everything.
Yay.
And you can see if you like it. Like for example, Taffy, you know, I thought I would really like it, but then I see that E and I'm like, you know what? I don't think I like it as much.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
You know what I mean? So that is one of my favorite parts about our font section, is the fact that you can preview your text.
I love it.
And you don't have to download 20 million different fonts to find the one that you want. So anyway, that's just a little brief, very quick tour of our website. Now for our project today, we're going to go back to cut files. The files that we're going to be using, they are newer, but we're just going to type in flower with border. And then we are going to choose what files we want. Now you don't have to do that. You don't have to make your stickers with these flowers with the border. You can make it out of literally anything you want, but we are using these flowers with the borders. This one is really cute actually.
So
but
fun.
I have a pretty big, oh, I like the skinny one. I like the skinny tall one. So I'm going to download. To download a file from our website, if you want to click this arrow pointing down, it's going to put it here in your downloads. You can see here as a zip file. Now, if you wanted to favorite something on our website, all you have to do is click that heart. It fills the heart in, and that's how you know it is favorited. So once you click the arrow pointing down and you open up your downloads, you're gonna double click this zip file. You do have to double click it again and unzip it so you see both the SVG and the PNG version. Now from there, we are gonna go back to Design Space. And you can see here that we have some already set up, beautiful, but I want to show you from start to finish how we do this. So we're going to go to upload. I want to upload image, and then I'm going to bring my Finder back in front of Cricut Design Space, and we are wanting to grab the SVG version of this file. Now the reason we're wanting to grab the SVG version is because we are cutting it on HTV, meaning it is a cut image or a scalable vector graphic. That is what SVG stands for. We're going to drag and drop till this turns green and then release. So it's going to come up as a cut image. We want to upload that into our library. Fun fact, once you have uploaded a cut file into your library, once it is there and you do not have to upload again. One example, I know that we have downloaded this smiley face 20 times. So let me show you what happens when you download over and over and over. Obviously, I can't spell
That's so funny.
smile. S-M-I-L-E, is that not how you spell?
It is. While you're figuring that out real fast, I want to address a question. Someone asked about a calligraphy script style sketch font. Lisa, we have a lot of sketch fonts. I would be surprised if we didn't have a calligraphy style for you, but let us know. Just double check that you look around at the sketch fonts and we'll see if there are any that would probably fit that criteria. I think there should be. So definitely take a look if you can't see it.
Anyway, it wasn't working. Doesn't matter. So once you have your file in Design Space, we'll scroll over here so we kind of have a blank canvas, and I'm going to start with a completely blank canvas. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was spelling it right, but it wasn't pulling it up. It doesn't matter. Does not matter. So once you have your file, whether it is a flower with a border or something else, we are using this as our base. So now we want to create what the actual leather is going to be cut out of. This is going to be cut out of HTV. The flower and the border is going to be cut out of HTV, but now we have to create something that is larger than that for the base of the leather. So what you're going to do is go to Offset. You are going to add an offset. Now this is where you're going to choose how large your offset is. One thing I want to show you is I want you all to be aware. I don't want you to worry about what's inside. No matter what file you use, you need to not worry about what's on the inside. We just want to worry about the offset that is on the outside. So that is going to be how large your offset is. So if you want it to come down to 0.2, you can see that it makes it a little smaller on the outside. That is truly going to be your personal preference and what you want it to look like. If you want it larger, let's say 0.4, there you can see what a larger sticker is going to look like. I personally don't like an offset that big. I like there to be a little bit of detail. Like I like there to be a little bit of a curve down here at the bottom to show that detail. So I'm going to do a 0.2 and apply. Now do not worry, let me change the color so it's a little easier to see. Here we have a very similar leather color. Okay, so we have our offset, but now you're thinking, but Lauren, what about these insides? I don't want it to cut that out of the leather. Perfect, neither do I. So what I'm going to do is over here on my layers panel on the right hand side where it says offset, the one that we just created, we're going to select it to where it turns green, just like this. Come down here to the bottom where it says contour, and now what we're able to do is we are able to hide all of the middle inside pieces so that Cricut completely removes them. So you can click, there's a couple different ways you can do this. You can click, and you can see in the background. Watch when I click it again, it brings it back. Click it again, it takes it away. So you can do that and click all of the little pieces and hide all of the contours. Or if you wanted to, you can just come down here. If you're ready to get rid of everything but the outside cut line, what you can do is go to hide all contours. Now this is going to be very, very helpful, especially if you're doing a very small outline or a very small offset, because there may be lots of little pieces inside. So that's going to give you your sticker, but we're not done yet. I want to, let me pull in, I think they're all going to give me, they would all give me just one big contour. No big deal. I was wanting to show you like what all the little pieces would look like, but I also don't want to confuse you. So either way, you're just going to create your offset, come down here to contour, contour out all of your extra pieces that you don't want. And now, other than sizing, you're pretty good to go. So the last portion that you need to do is we need to select both layers, because if we just click here, do you all see how that bounding box is inside that brown or reddish brown color? That's because it is two separate layers. You can see it here together. So if you just click and try to resize, what's going to happen is you're going to resize one thing and not both. So what you want to do is you either want to make sure that both are selected over here on the layers panel, or you want to drag and drop. That way they are, you can see here, both selected, okay? and then we're just going to size it down and size it to the weight, to the height or width, whatever you want your sticker to be. Now, clearly a 5.32 inch sticker is insane.
Let's talk about that for a second. What do you think would be the best sticker size?
In my humble opinion, and I'm trying to...
Should I go get your computer so we can just like kind of talk about stickers real quick? I think this is actually a really good topic to discuss because I know a lot of people, like when you're making a sticker, you really need to understand like the best size for stickers. You know what I mean?
Yes, you do.
So, Lauren has a lot of new stickers, which I think are... I think are really fascinating.
I'm just gonna put my finger over that one.
I find them very fascinating. I will tell you, I am...
He has not seen one of them. I did not buy it. It was bought for me.
That's hilarious. Anyway, I go through seasons where I want stickers on my computer. I want stickers on my water bottle. I don't. I got a new computer for Christmas or something, around the Christmas season, and I'm like, you know what? It's like this matte black. Like it's just been like loving it up. So I go in and out. That's the cool thing about stickers.
Now, if I didn't have a cover on this computer, there's no way I would put stickers straight to my computer.
No, I totally would. I do it all the time. I would totally.
I would want to change it up.
You can take them off.
I would just want to change.
Listen, you got lemon essential oil, rubbing alcohol. Got the organic or the definitely not organic option for you when you're wanting to clean off your labels. So let's talk about some sizing.
Let's talk about sizing. So it depends on the size of or the shape of your sticker. So for example, this one is a good one, a round sticker. Somebody said no larger than 3 by 3. For example, this sticker is a 3 by 3 inch circle. I think that is a really good size sticker for a bigger thing. Now, some of these are smaller, like my little tiny Arizona one up here. It is a 1.5 by 1 3/4. So anyway, you can see that none of these stickers on my computer, this one is almost 4 inches. The Diet Coke one is almost 4 inches. That one is like 2 3/4. This one at tops 4 inches. So if it's long and skinny, I think 4 inches is a good length this way if it's tall and skinny. So for example, the flower that we're going to be doing is tall and skinny. So I could see it going like right here. So 4 inches would be perfect to go right there.
I love it.
So back in Design Space. Here you can see we've got it currently at 2.5. I do think I want to come up to about 4.
It's a really neat size sticker. Like
it is a neat size sticker. So like if I was making it, I have actually a little less than 4 inches. So we may make it like 3. We might make it 3 inches, 3.5. So let's go back down to about 3.5. Beautiful. And now I am going to let me hide all of these over here because I don't want to cut them. I figured somebody would laugh at my stickers. Sin is the one that would laugh. Okay, so now that we have this ready, we're gonna go to make it. And we are going to be cutting this on 2 separate mats because remember the black portion is HTV, so we're gonna mirror it. And then our reddish brown is gonna be our leather. So we're gonna leave it the same. So I'm going to start with our HTV. And I'm placing it carrier sheet. Carrier sheet. We've always said shiny side. I'm changing it to carrier sheet.
Can you break down what you're talking about just so we're all on the same page?
Let's break down what I'm talking about really quickly.
I think this is a good one.
In years past, we can still say it. I still like saying shiny side down with HTV because 9 times out of 10, the shiny side is the carrier sheet of your HTV. The issue is a lot of time, or not a lot of times, but there are instances where some different brands of HTV will have a matte carrier sheet. So that's why I think it's always good to check what side is your carrier sheet and which side is not. So you can see here, our shiny side is our carrier sheet and our matte side is our HTV. So always, always check that, and that's why I say carrier sheet facing the matte, and we're cutting it mirrored so that when we flip it back over, it is proper, okay?
Love it.
And now we're just going to place it. First of all, I'm gonna move this little tiny piece of hot glue off the mat, and then we're gonna place our HTV down in the top right corner. Bray this down.
This is so easy. Like, it's really easy. Like, this one's one that you'll definitely want to recreate, guys.
It really is. We are using our Explore 3 today. I'm cutting this on everyday iron on default pressure. Loading that in. Oh, that sounds lovely. Did you hear that?
I love it.
So while that's loading, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put our double-sided adhesive on our leather because I want it to cut it out at the same time. So I'm just going to take the backer off of my double-sided adhesive and I'm going to place it down on the leather. And do y'all see how it's sticking on this side and it's not as much on this side? Can they see that, Sadie?
Love it.
So you need to make sure you use pressure, whether you use a burnishing tool, whatever, but you need to make sure you burnish or lay down that double-sided adhesive really, really well.
Someone says, why wouldn't the contour work? I'm drawing a blank. So the contour worked for the area we needed it to. That's how we added the background.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know why. There wasn't an error. It was just like, as you play around with contour, there's sometimes that it will, you have to make sure it's the right layer to even have the option to contour.
Right.
Does that make sense? Sometimes, so for example, after you have attached it, you can't contour both layers together. You have to select just the layer you're working with. So you just want to be mindful of what you're selecting and why it would be grayed out or things like that. Just trying to troubleshoot with you guys.
Yes.
So right now, Lauren is working with a purple strong grip mat.
I've laid it down wrong. I need to lay it down like this.
Oh my gosh, before you joined, I was wondering if someone had some kind of pairing font list and thinking I should do a search. Yes, we have one. It's built. We are just perfecting it. And honestly, my team will probably have it done in the next week or two. Like, we'll just be like, hey, we want to get it out to you guys, so stay tuned. Sadie has so many things out. Sadie has worked on this new font pairing book. Sadie also just dropped
I was
her
about to
first
say,
single.
Sadie just dropped a single. If you all haven't given it a listen, check it out, Spotify and Apple.
Y'all, literally, I'm about to go put it in the Facebook group. If you're a member, you've got to go check it out. Like, it's so good. All right, y'all, like, don't walk, run. It is such a good single.
Okay, so I have, go back, if we're not overhead, go overhead. I placed the leather down with the sticky side on the bottom, okay? We are going to be cutting this on faux leather paper thin. I'm changing it to more pressure, okay? Susan said double-sided adhesive. Do you have to use adhesive always on faux leather? Okay, we've got a couple questions that I want to address while we're here. So, do you have to use adhesive always on faux leather? Kathy, no. The only reason I'm using double-sided adhesive on this faux leather is because I want to make it a sticker. That is literally the only reason. If you're just wanting to make like a leather patch and you want to take like some E6000 or some fabric glue and glue it onto something, we have done that quite a bit in the past. Definitely doable. The only reason I'm doing double-sided is because I want to make it a sticker, okay? Now, the next question is double-sided adhesive. Susan says double-sided adhesive. Yes, Susan, we are using double-sided adhesive because we are turning it into a sticker. We are using the Diamond Dots double-sided adhesive. It's actually a diamond painting brand where they have a bunch of diamonds, neither here nor there. It's a really good double-sided adhesive that we already had in our studio from a previous project. So if you want to, you can go get those. We do, or get that for this, but you don't have to. You can get double-sided adhesive from Eileen's. Is that how you say Eileen's?
Eileen's. I think you can say either one. It's kind of like how people pronounce Courtney's mom's name. Like Eileen.
Yeah,
got totally different.
So Eileen's has a really good double-sided adhesive, and so does 3M. 3M is very strong. Just mind you, 3M is very strong, okay?
Yeah, so good.
I have edited this mat number 2 just to turn that sticker sideways so it will fit. I just didn't want you guys to think that I was changing some things around and not telling you. That's what I'm doing. We are doing more pressure. And I have a feeling this is definitely going to be one where I'm going to come back and check the cut to see if it did cut and then pull it back up. It's a little trick, a little hacky hack that we'll show you if you've not seen it. I want to double check and make sure that this cut all the way through. So what you're going to want to do is pick up on the corner. Oh no, I picked up the plastic is stuck down to the mat. So we just want to pick up the corner, and you can see here it cut beautifully. Now, if for some reason yours doesn't, the trick that I was going to tell you, don't press this flashing unload button, press the play button again. What it's going to do, and you know what, let's just go ahead and do it because it's not going to change anything. If you press the play button again, if it's not cut all the way through, you've checked it, don't unload it, press the play button. It's going to cut exactly where it cut the last time, and it's not going to be off. And then it will cut all the way through. Now, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, this cut through beautifully the first time. So really and truly, I didn't need to do that. I was just doing that for you guys, but look at this. Oh my gosh. Now we're gonna turn it upside down. We're gonna unload, and look how beautiful. Now, one thing I did forget to do, I didn't weed this because we got busy talking. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna cut this off and I'm going to weed. Okay, y'all, we have our HTV weeded. This is what I absolutely love about HTV. I don't know if we've been overhead, Sadie, but I've been fumbling around with this for about 4 minutes, trying to get it straight. But HTV is so forgiving. I'm gonna keep my hand on there because I can pull it up no problem and lay it back down and straighten it up.
I love it.
So one other thing that I didn't talk about earlier that you're gonna need is some type of heat source. We're using our mini Easy Press. Hands down, if you're getting started with Cricut or die cutting, whatever, you don't want to invest in a heat press, fine.
Sure.
Because you know what? I use a heat press about 20% of the time.
Right.
This mini Easy Press is what I go after day after day. This is
Less than 50 bucks.
Less than 50 bucks, this is it. So heat setting of 2, not a lot. It doesn't take a lot for this.
Not at all.
Not because you don't want to lose the integrity of the sticker on the back either. And if you're not careful with too much heat, you are going to lose the integrity. So we've just done a couple swaps, let it cool down, and y'all, look at that.
So good.
Y'all ready? Let's put it on the computer. Let's go ahead and put it on the computer.
So fun.
I think it is such a cute, I love, and my fingernails will get me every single time.
Lauren has some crazy fingernails.
Y'all know I can't help it.
We love it. We love it.
That is sticky.
Okay, what the F asked a great question, Lauren. I think we should just have a discussion with everyone here live.
How cute.
I love it. I love the texture of the leather sticker. So good. So good. So,
we're
We
gonna have
can
to get
do
crafting.
it. Let's get to
Let's
it.
get crafting.
We need to know the supplies, Lauren, that you need for today's project. This is incredible. I'm
So-
super excited.
First off, I have some of the supplies, but I have my box of supplies
Yes.
because there are so many supplies for this. However, most of these are things that you should have at your house, most
Yeah.
of them. Some of them you will not. So the glitters, and I have actually linked all of the different colors of glitter. We'll go overhead so I can show you guys. I've linked all of these different colors in your supply list. These are all StarCraft glitters. We've got Pirate's Cove, Baked Bronze, Sunbathe, Goldfish, and this one is Don't Be Coy. So these are all the ones. As you can see, we have 2 chunky glitters, and then we have 3 fine glitters. So this is the key when you are making these snow globe tumblers. You do not need to use all fine glitter. You have to use some type of chunky glitter. And I would honestly try my best to do like a, if not 50-50, it needs to be a good majority of chunky glitter.
Now, why do you prefer the chunky glitter? Does it show up better? Do you need to use less of it? Like, what's the secret here?
So the secret sauce for this is the chunky glitter, and I'll turn this upside down. If you use too much fine glitter, it ends up clumping. You can see over here, this fine glitter clumping up right here, but that chunky glitter kind of breaks it apart. So adding that chunky glitter really helps to break that fine glitter apart, and it doesn't clump together, and because it tends to try to stick together when it's all in there and just fine glitter. So that's why you really want a good base of chunky glitter, and these 2 are really, really great, especially the Don't Be Coy is a great one. And it's very versatile. Like, I feel like it could be used with so many different projects because it's an iridescent glitter. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna pick up whatever fine glitter color you have in here, and it's going to reflect that. So this would be a great one to grab because it's not silver, it's not gold, it's got that iridescent color to it. So it's going to pick up whatever color you use.
So Joanne said, does it just give more contrast?
So it does give more contrast, but like I said, if you can see, it's kind of hard. Sometimes it'll chunk up, like right here, we overhead. What happens is that fine glitter just chunks up.
I love it.
And see how it's over here, but that chunky glitter breaks it apart so that it's not so chunky in your cup.
So would you say ideal world, 75% chunky, 25% fine, just to kind of be the filler?
I would say, yeah, or 60-40 is a good.
Yeah, okay.
60-40 is good.
Love
So
it.
obviously our base is the glitter. You definitely need a double-walled cup. These we just got from Amazon. Now, we are going to be drilling holes in this cup. So just know that it's not going to be vacuum sealed after that. So you're going to get condensation if you use this as a cold cup. Before we break, if you just use it like this, you will not get this condensation on the outside. But no, once we break through the bottom, you are going to, you will get condensation on the outside. So that's just a FYI disclaimer. For the inside, we are using glycerin. Now this is very important. You don't just want to use water. You want to use, we're doing about 1/3 glycerin, 2/3 water, and we're doing it in a squirt bottle. I already have some here. I'll probably mix some more. But this is just, we got this on Amazon. It is linked down below, but just you can get it at Walmart.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Yeah, it's very common. But we are using glycerin. That is very important for this cup. And then, let's see.
So pretty much,
trusty.
let's just recap everything you've got going on today. I mean, we've got, you're drilling through the cup.
Drilling through the cup.
You're adding your glitter, glycerin, water mix.
Yes.
You've got to seal your cup back.
Yes.
We've got to make whatever, we haven't even got to the top, which is beautiful.
Yes.
And we've got a Cricut element.
Yes.
This is gonna be amazing.
This is huge.
This is
huge. So I also, here's another one. I used Call Me Captain, and this is gonna be for the little whipped cream, so we'll save that for later. That's just a little extra because I like to be a little extra. Today we are using heat transfer vinyl and permanent vinyl.
Woohoo!
So we are teaching you all and showing you all how you can use heat transfer vinyl on top of permanent vinyl. That's what we did with this cup. Because basically I didn't have the color that I wanted in permanent vinyl, and so we had it in heat transfer. I used heat transfer vinyl, ironed it on my permanent, good to go.
Amazing.
You are going to need piping bags if you plan on doing the whipped cream portion. So we're gonna set this over here. We've got cup portion, vinyl portion, whipped cream portion.
Amazing.
Lots of stuff. I just added a little bit of cinnamon on top. Once again, this is just me being extra. You don't have to. This is the start of the whips. We'll tell about that in a minute. If you are going to do the whips, you're gonna need the Fast and Final lightweight spackling. This is very important for this. It's super lightweight, but just a little heads up, this is not going to be dishwasher safe, food safe. So I'm gonna show you two different options for this. One that you can take off and use as decoration, and then if you want to put it on top of the cup, this one I actually attach to the top of the cup. So we're gonna give you two different options today.
It's really cool.
Okay. You're definitely gonna need clear packing tape. This is going to be to help seal the bottom of your cup back. This is a star tip, and this is gonna go with your popping stuff if you are doing the whipped creams.
I just want to give a good disclaimer right now. If you're like, okay, there's a lot of supplies here, I think I have a lot of these on hand, guess what? The description of this video has everything down below. So take a look. We have linked, if you need to grab anything, we've linked it all for you, which is incredible. But let's say you don't want, say you have a lot of these supplies, just go through and be like, check, 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 check. Like I have my own glitter, I have this and that. The supply list is there for you all just to reference and to be support for you, because this project, you are going to want to recreate it.
Yes. Okay, so let's go overhead. I know I said that I use StarCraft vinyl, and that's what we're going to use today, but I found this at Dollar Tree and forgot that I put this in my box. These colors are almost exactly the colors, so if you have a Dollar Tree close, these are 6 different glitter colors that you could use for this tumbler and not have to buy the full bottles from 143.
I love it.
Just a FYI.
You're given lots of options, and I'm
lots of options, trying to make sure that you all have all the options. So, without further ado, we are going to get started.
This is gonna be awesome.
It is going to be amazing. So let's go overhead, and I'm gonna show you guys what we're gonna do first. So before I start the drilling process, I'm going to mix my glitters in a bowl here. So I want to start out with my chunky glitters and make sure I'm not measuring, I'm measuring with my heart. I like to measure with my heart a lot, especially cooking, crafting, everything else. We just measure with our heart.
If you see Lauren make some mashed potatoes, you know her heart isn't going in the right direction.
Oh yeah, measure with our heart. So the key to this is getting a really, it's hard to give you exact measurements on how much glitter for each cup. So we're just gonna start out with a little bit. We can always mix more. That's what I loved. I like to start out with small, mix more later if you have to. So once again, we're just coming in here and we're gonna measure with our heart. Whoop. Sometimes our heart says more.
So Joanne, we do not recommend using any like plugs and like gluing it. What you're going to see, Lauren's going to explain to you our process. And it's really permanent and it will work really well for you today. Yeah. Another question, I didn't get to see the Dollar Tree glitter. Is that fine glitter or is it a mix?
It's just fine glitter. That's the only thing, is it is just fine glitter. That's why I said this Don't Be Coy is a great glitter to have on hand as a chunky glitter if you plan on making multiple cups, because it is so versatile. So you could actually do your full like 60% base of just this Don't Be Coy if you wanted to. I just really liked this Pirate's Cove. So you could do that and then add in your Dollar Tree fine glitter if you didn't think that you were gonna use these oranges or any of those much more.
I love it.
So no, the Dollar Tree was not a chunky glitter, so we're just mixing this around. I feel like that's a pretty good place to start, because a little, honestly, a little goes a lot further than you think with this cup. So we've got this mixed. What we're gonna do is now we are going to start the process of drilling into our cup. And I did see where Megan said earlier that the drilling part is the scariest, and I can agree, it can be. But using a light finger on your trigger is key when it comes to drilling through your cup. So I'm actually using, the size of this drill bit is 11/64. It doesn't have to be this precise. You just don't want to go too small. This is not going to create a big enough hole to put all your glitter through. So that's why I chose the 11/64. So I'm going to put this in here. Make sure that locks.
this is the hard. I would say this is the hardest part.
Yeah.
This is it. Like if you can do this, have help to do this. Once you do this one time, you're gonna be obsessed with this technique.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna want to do so many of these, like white chocolate mocha one,
Yep.
like all of them.
So this cup was actually my first cup ever doing the snow globe tumbler.
Really?
Yes, it was my very first snow globe tumbler.
We love the snow globe tumbler.
I am obsessed now.
Courtney made like 5, I feel like 5 of them last year, and she got addicted.
I know. Okay, so what we're doing is this center of the screen. We good? Okay, so what you want to do is you want to try your best to get as close to this edge as possible. You don't want to get in toward the middle, because then you have you run the risk of putting your drill bit through the second layer, this inner wall. So you want to try your best to get out here to the outer wall. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place this down, and we're just using light pressure. We're going to start drilling through our first wall on this tumbler. So once again, let's get it right here. There we go. And you're going to see the acrylic start curling up. It's okay. You don't want to push very hard. See? And then it comes through. Leave it there. Reverse your drill bit and pull it out. And actually, now that I'm looking at that, this drill bit may be, it may not be, it may be big enough. We'll see. We'll play around with it. So one thing that I discovered when doing this, some people just do one side. I like to drill through both sides.
Wow.
Because I feel like that allows the air. So when you add the glycerin and water mixture to one side, it kind of pushes the air out through the other side, so you don't get a lot of bubbles in there.
Smart. Love this.
So we're going to drill through this side. Once again,
hurry and grab that. We love it. Woohoo!
I'm wanting to see. Oh yeah, I think that'll be fine. That's gonna be good. I was just afraid that it might be too small, but I think we're gonna be good. Next thing you're going to do. So we have started I already have some glycerin and water mixed here in this thing. So I'm going to use what I have first. Now what I did is I just took this bottle, I filled it up so you can kind of eyeball. You know, me and Alicia are queens of eyeballing. We're just gonna break it up. So I filled it about 1/3 of the way full of glycerin and the rest filled with water. And this is how much I used. Let's go to the front camera. So I used about a half of this bottle, probably a little more than half of this bottle for 1 cup. So for each bottle, you should be able to possibly fill 2 cups with this.
How neat.
So I love that. We are going to first add in.
Kathy is so glad that you actually are able to share the bit size. It's the first time she's heard anyone actually tell her what bit size to use. So thank you.
Well, I'm here for it.
Look at
So
this.
we're gonna put a little bit of water in the bottom first. Now what this does is this prevents this glitter from getting clogged down here.
Oh.
What happens is it kind of starts floating around down here. If you don't put your water glycerin mixture first, the glitter is going to stay down here, and it's hard for that mixture to get in between all the glitters.
Wow.
So that's why we like to put the water in first.
Okay, now Megan's throwing you a curveball.
Distilled water or regular tap water. Listen, I grabbed a bottle of water out of the pack that we have. I think it's just spring water. So
Which
this is a spring water mixture. I don't think it matters.
Right.
I just think if you just having some water, I think tap water will be fine. So here is my next trick for you guys. When it comes to filling glitter, you all know that it can be a pain.
Yes.
And get very messy.
What's the secret?
The secret sauce to this is we are going to take this tape, we're going to cut it.
I got to see you and Courtney developing the secret.
Yes.
It's crazy.
And we are going to take our tape, we're gonna wrap it with the sticky side on the outside. If you put the sticky side on the inside, your glitter's just gonna get stuck. So we're gonna take our tape and we're going to wrap it around the outside of our cup so that we create a wall on the outside.
It looks a little crazy.
It does look a little cray-cray.
Looks a little like, what is she doing?
What is this crazy woman doing? Okay, let's go overhead. Do y'all see my little wall of tape? Now what you're going to do, mix this up once more.
Oh my gosh, these colors. Guys, are you all not huge fan of these colors?
Let's get this little guy.
Are you not dying over the colors?
We're just gonna fill up the top.
Woohoo!
Just a little bit. And then y'all, we're just gonna start
Love
tapping.
it. Lauren, they're so focused. They're not commenting because they're watching this technique. Everyone has their eyes peeled in this project. How long does a project usually take you when you're making either a snow globe tumbler or a regular tumbler? So, Lauren, how long would you say this would take start to finish?
Start to finish, is this with or without the whipped cream?
Let's say without the whipped cream.
Without the whipped cream, 30 minutes.
Wow. So this is really, I mean,
Not
once you
very
get your
long.
process down, it's going to be really, really good.
And honestly, you could do it less than that too.
Yeah. Yeah, this is incredible.
We're going to actually take this drill bit and we're going to start pushing it down in here. This is the smaller drill bit. I'm just going to start moving it. So
Patty says we are paying attention.
So you can take a toothpick. I just have this drill bit handy. I'm just going to start moving this around and I'm going to put some on the other side too because I don't want it all to go in one side and just completely clump up on that side. So it takes a minute. Let's see. Stacy says every time I make a snow globe tumbler, it leaks from the top. Huh.
Wonder what kind of cup you're using, Stacy.
I don't know. That's another thing. Once you make these, do not put them in the dishwasher. Because, once again, we've said it once, we'll say it again. Handmade equals...
Yes, hand wash.
Hand wash.
Woohoo.
Okay, so
Kathy
if
is like,
I was
I'm
making
watching
this
it
again,
so close.
or if I was making another one, I must have grabbed the wrong drill bit. I may have Alicia or somebody bring in the drill bits and tell you another size because I think this 11/64, it's a good size to put your glycerin and stuff in, and if you have time, it leaves less room for error, I guess with hitting that second wall, but it is a little more time consuming with pushing this glitter through. So just keep that in mind. The bigger drill bit you use, the easier the glitter will go through it. However, you do take more of a risk of hitting that second wall. I think the 11/64 is probably a good bet. If you're scared, just make sure you have, I mean, it's gonna take some time pushing this glitter through. Let's see, would it be easier without the chunky glitter? So, Margaret, if you were here at the beginning, remember I said the reason we're using the chunky glitter is because if we don't use the chunky glitter, what's going to happen is that fine glitter is going to just clump up, and what it's going to do is it's not going to flow as easy, and it's not going to look as pretty. So the reason we put the hole near the edge is because if you put it in the center, what's going to happen is that glitter is just going to sit there on the top. It's not going to move around the sides. Us putting it on the sides allows the glitter to go down the side walls of this cup. You don't want it stuck right there on top. And if you missed it, we did drill 2 holes, 1 on each side, so that way when we add our water and glycerin mixture, then well, if I can get in there, when we add the water glycerin mixture, it pushes the air out on this side so that we don't get bubbles. If you can see, let me try to hold it to the side. You can see we don't have any bubbles here. It allows the air to flow through this side while the water comes through this other side. Just
Love
like
it.
the arrow, it's science.
That's incredible.
And then, after we did our first round of glitter, you all can see nothing is getting stuck.
Woo-hoo.
So we're just gonna mix this around. And really, you can use as little or as much glitter as you'd like. This is going to be personal preference. So now we're going to mix this again. And we're going to add some more. And I actually think I'm gonna add a little bit more orange with this one. So I'm just gonna come in here and add some more orange on the top of this. And that's the beauty with this project, is you can do it literally however you want.
Yay! Oh my gosh, this tumbler is so good. I mean, you guys are gonna love it. This is the hardest part. Like the Cricut part for today's project, super easy.
I mean,
a
breeze.
A breeze. And then to literally Lauren is gonna show you how to put icing on the cake on top of your project
now
today.
let me just go ahead and say this icing on the cake is something that's going to take a couple days. And the reason being is because this has to dry. So just keep that in mind if you are wanting to make them made possibly to sell. I would suggest you batch your whipped cream all in one, like do it, and it's just know that production is going to take a little longer. Like it's not going to be a one-day thing. It's going to take a couple days.
So look at you.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Now we're going to add more of our water glycerin mixture.
Look at this. I like how you're doing. So if you all are just tuning in, she recommends the water glycerin base first, just a little, to help with your glitter. And then you just kind of go back and forth. Add the glitter, add the glycerin, back and forth.
Yep.
It's pretty awesome. Look
and
at
then,
that.
let's see. Let's put some on this side because I think this is where most of our glitter went. And that's one thing, just keep in mind, see where your glitter went so that it doesn't get so chunky. And then I don't want to like turn it upside down completely just yet because it will fall out the bottom. Just keep that in mind.
Love it.
I think we've got a pretty good base of chunky. I'm gonna add some more. I think I was a little light-handed on this fine glitter today. So I'm gonna add just a little bit more right here. As you all can see, that fine glitter just goes right in there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But see, this is what I was talking about, it getting, you see right here, this is why we don't just use fine glitter. Like I've got enough chunky in there that it's going to disperse, but this is why we don't use just fine glitter, okay?
Love it.
So we're gonna put this in here, break it up, and then we're gonna mix it.
Woohoo! Look at that.
See, so if that does that, just use the heel of your hand and bust that up. But that's why we like to use it.
Really kind of helps too.
Yeah. So let's see. Oh no! I lost my walls. We're gonna put our walls back on. Actually, while our walls are off, let's make sure. Let's check this. I'm gonna put my fingers over top of here, and we're gonna see what we think. I still think we need some more glitter. I don't know. Maybe. What do y'all think? More glitter? I think we can always use more glitter.
Yeah, always could use more. I mean, the finished product has so much in it. It looks so good.
Okay, so we're building our wall again. Building our tape wall. I don't know if this tape wall is going to stay. I might have to do a new tape wall. This is another thing. If you all are doing this, it's going to get messy.
Yes, get your
Just be
space
prepared.
ready.
Be prepared for the mess. Let's see. This is the one thing that packing tape
is magical.
It is, but when I'm using it for this, like, it's hard to see. And
yeah.
let's see.
Oh my goodness. So we have Diane. She said, I wasn't going to buy resin, but now you forced me. Guys, this is a great reason to try out UV resin.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is a practical project. You are opening up, you know, this double-walled tumbler. You're adding in something and making it something so new, and then you're going to use this UV resin to kind of seal it up very quickly. Like Lauren, you know, 30, 45 minutes, and you're going to have an amazing double-walled glitter tumbler.
Yes, which is actually something I just realized. We've been using UV resin so much.
We love it.
We've been passing it around. It's currently not in here.
Oh, let me go grab it.
Thank you. Because we will be using that here in just a second. Okay, y'all. This is, once again, I apologize. This is the longest portion of this project, is getting this glitter in here. It's my favorite, but it does take a minute. I've been wanting to do this, but I'm so nervous about messing up. Kathy, do not be nervous. I promise you, because once you do it the very first time, you're going to be absolutely hooked with this. My first snow globe tumbler was the one that you see on our thumbnail. So don't fret. Messing up is part of crafting, but I really don't think this is, in my opinion, a pretty foolproof craft. The only thing is using that drill. If you're not comfortable with a drill,
have a friend help you out with it. Like this, I mean, you also got to see Lauren do that process just a few moments ago, and it really isn't that challenging. Like, if you've never worked with a drill, maybe do some, you know, just drill some on a spare piece of wood or something just to get comfortable with it before you head to the tumbler. But once you do this project, it'll kind of set you up to do other projects. And you guys know, having the power of a drill and things like that is kind of a great skill to have. So I think you all are gonna love it.
Okay, here we go.
Yay!
Using the heel of your hand to move this glitter around is very important.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna make sure that our glitter falls and it's not stuck.
Yes.
Okay, I think we are ready to fill the rest up and then add our resin.
Woohoo!
Yay! So what we're gonna do now, we are going to wipe the top of our, where are our, there they are. They normally sit up here. We're just gonna wipe the top of our cup off.
Kathy, you can totally make this project. No need to be nervous whatsoever. You will love doing this. Nice and slow. We feel comfortable enough to do it as a live stream. So any project you see that we do as a live stream, it means that we know you're capable of it. There's not many things that can go wrong. It is something, I mean, that we just did live. So you can't tell me that you couldn't do it, because you can't, right? Like, you're gonna rock it. So Lauren's adding in her last little bit of glycerin.
So now you're gonna add the water glycerin mixture all the way to the top.
Okay, Joanne, we have other cups that we actually love. Any double wall cup will work. We have the kids, some smaller ones, and that was what we tested on and kind of developed our process. Courtney did. She did a live stream from the Christmas time, and I loved it because it has a really big area at the bottom to kind of allow you to fill in.
Yes.
So there are different sizes. Just look at the double wall tumblers.
Yes, so the ones that she used was actually, they were double walled like wine glasses.
Yes.
They have a lot more area at the bottom that you can work with. So what I have done is I have added, and there's a little bubble right here of air. So I'm gonna try to move that, oops, I'm spilling out the side. I'm just gonna move that bubble over this way, and I'm gonna fill up this edge, and it's gonna pop out the other side. Okay, so we're good. We've got enough in there right now. You are now just going to make sure that this is wiped off.
Love it.
We are going to take our UV resin. This is the J Diction is our favorite. We absolutely love it. So what I'm going to do first with this tumbler specifically, there is a little bit of an indentation here at the bottom. I'm going to fill that up with UV resin. But first, before we fill it up, we are going to take our clear packing tape. We are going to cut a couple pieces off. So we've got our clear packing tape. We're going to take a very small piece, just enough to cover up the holes, and we are going to cover up this side of the cup with that clear packing tape. We're going to make sure it fits down very nice and tight.
Okay, so can you just recap for everyone what you just did?
I'm taking the clear packing tape, cutting a small piece of it. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
And I'm taking this tape and I'm covering this hole with that clear packing tape.
Okay.
So what that's going to do is that's going to seal in that moisture, so the water and glycerin mixture, so that when I add my UV resin doesn't fall down into the cup. That is why we're doing that. It's not, it's basically just to keep a barrier for our UV resin to not go down into the cup.
Oh.
That's what that is for. So now that I've got that added, I'm going to get some gloves. I almost forgot my gloves, y'all. That would have been.
We have stocked gloves now in the studio because we need them so much. I love it.
Okay, so I'm going to take the UV resin first, and I'm going to add it to the center portion of this cup.
Now, we get questions about UV resin all the time. Does it have an odor? Not really. It's
No.
very low odor, very interesting. I highly recommend. UV resin is a one-part solution, so there's no mixing.
Right.
You get it in this bottle. I love the bottle that we have right now because look, she's able to make sure she's not wasting any whatsoever. Then you either take it outside, like it's a very sunny day, we could sit it outside, but we have the UV light too. So I do recommend if you're going UV resin today to invest in a UV light, wouldn't you say, Lauren?
I would, and I would try to get a pretty high wattage of a light. The nail lights are perfect for UV resin. So if any of our friends out there gets gel polish on your nails, you know you have to cure your nails under a UV light.
Yep.
You can buy those UV lights on Amazon, and those are great for UV resin. So what I'm doing now is I just did the inner portion of the bottom of the cup because, like I said, there's a dip in the cup, and you don't want to get the UV resin very thick. You want to cure it in thin layers. So I'm curing this first layer to make the bottom of the cup even all the way across first, and then we're going to seal the whole bottom.
Okay, so we have Kirsten saying, I feel so hesitant the packing tape would not be enough. Kirsten, it's not enough. If we were just putting packing tape on this, it would not be enough. What's happening here is the resin is the secret sauce. So you're getting the secret sauce of using the resin with the packing tape for support.
Yeah.
Is it already
it's
sealed?
Cured. It's so now we have an even surface all the way across. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come in, we're gonna make sure I see where my holes are. And just because I don't necessarily want to put it just where the packing tape is, I really want to get a super good seal on this. I'm actually going to put it all over the bottom of the cup. And then what you can do is you can come in here with your gloved hand and kind of move it around to make sure it is even all the way across.
Yeah. Now, Kathy, if you're wanting to cure your resin project through like sheer blind or sheer curtains inside, I don't think it'll necessarily cure near as fast as if you put it outside in direct sunlight. Like the direct sunlight is the secret here. So make sure technically you could cure it on a cloudy day too. It would just take a lot longer.
Yeah.
The sunny days is where you're gonna be like, okay, yeah, that was really fast. We have cured things with UV resin, especially at boot camp. What project was it at boot camp?
Was it the dish soap tumbler?
Our dish soap tumbler. We cured that using sunlight on the live stream. So you guys know we're talking the talk, walking the walk, day in, day out, which we love.
So I'm just coming in here, making sure my edges look really good. The good part about this is if you do have some spillage over the sides, you can actually just take a little, like a sanding block, a very fine grit sanding block, and even that out. So now we're just gonna cure the bottom.
We're almost at 12 months of use.
It's pretty cured already. I'm gonna actually have you sit this outside while I work on.
Okay. Woohoo.
Hold on just a second.
I love this. So while we're chatting.
This is a process. We do have a mess. Be prepared to have glitter on you for about a week. Just part of it. So what we're gonna do now, I'm kind of gonna clean up my area a little bit.
Because you're getting ready for part 2 of the project.
Part 2 of our project is our design space portion.
Now, how would you say this UV resin self-levels? That was a great question we had.
So I like to, it does, as far as self-leveling, let's talk about this, because I do like this question. It does not self-level as well as casting resin.
Yeah.
Because the UV resin cures so fast. So you have to be very careful.
You have to kind of have it ready.
You have to, not only do you have to have it ready, but if you don't want it to cure super fast, I have had it cure, which we have a very well-lit craft area, and it actually cured on me just through the sun, through the windows. It didn't fully cure, but it started curing on me before I could get it leveled. So I would suggest, if you're trying to get it perfectly level, do it away from a window. It ends up self-leveling pretty good.
Yeah. It's just not as well as the casting.
Right.
That's what you want to be aware of.
But I like the UV resin better than casting. I used to be a casting resin, nothing else.
Well, casting resin, it has room for mistakes because you can fix air bubbles.
Yes.
It's a longer process, so it gives you working time.
Yes.
Which I do appreciate. But I will say, for someone that's used casting resin for a long time, when it takes a long time to cure, it allows time for more air, which could be, I've had dust particles get into a finished project that was sitting overnight. Did not appreciate that.
No.
So everything's pro and cons. Everything's pro and cons.
So Tanner actually brought our drill kit in here, and I'm going to give you all the, I think this was the one. So the drill bit that I did use today was the 11/64. I think it's a good size to start out with, but no, like you saw, it took us a while to get that glitter in there. If I was doing it again, and I think this might be, because I get my drill bits, they're all together just randomly floating around. I would probably use the 15/64 is the one that I would use. It's a little bigger of a hole, but it's still not so large that you take a chance of hitting that second wall inside the tumbler.
Right.
So 15/64 is what I would use to drill that hole if I were doing it again. So now let's hop over. So I can already go ahead and tell you, I know that Spice Girls is Groovy Moves.
Love Groovy Moves.
It's Groovy Moves.
Love Groovy Moves.
So for those of you all who want to grab this is already a cut file, but I can show you guys how I added pumpkin over Spice Girls. And as you can see, I actually ended up taking the word girl and spacing out the letters a little more than I did spice. That way it fit within there, but we'll just go ahead. We'll add us a text. We're gonna come up here because I know Groovy Moves is on here. Now, just in case you all didn't know, with the new system, the new update, you have to go to System Fonts to find your Maker's Gonna Learn fonts.
Love it.
So we're just gonna type in Groovy Moves, Groovy, and then I'm going to add Spice and then Girl underneath here. So as you can see, this does not look like this right now. What you can do is we're going to take this, we're going to go to Advanced, Ungroup to Lines, so that gives Spice and Girl separate. We're then going to take select the word girl, and we're going to give it some more letter spacing. So we're going to stretch that out because I want this closer to the word spice. But if you see, if I didn't space that out, it's going to hit that P. So that's why I spaced that out. So we're going to go up to letter spacing some more, space it out just a hair more, and then, and this is going to be really a personal preference, how far you want it apart, how close you want the word Spice Girl. So you can see that's pretty close to where I had that. Now, the word pumpkin, I welded that, and I cannot remember what font I used, but guess what? We can use any font we want. We're just gonna grab us a cursive font. We're gonna go to System Fonts, and we are going to, look, Addie Kate looks pretty good. Let's work with Addie Kate. So this is not the exact font that I used, but I'm gonna show you how I added the pumpkin and it goes through the word spice. So we're just going to type pumpkin.
Look at this.
We're going to size this down.
Now, what font is that?
That's Addie Kate.
Wow.
That's not the font that I used there.
I love both of them though.
But we are going to size this down so that it sits over spice. Now let's change the color so you can see how it sits over spice. You can see when we'll zoom in. Let's zoom in. So what we're going to do now to get, if you can see, there is space between the eye, the dot of the eye, and the pumpkin. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select the word pumpkin, and I'm going to create an offset on this. So it always pops up 0.25 offset. That's completely too big for what we're wanting. You can use this bar to size up and down. I think it's more precise if you use the, if you just type in the numbers. So we're actually gonna do let's start with a 0.04 and see where we're at. So that's a little small. Let's go to a 0.05, see what that looks like. I like that better. So we're going to apply that offset. Now you can see, we're gonna zoom in even more so you guys can see it a lot better. You can see that that offset runs through that eye. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna pull it up just a little bit so it doesn't touch the S. What we are now going to do, I'm going to select the text offset that I put on pumpkin.
Right.
And then I'm going to select the word spice. Okay?
This is like advanced Cricut training, y'all.
So we have our 2 layers selected. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to slice that. So it looks like pumpkin and it went away. Don't worry. Now I'm going to take that offset away. I'm going to take this slice result away and that one. And boom, look at that.
Everyone is complimenting your amazing training, Lauren. They are loving it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for this. It is so good.
Absolutely. And what I love about this is it doesn't have, I mean, you can do this with so many different things. It really gives, I just love the look that it gives.
I love it.
So now, so we can add our offset to the whole thing, I'm going to select all of this because this is where I want it to be. And I'm going to, you can weld it or you can attach it for right now. I would go ahead, let's go ahead and weld it together. So that is going to make it all one color. So we're going to select it. I'm going to change it back over to this orange, beautiful orange color. And then I'm going to add an offset on the whole thing. Now remember, I had the 0.05 offset before, so we're going to up that offset. We're going to try 0.15 and see what that looks like.
Ooh.
Now, here is where you want to make sure that your outside edges or you don't have to. I thought it looked better where my outside edges connected. So the 1.5, the R and the L offset doesn't touch here, and this doesn't touch right here. So I'm gonna go up to a 0.18. We'll see what that looks like. Still needs just a little bit more. Let's go to 0.2. Boom. Now they're all, oh no, they're not. See this down here is still, it gets me every time. Let's go to 0.21. Now it's touching, okay? This on the inside doesn't matter. We just need this whole outside connected. So now we're going to apply that, Then we're going to have our weld result selected. We're going to hit contour, and then we're going to hide all contours so that it is one perfect layer on the inside.
You just got to see that sticker designed like
Yes.
no other. But Lauren, let's say that I already want the pumpkin spice girl. I know like this design is perfect. I want this exact one. How do I get that?
If you want this exact one, you don't want to go through designing, what you're going to do, you're going to hop over to makersgonnalearn.com. You're going to click on the cut files, and then I will show you where this is at. We're going to search pumpkin spice.
So we have it the best of both worlds. You just got to see how you could design your very own, or you can grab the cut file that will be automatically designed for you. Oh, and there it is.
Pumpkin spice
Yay.
girl. Boom. It's already done for you. This
Download
is just,
it
if
and
you
rock
don't
it.
like this font and you want to use a different font, I wanted to make sure you guys knew that you can.
Yes, and look at the website. We're not signed in right now, so you can browse
yeah.
all the cut files without even being a member. So if you're on the fence, I just want to encourage you, go over there, check out the cut files, check out the fonts, and get ready to know all the things you get access to as soon as you say yes. So we'd love to have you as a member. It's so good.
Absolutely.
I love all the detailed informations for this training. Y'all, this should be like a $27 masterclass, right? Like there's like 3 different projects going on today.
We really
it's so
are, and
good.
Y'all, it's almost 1 o'clock. I'm trying to hurry. I'm trying, I promise. So we have our Maker 3. We are going to select Make It. I'm going to kick the drill over real quick, and I'm going to grab a mat. So once we click Make It, I'm going to start out with my gold layer. So this is going to be my base layer. I'm going to stick it down, burnish it down onto our mat. Now, I will say this gold I am obsessed with.
I love it. Now, where'd you get that?
It has a leaf pattern on it. I'm wanting to say that this is from 143, and I'm pretty sure it's linked. Actually, I know it's linked.
Love it.
It is their textured, it's under their textured vinyl. So you can find that at 143.
It's linked down below.
It's linked down below. We love us some 143. And I'm trying to, you know what, we'll just do it this way. I realize that I have something on my hands and it's smearing on this, but it's okay. So now we are going to click Continue. We are connected. Should be. There we go. This is just going to, we're just going to cut this on a premium vinyl. Not a big deal. We're going to do default pressure. We're going to load this into our mat, and then we're going to let this cut. Now, while that is starting to cut, I'm going to grab my Cricut mini press, because did you all forget that we are actually going to be putting heat transfer vinyl on permanent?
Yes.
It's one of those things, like, there's so many levels to this project that I keep forgetting what we're doing. So I'm going to put my mini press on a heat setting of 2. We're going to let that heat up while this cuts. And I'm going to move my cup before it knocks it off. I just now realized that. So our Cricut is cutting our material. Now let's go, while that's cutting, let's talk about our whipped cream real quick.
Ooh, let's see that on the overhead. Let's get it. I mean, this looks like real whipped cream. Like you need to eat it before it's go melt.
Yes. So let's talk about our whipped cream. I love, love, love this. And it is definitely a just a little decorative something that you can put on top of your cups. Like I said earlier, we actually attached our whipped cream with the UV resin to this other cup. Just know that, you know, this is not something you can put in your dishwasher. This is literally for decorative purposes only. But if you don't feel comfortable putting this or attaching this to your cup, I have made one already, and y'all, you can just take it on and off and just set it on the top for decorative purposes.
Love
and then
it.
Take it off when you're ready to use the cups.
Yeah.
So we're going to show you how to do that. Now that this is cut, we're going to take our HTV. We're actually, jump over to share screen. One thing you want to make sure, So we didn't mirror this on our canvas before we put it on there. You don't want to mirror your permanent vinyl, so your base layer you're not going to mirror, but you're gonna make sure you come in here and edit this and mirror this one because we are cutting it with HTV. So now that we've got that, we are going to do the everyday iron-on setting, and then we are going to put our HTV onto our
Now the main
mat.
reason we're using HTV instead of permanent vinyl today is because we didn't have the shade of permanent vinyl that Lauren wanted for today's project. So you're going to get to see how easy it is to kind of mix some HTV with this permanent gold, gold.
Permanent vinyl.
Yeah, gold permanent vinyl, which is like textured. It's kind of like fabricy. You're going to get to see how the heat transfer vinyl adheres to it. It actually is going to turn out great. It's going to feel really good. As you can see, this is, if you're selling these, this is a pretty big investment time-wise. So you're going to see that there's a lot of supplies and things. So again, it's over, this is not a $20 tumbler. This is going to definitely be, upwards of double that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Things like that.
So another thing that I love, we didn't have the right color, but I also love the feel of the HTV on top of permanent. And this would be great just to sell as stickers too.
Oh my gosh, would that not be an amazing
it's like you can't feel it. And I love that about it. I love that once we get the HTV on there, like you're not gonna be able to feel the difference. Can't find the Starbucks coupon on the Facebook page.
So just head over. It's not on the Facebook page. You got to be in our member group. So there's a difference between the page and the group. So head over to the group. It is over there for you, my friends. You can see it. Sue, you know what? Let me see if I can tag you.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can tag you, Sue.
Okay, one other thing that we need to talk about. This is a lot.
I just tagged you, Miss Sue.
This is the extra. Let's go overhead. I did make some polymer clay sprinkles, y'all.
Lauren loves sprinkles, and Lauren loves
glitter,
faux whipped cream.
So this is, we're not gonna go into extreme detail on how to make these. I linked the polymer clay down below. All you have to do is roll your polymer clay out into a very thin, as you can see, it was a very, very thin piece, kind of like you snake it out. You're going to bake that clay at 215 degrees for 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, and then once that's done, all you do is you take it and you just break it. You pop it and make little sprinkles.
Yeah.
Super easy. But we're not gonna go into a lot of detail for that because we really don't have time. So now that HTV is cut, I'm going to grab my scissors and we're gonna weed this.
And this is super quick. It doesn't take long at all. We love weeding HTV too because it's really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yay, Sue, you got your tag. Woohoo. I love it.
So now I'm just gonna come in here.
Could you use real sprinkles? Megan, you probably could because we talk about...
If it's just for decorative use.
Yeah, you probably could. The polymer clay is like probably the longest lasting, best looking, right? Like it's the best. And just to make sure. So it's up to you. That would be more personal preference.
Yeah, once again, this whipped cream, it is literally if you just want to be a little extra. It is going to be for decorative use only, so it's not like anything is going to go in a mouth. So if you wanted to use real sprinkles, I say go for it if you don't have any polymer clay laying around. Let's see, we're gonna get this weeded out. So we have our pumpkin spice girl weeded out. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to place this on my offset.
Oh, I like using HTV too because you have time to move it around, make sure it's perfectly centered.
Yes.
So awesome.
Mini easy press on a heat setting of 2, and then we're just gonna press it on there.
So Ty's wondering what the whipped cream is made out of.
The whipped cream, if you'll give me just a second, I will show you.
And the coupon for the coffee is while supplies last. So what happens is we load up a Starbucks gift card, a few $100s, say thank you to the members.
Y'all.
You use it, and when when it runs out, it runs out. I'll try to reload it probably like 1 more time or 2 times today.
Are y'all seeing this?
Ooh!
What?
Love it.
Love it. So Ty asked what the whipped cream is made out of. The whipped cream is made out of the DAP Fast and Final Lightweight Spackling.
Love it.
It's my favorite when it comes to like the faux whipped cream. You can use this for so many different things though, especially crafting. This is a very good thing to have on hand. You may not use it all the time, but it's still very good to have on hand for crafting.
Yeah.
Love it for crafting. So if you want to grab that cup.
Yeah, oh, I forgot our cups outside. We're letting that resin cure it.
We are letting that resin cure.
The sun cure
and we're going to talk about the whipped cream real quick. So we'll go to one. As you can see, I already have some of these whips, the smaller ones already made. Now the reason that I have, wow, I'm obsessed. We'll show that in a minute.
So good.
The reason that I have the smaller ones pre-made is because if you see, this is a very large piece of that, a very large amount of the Fast and Final. If you make this all at one time, what's gonna happen is this middle is just going to fall down. It's not gonna dry, it's gonna fall down, and it's just gonna be a big old mess. So my suggestion is if you are wanting to make these, batch it. Do a lot at one time. As you can see, I've got like 3 or 4 more down in the bucket. So I made a lot of these at one time. And I'm gonna show you guys the technique. We're gonna start out with a popping bag.
Oh, snap.
Now, I have done a lot of cake decorating popping before. A lot of people like to use the pieces that screw on. You put your popping tip in there and screw it on. I just like putting mine through the bag. We're gonna see about how far down. Let's go over, are we overhead? Let's go overhead. So we're gonna see about how far down this tip can go where it would be secure. So we're gonna cut it about right there. So you do need to do this with each of your tips. So we're gonna cut it right under there. We're gonna take our scissors. We're gonna go ahead, cut the tip of this popping bag off. And then we are going to add in our popping tip.
Wow.
Push it down to the bottom.
I bet you all didn't think you were gonna learn some like cake decorating and some cupcake decorating.
And then we're just gonna pull it through right here until it's tight. And that way you don't have to have that piece that screws on.
Look at that.
Done. Ready to pop.
Ready to pop.
You
Whatever
can
you want.
also use a Ziploc bag. Whichever one you have there.
The Ziploc bag, you think, I mean, it's a little, like,
Ziploc
it's
bag
really
works
good.
great.
It's really good.
Ziploc bag works great. So, I have a piece of freezer paper here, as you can see. I have taken the lid of my cup and taken a pen and I've drawn around it so I know how large the cup lid
Smart.
is. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to fill our popping bag with our Fast and Final.
Now, do you need me to grab you something to scoop it in there with?
I've got a spoon right here.
Perfect.
I already grabbed that.
Woohoo.
So we're gonna take our little plastic spoon.
Now, does it use a lot of this stuff? Like, do you need a lot? Like, tell us what your thoughts are.
My thoughts are, I would fill this popping bag full, just because we're gonna start with the little whips. The popping bag full will probably make 4 to 5 of these little whips.
Okay.
And then from there, it'll take, to get to this amount, it'll take about where the max is. I'd say if you filled it a little bit above the max, that's how much it's gonna take to fill the rest of this.
Cool.
So now we're just gonna keep on filling this. This thing's pretty full, so I'm gonna start working this spackling down my popping bag.
Now, Lauren, I got a good question for you.
Okay.
We've had some friends say, are you using a foam ball? Let's talk about it. Do you need a foam ball at the base of this? Because I don't see one on the table.
There is not one on the base of this. Now, I have seen where people do use the foam ball, and if you are taking it on and off, that would be perfect. I'm not personally using one because when I first did this project, I thought that when I first did the project, I attached this to the cup lid. And then once I realized, hey, there might be some people that don't want this on their cup lid.
Yeah.
They may want to be able to take this on and off. So that's why I had already created the whips. Right. So you can use the foam ball and just place it on, take it on and off the top of your cup. This is just a different way. Foam balls are great. What you would do is you would cut that foam ball in half, set it down, whip around it. This way you have an option to set your straw through it if you want to, is the way that I'm showing you. So, see, the straw comes out. So to do the small whips, I'm just going to do one and I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to show you how to do the rest of it.
Love it.
We're going to start out, and I'll start here in this corner. For the small whips, I'm going to start with a circle around like this, and then we're going to bring it up and push it down. Up, push it down.
That's beautiful.
Up, and then push it back down.
Is this really the flick of the wrist, Lauren?
It's a lot of the flick of the wrist. Now you can stop right there if you want to. However, if you want to add the place through the middle of this, what I have done is I just have a paper straw, and all I'm going to do is come in here and add a hole right here.
Wow.
So that it can go on around. So I can stick the straw through there. So that opens that up, and then if you have an old straw, you can use an old straw to make it a little bigger. But what I just did is I just moved this around back and forth, and I swear I think these lights are melting this.
Oh, I bet so. I bet so.
Because it's kind of falling flat.
But it is kind of cool in this room too. So like the lights are probably the heating source.
Yeah, it's okay.
So you just want to be careful.
It's okay. So now, once this is dried, you're going to let your first whip sit and dry for no less than 24 hours. That's why I say do like 4 or 5 of them at one time. Once those have dried, like this one has, we're placing it in the middle of the size of our cup.
Okay.
What we're going to do now, we're going to, this is just, I'm going to move my spackling down some more. And we're going to twist as we go. We are going to come around here, and we're just going to pop around. Now you can twist, you can do really cute little designs with this. I just like the basic star tip look. So literally all I'm doing is just around my center whip, trying my best to stay even with it to the top, and then push it up. And there you go.
How about it?
That is it. Now what you're going to do while this is wet, if you want to add your sprinkles, you're going to pop those bad boys in there. It's kind of hard. I really like to use, which I've taken them out, I had to use them this morning. I really like to use my needle nose tweezers to kind of pick each individual piece up and place it where I want it, so I don't mess with the look of that star tip. I love using our tweezers. So you're just going to add this around. I'm not going to really go into a lot of detail. While it's still wet, if you want to be extra, you can add your cinnamon, pumpkin spice, whatever. Yes, we're going to add a little bit of cinnamon to it, make it look pretty.
I love it.
And then this is where this white glitter comes in.
Oh.
We're going to sprinkle the top of this with white glitter, and I really think that it just makes this whipped cream pop.
So Kathy asked, I've seen that a few times, Kathy. Sorry we haven't got to address it yet. Have you tried the glitter from Hobby Lobby? So I would say almost all glitter's made the same. What we love about StarCraft is the variety.
Yes.
If you've not seen the lineup of glitter from StarCraft, they're taking over the glitter world. Go check it out. It's linked down below, so you'll love it. But I think you'll rock. If you want Hobby Lobby glitter, use Hobby Lobby glitter. We were recommending Dollar Tree glitter.
I mean, listen, I found a pack of glitter that was almost identical to the StarCraft glitter. That's just if you're balling on a budget, you don't want to buy a big thing of orange because you know, like,
it takes up a lot of space.
It does. It really does. So, once this is done, you let this sit for 24 hours. You can be done there. You have your whip. You can take it, which, by the way, guys, this is the cup that we made. Let's go overhead.
Y'all made that today.
We
How
made
do you
this
all
today.
feel? Guys, this is the exact one that you and Lauren
We didn't even
made.
put our sticker on it.
Not
I just now realized.
Not even.
Not even.
There's even more. Look at that. So you got this sticker. Oh, snap. Guys, look at it.
Boom.
Look at it.
which
Oh
here
my
I
goodness,
am.
I love it.
I've got a little bit of a, we're gonna fix this.
Yeah, there's so many places that have glitter. Auntie Tay has been rocking glitter too. I mean, guys, glitter there's so many. Like,
There we
I
go.
love it.
Got it.
Woohoo!
And we made this today. So you can be done, let's go to camera 1 if we're not there. You can be done here once it's dried. You can take your lid, place it on there just for decorations. We're not gonna go into a ton of detail because it is 20 after 1. If you want to apply it to the top of your cup, all I did was I came in here, UV resin on the top, I set it on top of the UV resin, turned it over, and I cured it from the bottom.
Wow.
That's it. And then I came in and just added a little bit of UV resin around it and cured it, and then I was done.
Yeah, that was our idea. So to make this as permanent and sealed as possible, we thought, you know, obviously the UV resin to seal it, it's clear, so that resin is going to be the best glue for you. It's resin.
Let's come over here.
And then, you know, what you can do is for this, you know, the finished one is add the UV resin all over it. So this is permanent. I mean, you can touch this.
Yeah.
You can, I mean, it's firm. It's really, this is your best bet. And I would say this one right here, it's for personal use.
Yeah, it's
Like,
personal use.
You're going to take good care of her. Handmade is hand washed.
I actually wouldn't, what I would do if that was mine and I wanted to seal it, I probably wouldn't, I mean, you could probably hand wash it, but your main thing that's gonna get dirty is the inside of your cup.
Yeah.
So I would just take it and wash the inside and not like wash this.
But also, let's say you just want to make this because it's amazing.
It's adorable.
It's adorable. And you can take this on and off. Now you can have your cup that you can wash. Your permanent glitter in your HTV can get, you know, hand washed wet.
Yes.
Like, it's totally fine.
Yes.
And you're gonna have great results. It's gonna be so fun. Look at this, guys. I mean, look at it. How amazing. Oh my goodness. What is it doing?
Hey everybody, welcome to the 13 days of Halloween with Makers Gonna Learn. My name's Alicia and today we're gonna be making a super fun fall door hanger. I'm gonna be taking you all through every step of the process between painting your sign, designing it in Design Space, and how to do the perfect stencil every single time. It's so easy. Stay tuned so you guys can learn exactly how to make perfect stencils on all of your wood signs. Let's go overhead so I can show you all everything you're gonna need to complete this project. Here's everything you're gonna need to complete this project. So we've got our stencil vinyl. This is the Starcraft mint colored stencil vinyl. The tack on this is really, really good if you're doing wood signs. They do offer a yellow stencil vinyl that works really good, but this one is better for wood in my opinion. And then I also have the Caesar transfer tape. This is my favorite transfer tape. There's actually lots of favorites in this video. I've got a paintbrush, a sanding block. You're gonna wanna do 180 or above to sand. We're just doing like a light sand. Even a 220 would work for this. Nothing super crazy. We're just kind of smoothing out our wood sign. And then I've got my colors. So we've got our background color, which is this linen folk art color. I'm obsessed. I use this color for so many things. And then I've got a toasted terracotta and a golden sunset. And I made sure to pick out matte paints. The Starcraft chalk paint works decently well, but you're gonna wanna use any matte paint. So matte is gonna work best for when we're doing our stencil technique. You're just gonna get the cleanest edges if you're using a matte paint. And then I've got a staple gun, a weeding tool, some floral wire and some wire cutters, some scissors. Obviously we've got our wood blanks. And these, I wanna say were 2 for $10. So this is like a 2-piece. These are such a good size. This is an 18-inch round, but like not super thick. So there's actually 2 in this package. I haven't opened it up yet. But these were only $10 for 2. That is like a good deal. You can't really find that anywhere else. And that may have just been a sale. But make sure and check at Michael's every so often because they do run specials on stuff like that. And then I've got some floral wires. All of these are just floral stems from Hobby Lobby. Got these cute little pumpkins I may add in. We're gonna kind of play around with our florals and get it to something that we like. And then I've already pre-cut some of this out, but I wanted to add that I cut most of this, actually I cut all of it on a 24-inch mat. So this is a 24-inch fabric grip mat. You don't need to use a fabric grip mat. You should probably use like a standard grip 24-inch mat. But this one, the stickiness is perfect for what I wanted. So it's been used, so it's sticky, but it's not like a brand new fabric grip mat, if that makes sense. If you've ever used a fabric grip mat, you know that they're like super sticky. So standard grip would be perfect as long as it's 24 inches. Okay, so once you're in Design Space, what I like to do when I'm designing these wood rounds is go ahead and pull in a circle that is the size of our wood round. And today we're gonna be doing an 18-inch, so super big. And Cricut actually has a new feature that you can use, and it's a guide. So it's not brand new, it's been out for a couple of months. But if you've been in the Design Space world, then this is relatively new to you. This is basically just a guide for you rather than a cut. So if I pull in a shape and I don't necessarily want it to cut, I can just have this here to kind of pull in whatever images I want. So that's pretty handy, especially when you're trying to design something. And then what I'm gonna do is go ahead and pull in the pattern that I'm wanting to use. So we're gonna be using this fall leaf file. We had this exclusively made for the 13 days of Halloween, so we're super excited about it. And then I'm gonna go ahead and type out what I want on my sign as well. So I like to kind of gather all of the elements that I want to put on the sign, and then we can customize them from there. So I've got this, and then I have my guide. So what we're gonna do first is I'm gonna go ahead and slice out some of this cheetah print. I'm wanting to do my welcome kind of going through the middle here, just like that. But what I wanna do first is slice out some of these leaves onto the round. You can notice that they're two different colors. So this is like a multi-layered SVG file. I need them to all be like a solid image. So I'm gonna weld everything together. We're making a stencil, so it's not gonna matter the color of it in Design Space. So I welded the image together. I'm gonna select the image as well as the guide, and then I'm gonna slice it. And then you can see we've got this bottom part is totally just our leaf cheetah print. And then we can delete all of this. So we've got the bottom half of our circle, and then we've still got our welcome. And I'm gonna go ahead and change this font to a pretty script. And we can go to the Maker's Gonna Learn website to find any of our fonts. We have lots of new fonts that came out this month. If you're new around here, we are a membership-based crafting community. So basically we put out content for our members every month, exclusive content. We've got brand new fonts and cut files every single month, and there's a lot of them, and they are so cute. You can already see how cute these fonts are. But you can come up here to the top and you can pick, like if you want a script, if you want to do a monogram, just a basic font, but we want to do a really pretty script. We just want to make sure it's legible since we're doing a sign that you're going to be reading from, probably the road or something like that. So let's just scroll down here and see which font that we prefer. The good thing about this website is that whenever you see a font that you want, you can actually click on that font and then type in the word so you can see what the word's going to look like before you actually apply it to whatever you're designing. So let me just show you. I really love this Duplicity font, so I'm gonna click on that. And then once you're in here, you can kind of test it out. So we can type in welcome, and you can see if you like that. I feel like that's not gonna be super legible from the road, so I'm not gonna go with this one. But just so you know, you all are gonna be able to get into our website and kind of play around with anything that you're designing, and you're gonna be able to be really specific about the fonts that you wanna use in your designs. Okay, so the first impression font I think is super cute. We're gonna go ahead and download that. It's gonna download as a zip file, and we're going to unlock it and we're going to unzip it, then open it up and install the font. So after it's downloaded, go back to Design Space, and what you're going to do is save your project. So I'm just going to save this as fall door hanger, and I'm going to save it into my projects. And then what I'm going to do is hit view and reload. This is going to allow our font to reload into Design Space. Otherwise, whenever we go to look for the font, it's not going to be in our font book. So we'll go to System, and then we're going to search the font name, which is First Impressions. And there it is. So I'm going to zoom out, and obviously we're going to need to resize this. What I'm going to do here is add another circle that is the same size as the previous circle. So we've got an 18-inch circle. And I'm going to send this to the back. I'm going to change it to white. And then you can adjust the sizing of this as needed. Now, if you don't want it to fill up the entire thing, you can do it just small like this. I like to fill it up as big as possible. So I'm going to stretch it all the way out. And I think I like that size pretty good. But I feel like it needs something behind it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a band of color right over top of this cheetah. So I'm going to go back to my shapes panel and select the square, and I'm going to unlock the shape and then stretch it all the way across. And you can do this band as thick or as short as you want. I feel like that's pretty good right there. And then what I'm going to do is select this rectangle as well as the circle, and I'm going to slice that rectangle into the circle. So you're not going to need any of that. You're just going to need that band. You can delete any of this extra stuff. We just need the band. If you want to go back in and add another circle just so you've still got that guideline, you can go ahead and do that. I'm going to change it back to white and send it to the back. This is just kind of my design process. Everyone's going to do it a little bit differently. You don't have to do it. As long as you get there, you can do it whatever way that you want. I'm going to go ahead and change these to a burnt orange color, just so I can get a good vision of kind of what I want. Okay, I love, love, love that color. And then we're going to do this one. Let's go ahead and bring this to the front. Okay. And then you can kind of play around with the colors and see what you like best. We could do black. And then I still feel like it needs a little bit of something. Now we are going to be putting floral up here at the top, so we don't have to do a whole lot more. But I feel like it'd be cute if we just had one of these little leaves kind of floating up here. So I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to slice out one of those leaves. So I'm going to actually contour it out. So I'm going to select contour and hide all contours. And I think I want to keep this little leaf. So you can see this leaf is the only one that's going to stay. And I'm going to kind of blow this up. And you can place it wherever you want. And I think maybe we'll incorporate that golden yellow color here. I think that's really pretty. I might actually just blow it up right here and then bring our font to the front. So it's going to look something like that. Now you could do this with or without the leaf. You don't have to do this part. I just thought it would be fun to add another little element in here. Okay, so before we go to cut it, I'm just going to hide our circle because we don't need to cut that out. I am going to attach the words and the leaf. Even though they're different colors, I want them to cut together. And then I want to cut the cheetah fall pattern as well as this rectangle together. So I'm going to attach those, and then we can go ahead and make it. I'm going to select on mat, and you can see it automatically loads it to a 24-inch mat. We're not going to need to mirror it because we're just doing a stencil. Same goes here, and you can just go ahead and select continue. And I am doing this on a Maker 3. You can do this on any Cricut machine as long as it is able to cut the 12-inch width. So we're going to be using stencil vinyl. And you can see there's quite a bit of different options. I just use this simple stencil vinyl right here, and we're using a fine point blade. We can go ahead and send our vinyl through the machine. It's not really gonna matter, but just make sure you're aware of which item is cutting. I already went ahead and cut this cheetah print portion, so I'm gonna go ahead and just cut this one. Okay, so before you apply any paint to your backer, we are gonna go ahead and lightly sand everything, and then we're gonna wipe it off and we will apply our first coat of paint. I find whenever you sand, it looks best if you're sanding in circular motions. It makes it so it's not so scratchy. And then I'm just gonna take a paper towel and wipe off any dusty residue before we go in to paint. Okay, so my base color is going to be this linen folk art matte. I'm just gonna go ahead and get my paintbrush, and then I've got a cup of water on hand, that way I can rinse in between colors. And I'm just gonna apply a little bit of this to our round. And then go ahead and start covering the entire piece. And it's best to go in the same direction. So if you like to paint up and down, just commit to that and paint up and down for the entire thing. That way it looks smooth and consistent. I will say that matte paint dries a lot faster than like a gloss or a satin would, but it works really well for whenever you're using stencils because the lines are so clean. And if you find after your first coat that you need another layer of paint, you have to wait until your paint is completely dry before you add a second coat. Otherwise, whenever you go in with your second coat, if this is not dry, it may peel up the paint that's underneath it, and it's just gonna look like a hot mess. So make sure if you do need a second coat that you just let it dry entirely and then go in and paint it. Okay, now I'm gonna take the heat gun and dry this, just making sure not to get super close to it, but this just speeds up the process a little bit. Since this is matte, you're gonna be able to really see when the paint dries because it's not shiny anymore. If you put your paint on too thick and you use the heat gun, it will cause your paint to crack, and it almost looks like that eggshell paint, if you all have ever seen that. Now, if that's the vibe that you're going for, it looks really cute and rustic, but we just want a really pretty solid coat of this color. So I don't want to get too close, and I want to make sure that I'm applying my paint layers in thin, even coats. So my first coat was very thin, and then after it dries, if I need another coat, I can go back in. But try not to lay it on too thick, just because your stencil's not going to stick well. It's going to take forever to dry, and if you do dry it with a heat gun, it may crack. Okay, so there's still a little bit that needs to dry, but I'm gonna sit it to the side and go ahead and start weeding our stencil because the cheetah print is pretty intricate. So I'm just gonna slide this over and then we can go ahead and start weeding. So whenever you're doing a stencil, you're gonna be weeding out what you want painted. So I want to paint the welcome onto my sign, so I'm weeding out the welcome. If you need to take a second to think about it before you weed, do that. That way you don't have to recut everything. Okay, so once everything is weeded, we're gonna go ahead and mask it. Now I'm gonna be reusing my masking tape because you can reuse your masking tape like quite a few times before you actually have to throw it out. So I'm gonna trim this off. I can use this for something later. And I'm just gonna stretch this across my design. Go ahead and cut. And I love this Caesar transfer because the tack is not super strong. And so you don't want anything with a really strong tack, especially if you're working with wood, because it tends to pull up the wood grain. Now the sign that I'm using today is like, I want to say it's more of an MDF particle board situation. But if you're doing like the real wood rounds from Lowe's and Home Depot, you really want to make sure you're not using permanent vinyl for your stencils. Otherwise, it's going to pull up your wood grain. Like if you painted your base and applied your stencil and then pull up a permanent vinyl, it's going to pull your wood grain up and probably mess up your project. And you're going to have to go in and fix it and all that. So it's not a good time. But this stencil vinyl from 143 is bomb. It's my favorite. I've only recently started using it. I actually used to use the Oracal 851, I want to say, or 651. And it wasn't bad, but I just really, really love this mint stencil vinyl. I'm going to burnish this down really good. And my backer is still drying, so I'm gonna set this stencil to the side and then go over my backer with a heat gun until it's completely dry. You do not want to apply your stencil to your wood sign until your paint is like 1000% dry. Otherwise, it's gonna peel your paint off. Okay. Okay, so this feels dry, but I don't trust it. So I'm gonna cut off a corner of my stencil vinyl that I'm not using. I'm gonna stick it. I'm gonna stick it on here and see. Like there's a couple questionable places and I just don't trust them. I'm gonna burnish it down, what I would normally do, and then I'm gonna peel this off and see what happens. And if it messes up, we can just paint right over it. So I've got my stencil here. I'm gonna flip it over and we're gonna peel off the backing. So just peel this off super carefully. You want all of the stencil portions, the mint color, to stick to your transfer, and this can go in the trash. Okay, and then I'm just gonna flip it over and I'm gonna line the bottom edge of the circle up with the bottom edge. Ooh. Be super careful. Once it's down, it's usually down, but that's why I really love this mint stencil vinyl, because it's not super sticky. Okay. I'm gonna burnish everything down. I've got a bubble up here, so I'm just gonna. Okay, and then we can go ahead, peel off your transfer tape. I'm gonna save this transfer tape and put it onto our welcome portion. Just gonna go ahead and put this on here rather than setting it to the side. Okay. And you all can see up here, I must have had a thicker area of paint that was a little bit wet, but that's okay. We already have our stencil down, so we're just gonna keep going. And after we put our welcome on, we'll see if we need to touch up anything right there. But I'm just gonna leave it be for the moment, and then I'll touch it up at the end. Okay, so this is the stencil hack that we wanted to show you all. So this is gonna sound weird, and you're probably gonna be like, no, that doesn't make any sense. But trust me on this, I've made so many signs, and this is the best way to get the cleanest lines. So what I'm doing is taking the underneath color, so I'm taking this base color, and I'm gonna paint it on top of our stencil before we actually apply the color that we want. So I'm gonna take some of this beige, some of this linen color, and we are gonna take our paintbrush. Make sure if you've rinsed your brush that you're completely drying it out. Otherwise, your paint is gonna be watery and it may mess up your project. So I'm just drying this off with a paper towel really well. And there's already paint dripping out of my paintbrush, so make sure you really, really dry that out. And then we're just gonna take this color and we're gonna go right back over top of our stencil. Now you do not want this to be super thick. We're working in very thin layers. My paintbrush is like, there was water coming out of it, so I grabbed a different brush. I'm gonna use this brush just to go over all of these. Just wanna make sure you are really, really covering the spots, but just with a thin layer. So we wanna make sure and really get in the nooks and crannies of it. This is gonna basically seal in our edges of our stencil, so when we go to apply the orange won't seep underneath our stencil. This kind of seals it all in. I'll also add that a lot of people use Mod Podge for this. While that works, and I've used that for a very long time, I used to use that method a lot. If you don't catch it at the perfect time, like it'll dry too much, and then whenever you peel off your stencil, it'll peel off whatever you painted. And so this method works a lot better for me, especially using a flat or a matte paint. I find if I use like a glossy or satin paint, it kind of does a similar thing to the Mod Podge where it peels off my design. Now you may always use Mod Podge and it may always work for you, and that's totally fine. I think it's good to just find what works for you and kind of learn it really well and stick with it. And that way you're gonna be a little bit more consistent whenever you're making signs, especially if you're planning on selling them or gifting a lot of them. But it does take some time to figure out what will work for you. I'm gonna also take some of this and apply it at this top edge, at the top and bottom edge of where the orange strip will be. That way we have a nice crispy line. Okay, and then you can hit this with the heat gun as well. Just be very, very careful and watch what you're doing, because you've got this stencil vinyl on here and it will melt and it will shrivel up. So you want to stay really far away. It may take a little bit longer, but it's still faster than just waiting for it to dry on its own. Okay, that is pretty dry. So I'm gonna go in with my orange and start filling in my cheetah print. Make sure you're rinsing really well in between colors and then drying it off as good as you can. Okay, so after you've got your second coat on, we can go ahead and pull our stencil up and make sure, I haven't let this dry completely, but you can let it dry for just a couple of minutes. My stencil is stuck to my paper. Just be super careful when you're peeling this off so that if you do have any wet paint, it's not gonna like splatter onto your non-wet paint parts. And sometimes your stencil will even break. So I like to have like scissors on hand, and you can kind of cut it as you go. Even these little sections, you can kind of cut them. But you can see right here, it's already trying to land on my other parts. So just take your time when you're peeling your stencil off, because you don't want to mess up what you've already worked on. So now what I'm going to do is go through and make sure I didn't miss any of the middles of these, and I'm just going to pull them off. And then before we do anything else, we're going to make sure and completely dry this. But I'm going to show you guys a close-up because I wanted you to see how crisp these lines are. Honestly, like once it dries from far away, it's going to look like it wasn't painted on, but it was, which I love. So let me pull this up. You all can see how crispy these lines really are. Then I accidentally got like a little bit right here, but if you do mess up anywhere, you can go in and touch up with your base coat after everything's completely dry. Now we still have to put the welcome and stuff on there, so I'm still gonna be stressing if it's dry completely or not. What I'll probably do is dry this pretty good with the heat gun and then make the bow. And then that way it'll give it some more time. Okay, so I'm gonna let that dry a little bit more and I'm gonna set it to the side and we can work on our bow. Okay, so these are all the stems that I picked out. These are all from Hobby Lobby. You don't have to use Hobby Lobby stems. You can use whatever you've got on hand. And I just tried to pick out some like fall colors that kind of go with our burnt orange theme, as well as that golden sunset color, which I feel like we pull in with the pumpkins. But I just wanted it to be like super fall vibes. So I'm going to take off all these tags. And listen, I am not a professional florist. I don't 100% know the correct way to do this, but this is how I have always done it. And so I'm just going to continue to do it that way because I feel like it looks good. So I'm going to take my back layer, which is these berries, and we can re-fluff them out after we're completely done. This is going to be my base. So my berries are my base. And then I'm going to stack these on here. I'm going to kind of put one up here and one at the bottom, just like this. And I'm just laying these here right now. And then I'm going to have a pumpkin, I think. Let's put that here maybe. And kind of weave it in with everything. And then I have this beautiful fall sunflower that I just love so much. I'm going to put him right in the middle. And so what I like to do from here is kind of grab everything, and then we're going to take some of this floral wire and connect it together. So I'm going to go ahead and pre-cut some of this wire. I'm going to make it pretty long. That way we know we've got enough. Okay, so I'm just grabbing it all from the back, just like so. I'm going to actually take this sunflower out and just do the back portions first. So we can actually grab all of this. And I'm just going to wrap this wire around here. Just like that. So it's kind of holding it. Then I'm kind of bending it down in the middle so it's sticking up a little bit. It gives me a little bit more control that way. Okay, and now let's add in our sunflower. And you can see it's kind of hard to attach it because it's bent like this. But I'm just going to slide it right in here. And then attach it this way. Just going to bring it around. And we're going to end up stapling this to our sign. So if your floral isn't attached super, super good, whenever we staple it, it's going to be on there really well on your sign. And then I'm just going to twist this around and trim off any excess. Okay. Just bend that down. And so we've got our little fall arrangement. Okay, so this is our final shot. I'm going to sit this to the side and then we will staple it to our sign at the very end. This will be our last step. Okay, so this is completely dry. I'm going to test it though, just to be safe. I want to cut off a little piece of my stencil and I'm going to put it right here on the edge and kind of rub it down. And then peel it off. That looks pretty good there. Let's come over here and do it. Okay, that's looking pretty good to me. So I'm gonna go ahead. I've got the welcome and then I have the leaf as well. Let me grab my floral piece and just see what I like, because I was gonna do that yellow leaf on here, but I'm feeling like it's gonna be too much because this bow or this floral piece is really big. So, oh yeah, I think we'll just skip. We're not gonna use this guy. Now, if you weren't doing like a big fancy floral, I feel like this would be cute if you had like more of a simple burlap bow. It would be cute to add something else, but we're just gonna do the welcome and then we'll add this to the top. So I'm going to cut the welcome out. Okay, and we can set this stuff to the side. So this is going to go, I'm going to kind of line up the bottom of the words to the bottom of this orange box. I'm going to peel off the backing. And if you see that your stencil is coming up onto your backer, and just push it right back down and keep going. Okay, I'm just going to line this up, paying attention to my sides, and I'm going to try to line it up right in the middle. And then we're just going to lay this right on here, just like that. And then take your burnishing tool and smooth it on there really good. You want to lay your stencil down as smooth as possible. That way no paint's going to be able to seep underneath it. And then we're going to peel off our transfer tape. Okay, so the majority of this is in the orange. So I'm going to mask my stencil with the base color, which is the orange in this case. And then we'll go in with the color of our words. So just a nice thin coat. And make sure you're staying inside the stencil and not going out around here. Okay, and then we're going to let this dry completely, and then we will apply the color of our words. Okay, so for my word color, I'm going to combine a little bit of this beige and this super bright white. These are both Starcraft chalk paints. I'm going to combine them and make a pretty like light beige color. So it's going to be lighter than the backer color, but it's not going to be so white that it's like super bright. Okay, just going to put a little on my plate and then rinse my brush and grab some of that bright white. Okay, and then we can just kind of mix those together. I feel like it needs to be a little bit lighter, so I'm going to add some more white to this. Okay, I think that's going to be pretty. And what I'm going to do is dry this orange with the heat gun, and then we'll apply our light beige. Okay, so I'm just going to take this color we mixed, go ahead and apply that over our stencil. Okay, so I'm going to let that first coat dry. I can tell that it's going to need a second coat. So I'm going to let it completely dry and then do a second coat, and then we will peel our stencil off. Okay, so we put our second coat on. You can let it dry for a few minutes and then peel your stencil off. And then we're gonna dry it completely before we actually apply our florals. Okay, so once everything is dry, we're gonna wanna put something on the back so that you can actually hang this. I've got some rope here. So you can use just like this kind of rope, and you can have it showing, or you can put it on the very back so no one can see it. I think I'm gonna have mine show because it matches everything. But what I like to do is look at my sign upside down. This is probably not the most proper way to do this, but this is the way I do it. So I look at my sign upside down like I'm looking at it, and then I'm just gonna put my fingers right here, and I'm gonna flip it over, and I am going to attach it right here. So I've just got these two little spots, and I'm gonna use my staple gun to attach this. Now, if you were just doing like a D-ring in the middle, it would be a little bit more precise, but since we're putting this little hanger, you can kind of maneuver your sign once it's actually up on the door to make it straight. So I'm just going to staple this on. And then I'm just going to trim any excess. And then we can flip it over. So we've got our hanger part. And then now we're going to take our staple gun and attach our floral piece. So I'm just going to attach these stems individually, and I'm going to turn this around so I can really see close up what I'm doing. So I'm going to start with these back stems and staple them down as well as I possibly can. And it may start making your arrangement look a little weird, but we can adjust everything once it's attached. I'm going to take my wire cutters and just nip off any that are sticking out a whole bunch, just so I have more room to kind of put things where I want them. Like I really want this sunflower to be my focal point. And I don't want these necessarily to move around, so I'm going to staple these down as well. And let me turn it around and look at it and then adjust it how I need it. And you can see there's some stems still sticking out. I'm just going to nip those off. And then fluff all of this. All right, that is the finished product. Okay, y'all, this is the final product. I am in love with this. It turned out way better than I expected. The colors are just giving me fall vibes, and I'm here for it. I love it. If you are new here and this is the first project you've ever seen with us, we would love to have you as a part of our membership community. We are a crafting community. We put out tons of new content every month, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. We have lots of fun over here, and we just love creating with you all. So we will see you all in the next one. Thank you for coming. Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Maker's Gonna Learn YouTube channel and the 13 days of Halloween. In today's video, we are going to be making doormats, and we're going to be making spooky doormats with Flex Seal and with the freezer paper. This is absolutely our favorite way to make doormats. It's super fast, easy, and comes out looking so beautiful. If you are new to our channel, we are a craft education channel where we bring you inspiration, motivation, and education along with our membership. Within our membership, you get access to thousands of cut files, hundreds of different fonts, and all of the education and videos and teaching materials that you need to get started and master your Cricut. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and check us out over at makersgonnalearn.com. Now we're going to go ahead and jump right into our craft. We're going to head overhead, and I'm going to show you all of the materials that you're going to need to get started with this project. Before we talk about all the materials, I really just wanted to show you guys the final product with this. So this was a design that I came up with using all different Makers Gonna Learn cut files and fonts. However, we have put it all together for you into one cut file, but I'm still gonna show you how you can manipulate this, because you will have to manipulate it to be able to get this size and get all of these different elements on here. So this is going to be our final product. So what you're gonna need to get to this point is we have a core doormat. Now you can get these at any home improvement store, Walmart, Hobby Lobby, a craft store, they're Amazon. You really can find them anywhere. Finding them at the cheapest price. Some places will run specials on them at different times. So just look around before you buy and make sure you're getting the best deal on these doormats. It's really good to stock up when they do have a good sale on these, because these are great doormats to make, change out with the season, and even customize these and give these as gifts or sell. They're super easy to customize. Along with your doormat, you're going to need a Cricut light grip 12 by 24 inch mat. Now it doesn't necessarily have to be the Cricut brand. This is just what I have today. We just need a light grip 12 by 24 inch mat. Next up, you're going to need freezer paper. Now, it is important that we use the freezer paper because one side of this is plastic coated. So what we're gonna do is we are going to cut this. We are going to turn the plastic coating upside down, so the plastic coating is going to touch our doormat, and then we are going to come in with a Cricut mini press and we are going to just press that on. And what happens is that plastic coating adheres, not a lot, but it adheres to this doormat enough to where we can come in with our Flex Seal, and it gives us a great stencil to use with our Flex Seal. Now, if you've been around Makers Gonna Learn for a while, we used to use the dabbing method where you would just come in and dab this. Y'all, this spray Flex Seal is an absolute game changer. This is the best stuff when it comes to making the doormats. You can get them in different colors. However, we have tested the different colors. It's a little more finicky to get those colors to work. The black is so clean, so precise, but just know that there are different colors other than black. But today we're just gonna be using the black. Now, before we hop over in Design Space, one other thing you're gonna need some type of measuring tape. So before we go into Design Space, we're going to measure the size of our doormat. You can also get the size measurements when you buy it, but just for the sake of this, we're gonna make sure this is a 30 by 18 doormat. So we know automatically, because it is a 30 by 18 doormat, that we're going to have to cut this up into two separate sections. The reason being is because our mat is only 12 inches long. So now I'm gonna hop over into Design Space and I'm going to show you how to pull that file from Makers Gonna Learn into Design Space. We're going to manipulate it and put it together so that we can cut the two different pieces on our 12 by 24 mat, and then we will get ready to spray it. Now that we are here in Design Space, you can see I already have my guide or my square as 30 by 18. Now, if you wanted to, you can change the operation of this and use it as a guide. That way you don't have to hide it if you want to. Either way will work. We will use it as a guide right now. That way we don't have to go over here and hide it. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to makersgonnalearn.com. As you can see, I've already gone to cut files. This cut file is named Bat and Bougie. So I've just searched the word bat, and then if you scroll down, you can find that here. So you are going to download that file, click it to unzip the file, and then we're going to head back over to Cricut Design Space. You will hit upload. As you can see, I've already uploaded, but I'm going to show you how to today. You will click upload image. You can either drag and drop your image here. Some people like doing that better than browsing. I'm the type of person, I will go to browse and go to my downloads, my recent downloads, and open it. We're going to open it as an SVG because we are going to cut it today. And then we are going to upload that to our Design Space. From there, we're going to select it and add it to our canvas. Now, this pulls up as 13 and about a half by 8. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out and place this within my guide. and then I'm going to scale it up to where I want it. Now, you can make it larger, smaller, however you want, whatever's going to fit. But now we're looking at this image. If you can see over here on the right-hand side on our layers panel is too large to work with. So what we're going to do is we're going to separate this. I want this bat and bougie as one piece and the bats as another piece. So I am going to duplicate this in the same size, and then I'm going to come down here to contour. So I'm going to contour out these bats to begin with. And then that is going to give me just the bat and bougie. And here we can see that the words bat and bougie will fit within our parameters of that 12 by 24 mat. So we are good to go with that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this. Now it would be easier, I'm going to drag it down out of this guide. It might be easier to come over here and contour. However, there's a lot of things going on inside these letters. So one other way that you can kind of take this out or remove it from this whole piece is you can come over here to your shapes. I'm going to grab a square. It's going to pop up here. I'm going to bring it down, and then I'm going to unlock it because I am going to size it here, bring it out just a little bit, and I'm going to cover the word, all the words bat and bougie. Now you can do this from the beginning if you want to, or you can duplicate it, contour it out. I'm just showing you two different methods. Some people's brains work differently, so I wanted to show all the ways that you can do this. From there, I'm going to select both, and I'm going to slice that out. So now I delete this. We're going to delete the gray layer, and now we have bat and bougie and the bats separate. Now, if we look at this size, it fits within our 12 inches in width. We're at around 7.5, but we have 28 inches in length, which is longer than our 24-inch mat. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select our shapes again. I'm going to grab this box. We're going to bring it down, size it up, make sure it fits over those bats, select the bats, slice again, delete, and delete. However, I don't want to move where they're at. I still like where they're at. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select both of these, and I'm just going to group them so that it doesn't move. And I'm going to move it back up here, and then I'm going to move my bat and bougie and place it back up here as well. Okay, so now we have our three different images. So I'm actually going to click this, and I'm going to ungroup them real quick just to make sure that we're still good. So I'm going to select over here. We're working with 8 inches by 7, fits perfectly on our mat. 14 by 5, perfect on our mat. And then 11.5 by 16 fits perfect on our mat. Now that our design is ready, we're going to go over here to Make It. It is going to ask us if we're going to be cutting on the mat, without the mat. We're going to select on the mat. We are using a 12 by 24 inch mat, and then we're going to select Continue. So this is going to put our bat and bougie together, and then on this second mat, it is going to put the bats. Now I'm going to pull this down away from that second set of bats just to be on the safe side so that I have more room to cut. So we're going to go here, and then we are going to continue. Now, here is where I want you guys to really think. We're going to prepare our mat. However, remember at the beginning of the video, I said that there were two sides to the freezer paper. There is a plastic coated side, and then there was a non-plastic coated side. So we are going to cut this with the plastic coated side facing down, because I don't want to have to go through the process of mirroring and everything else. So we are going to prepare our mat with the plastic or coated or the shiny side of the freezer paper facing down. That way when we pull it up, the plastic coated side is the one that is going to adhere to our mat, so it will be ready to go. So as you can see, the freezer paper is going to be a little larger than your mat. That is fine. What we're going to do, the easiest way I have found, making sure all of the little bumps are out, I'm just going to lay this onto my mat, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in with a True Control knife, and I am going to cut my freezer paper this way. We're just going to go ahead and cut it all the way across, and then cut it down this way. Now, if you are not comfortable using a True Control knife on your mat, you can just come in with scissors. I just find it easier myself to use the True Control knife, so that is why I like to use it. Now, don't throw this piece away. It's going to come in handy, and I'll tell you why in a little bit. We're going to use it as kind of like a covering on our mat so that we don't get any overspray towards the top or the bottom when we are spraying our mat. One thing I am going to do is I'm going to braid this down really good. As you all can see, my light grit mat, for some reason up here toward the top, didn't have as much tack, so this wasn't laying down. So I just grabbed some washi tape, and you can tape that freezer paper down if that's happening to you, but we want to make sure that we braid this down really well. Now that we have our mat prepared, we are going to cut this on the freezer paper setting. Now, if you are working with an Explorer Series machine, you can cut this freezer paper on the parchment paper setting and it will be fine. The Explorer Series doesn't have the freezer paper setting, but you can use it on the parchment paper. So now we're just going to load our mat into our machine. While that is cutting, I'm going to put my Cricut mini press on a heat setting of 3 for this. And I'm going to let that heat up. Now what we're going to do while it is still on the mat, we are just going to weed out the parts that we want to be black. Now what I'm going to do, now the insides of these letters and the ghost, they are not going to come up when I pull this up. That is okay because this is not, we don't have to use transfer tape. What would happen is the transfer tape would rip this all apart. So we're not actually going to be using transfer tape with this. We're just going to peel this up. The insides are going to stay on the mat. That is okay. I will show you how we're going to work with that here in just a second, but we're going to be very easy peeling this up because it does tear if you're not careful. So we're going to peel all of this up, leaving the insides of the letters on the mat, and that is fine. We're going to set that aside for just a second, and then we are going to position this on our mat. Now you can reference back to your design to see exactly where this is going to go. We know that one set of bats is going to go up here in the corner and the second set will go up here. So we can just go ahead, this is middle of the row, and we're just going to go ahead and start taking our mini press and start pressing this down onto our mat. Now that we have the outer portion ironed down, we're going to come back in with our mat and we're gonna grab these inner portions, and I really like using a set of needle nose pliers, or needle nose tweezers, and we're just gonna pick each one individually up and set them down where they need to go. And we can reposition them right before we press them. But just getting them where they need to go right now is the most important part. Now, once those are down, I'm not going to press them just yet. I'm just going to move them to the side, and then I'm going to prepare my mat again so that while I'm pressing this second half, the insides of those down, our machine can be cutting our bats. So once again, we are going to just prepare our mat to cut our bats out. While that is cutting, I'm going to come in here and press down these smaller pieces. So we're going to start each of these. One thing I want to make sure that you all know and understand is, yes, this freezer paper sticks to this mat good to the point where you can get a good clean line with your Flex Seal. However, it's not great. So just be aware that it's not going to stick. It still comes up pretty easy. But just don't try to get it to stick like perfect. You just want to make sure that it sticks enough to where it doesn't move and you can get that spray down. Okay, now that that's down, remember I said to hold on to your scrap pieces. This is where your scrap pieces are going to come in handy because we are going to use them to keep this overspray from spraying on the sides. Now, if you want to use vinyl gloves for this, you can. You do not have to. I'm going to because it's very hard to get this Flex Seal off of fingernails. So if you want to use vinyl gloves, you can. But what we're going to do, you're going to do this in a well-ventilated area. Our studio is very well ventilated. So it's best if you do this outside. So what we're going to do, you're going to shake up your Flex Seal really, really well. And then you are going to come in here and you're just going to give some light sprays. And the way your technique in spraying is very important. You want to get a good even coat, but you don't want to completely saturate the area. Once you feel like you have a good even coat, we're going to take away our overspray pieces. We're going to hang on to them because these will be useful here in just a minute. We're just going to lay them to the side, and then we are going to take up our first stencil. You are going to want to be careful taking up that stencil because obviously that paint is still going to be wet too. So just be very careful. Then we're just going to come in with our tweezers and pull up these middle pieces. Now what you're going to do is you're going to kind of move that over to the side. We're going to get our bats ready. So we have our first set of bats ends about right here. So we're going to remove the bats. And then once again, referring back to our design, the 3 bats are going to go on the top left corner, and then the 2 bats are going to go on the top right corner. What we are going to do now, we are going to lay our bats down where they go. Now, it's okay to just kind of lay your freezer paper over this that we've just sprayed. We're obviously not going to iron that down. We're just going to iron down right here around our bats really well. And as you can see, I didn't do this. Some people will probably say, well, why didn't you do it all at the same time? The reason being is because getting this situated and being able to spray and not have overspray everywhere else, this just tended to work better. So we're just literally just ironing down right around these bats. And then we're going to do the same on the other side. Once again, just laying that freezer paper down easily and ironing just right around the bats so we get that good stencil. And then once you have done that, once again, I'm going to grab my piece of paper that I used to catch the overspray. We're just going to lay them both down here and here, and we are going to start spraying. Now, as you can see, this I'm spraying away from the edge. You don't want to spray toward the edge because there is a chance of getting that overspray on the edge and your work surface. So we're just going to be spraying away from our edge. And then here, we're once again going to spray away from our edge. And then I'm going to move to the other side. And I feel like I have a pretty good protection of overspray here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this so that I can spray away. Turn this so that I can spray away from the edges. You also want to make sure that you protect your work surface. Obviously, you all know this is a very well-loved work surface here at Maker's Gonna Learn. But the good part about this is we have done Flex Seal on this counter before, and we've actually just come in with Dawn Power Wash and been able to clean it right off. So, good thing. Once you have finished, we're going to pull up our overspray piece, pull up our stencil, toss it in the trash, and then pull up our second set of bats. And then you are done. And there you have it. It's a super easy, super fun way to make a very customizable doormat. There are so many different things you can do with this. You can add names, you can have sayings, you can change out your doormats every single holiday. And with this Flex Seal paint, it tends to last a lot longer than acrylic paint. So I'm super impressed with the Flex Seal. It is our favorite way to make a customizable doormat. And I thank you guys for stopping by. Once again, if you are new to the Maker's Gonna Learn channel, make sure to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and check us out at makersgonnalearn.com. Can't wait to see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Hello, everybody. So if you didn't see the thumbnail, this is what we're gonna be making today. This is entirely out of cardstock. This, like, it blows my mind. When you see me moving it, you can tell it's a little bit flimsy. Like, it looks like paper. It doesn't look like wood, but it looks like a little wooden decorative shelf piece, I guess you could say.
I'm literally obsessed with it.
Me too. It's probably one of my favorites, like top 3 for Halloween projects.
Yeah.
Like, I just think it's so cute. But there are some very specific ingredients that you're going to need for this. So let's go overhead and I will show you all what you're going to be using today to make this project. So I'm going to be giving you guys quite a few tips. This project is super easy, but there are a few little tidbits that are important for you all to know. We're not just going to go in there and start cutting any old cardstock. There's a few different cut settings that we're going to be using that are different from the usual. But we're going to be using this this Recollections cardstock paper. Now, somebody else on the YouTube recommended this for cutting intricate designs, and obviously this cane webbing is very intricate. There's a lot to cut and it takes a minute. It's a labor of love on your Cricut machine. So this is the 12 by 12 Recollections paper, and this is like in all the neutral colors. But today, this is also Recollections brand.
So this brand is very, very important for this. We have tested lots of different brands, and this one is really just a high quality, good cardstock.
Yes, and I want to say it's like the word has lost me. Like the not wafer. I don't know, like whatever it's made up of cuts better than just any old random cardstock paper. Right. I don't know if it's the way it's made. The word has left me. But anyways, we're using neutral colors today. So all of these like super tan, beigey browns, that's total 70s vibe if you're asking me. And then you are also going to need a brand new mat. So I'm using a light grip brand new mat. I think this is brand new. I mean, it's looking pretty new.
It was new when I gave it to you this morning. Okay,
well, it's still new. I haven't used it. I used a different one to cut out there. So this is a brand new light grip mat. This is the Do Halo or Do Hollow. These are on Amazon. You can use a Cricut light grip brand new mat. I would not recommend a strong grip because we're dealing with a lot of delicate pieces, but standard or light grip is probably going to be good for you. I've got a brayer. I've got this Crafter's Precision Glue. Very important. So this is the fine line glue, and you guys can see, well, it's already starting to come out, but this is just a very fine tip glue. You're going to need that. I think the first time I tried to use a HEG gun, that is not the way, okay? I'm not I am now, but I was not an experienced paper crafter when I started using the HEG gun, and I thought I can use it for any paper craft. But you need something very, very delicate to go in between all of these little holes. And then I've got a stylus, which I brought this in here because this is for any of our Explore users. So we're going to be actually using the single line scoring wheel on our Maker 3 today. But I wanted to bring in the stylus because if you have an Explorer, you would be using this rather than this. So you're going to either need a scoring wheel or a scoring stylus, depending on what you're actually going to be, which machine you're actually going to be using. And then our last recommendation, we're going to be using a fine point blade, but we need you to put a new blade in. So these are cutting blades for, this one actually says, I didn't realize it ever said that Cricut Explore Air 2, Air 3, and Maker. But these are just little blades we bought off Amazon, and you need to make sure you've got a new blade in here. That way all of your cuts are crispy and they look good, and you're not having to like pull out little details out of the cane webbing. So glad we got that cleared up. The fiber is the word I was looking for in my brain.
Wafer is what you come up with.
Wafer, fiber, it's like the same ends, it's fine, you guys. Okay, so let's go over to Design Space, and this paper cane webbing, I don't want you all to feel intimidated because this is a Maker's Gonna Learn file. So if you're like, I don't want to make that, like that's a lot. It is a lot, and whenever we came up with the file, we knew it was going to be a lot, so we went ahead and made a file for you. So if you're a member, you can go ahead and make this craft today. If you're not a member, today's the day to sign up. So we're going to go Paper Cane Pumpkin is the file name. So I am just on the Maker's Gonna Learn website right now. If you're new here, this is our website. We've got all of our cut files and fonts And when you become a member, you get access to all of this. So you all can see right here how cute. I'm going to go ahead and download that, unzip the file, and then we're just going to open the folder and pull it into Design Space. So I'm going to upload my image, and then you can pull this screen down and just kind of click and drag. We're going to be using the SVG because we're cutting. So you need the SVG. We're going to upload, and then once it's in here, add it to your canvas. And then Lauren has been working on some monoline stuff this morning. There's like 8 monoline files.
Yeah, my bad.
They're cute. And then, so right now, whenever you pull this in here, everything is grouped together. So what I did, mainly because when you pull this in here, the functions aren't all what we want them to be. So I'm going to go ahead and ungroup everything. And what I mean by functions are, when you zoom in, we can see this little line right here. This is like our fold line. Right now, our fold line is set to cut. We do not want to cut in the middle of our pumpkins. So what I'm going to do is go up to Operation, and I'm going to change that to Score. And this is where the scoring wheel or the scoring stylus is going to come in handy. So I need to make sure that that line is a score line, and then this needs to be set on basic cut. Everything else is going to be a basic cut today. And then what I'm going to do is duplicate that pumpkin. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete these. That way I don't have to go into each pumpkin and individually attach and change the function and all that, because it's already done over here. So once you do that, we're going to go ahead and attach this cane webbing with our scoring line. I'm going to attach those together. And then I'm going to select the outline of the pumpkin as well as the cane webbing and that score line. I'm going to select them all and duplicate them until we have 6 pumpkins. So I need to click duplicate 5 times. And then it looks crazy, but that is literally it. Most of the time it's going to be cutting, you guys. So that's all.
That looks insane.
It does. It looks crazy. It looks crazy. But then let me go over to make it so you all can like see what the heck is going on. Let's see. Okay, that's fine. So you can see here, it's only going to cut 2 pumpkins at a time, which is nice because we've got the 8.5 by 11 paper. You don't need to mirror it, anything like that. It's going to cut it on 3 separate things. And I will just let y'all know, I timed it this morning and it's 20 minutes per mat. So this mat took me 20 minutes. But the other stuff, like our little stem's going to cut out on its own. Our pumpkins, they will cut out individually. And then we've got our little tiny leaf. And so I'm going to go ahead and cut one of these while we're, I actually cut everything out already and we're going to assemble it. But while we're assembling it, I'm going to let it cut. That way you all can see what it looks like coming straight off the mat. So I am going to get my, let's do, yes, this color right here.
Gail said this sounds like a rainy stay inside day project. Yes.
It literally is. This is perfect for that actually. So I've got my brand new mat. You need a brand new mat if you're doing this project. I mean, I haven't tried it on like a freshly cleaned mat, but I'm just going to recommend a new mat. The newest mat you have.
I think a freshly cleaned one would probably work, but it has to be like, so the thing with this is you can't have any kind of debris underneath this paper or these cuts because they are so small. Mm-hmm. They're not going to cut correctly. So that's why she says a brand new mat works best.
Yeah. And it needs to be like sticky enough so it's not sliding everywhere because you're like, I mean, the cuts are like, you know, because it's tiny. So I've got this on here. I braid it on here. If you've got a brayer and you were doing paper crafts, just get that puppy out. Make sure this is on there really good. If you don't have a brayer, just get one. They're too good. I love a brayer for every day. So I am going to be using the Maker 3 today. And we are using the intricate cut settings. Now they have this same settings on the Explorer. If you were wondering, and it says cardstock for intricate cuts. That is the cut setting we're using today. And we have a new blade in our fine point blade. but we're gonna be using the scoring wheel first. So make sure you're following your prompts in Cricut Design Space all the time. Honestly, if I put a fine point blade in here anyways, it's gonna be like, you're wrong. So I've got my single scoring, what is it? Single scoring wheel. Yeah. I've got it in my clamp B, and I'm gonna go ahead and put this in. Okay. Okay, so it's finalizing, and then it's about to do the scoring, and it's just gonna score a big old line right down the middle. Here we go. There we go. And then we won't actually remove the mat from the Cricut. We're going to replace the blade. In Design Space, you can see it says load fine point blade into clamp B. So we're gonna remove our scoring, and we're gonna replace it with our fine point, and go ahead and put it in there, and then press play. And that's gonna start cutting. That's gonna take 20 minutes. You can time it yourself. It's like 20 minutes and 36 seconds, bet on that. I timed it and then forgot about it a little bit, but it's about 20 minutes.
Okay, so we need to talk about real quick the difference between the scoring wheel and the scoring stylus.
Okay.
So if you are using a Maker or a Maker 3, you have the ability to use the scoring wheel.
Yeah.
Can you use the scoring stylus if you don't have the scoring wheel?
I think so.
I wish we would have gone into edit tools. You would have to put it in the pin setting, and it would go in the
in that
clamp A.
So after this cuts, if we can remember in 20 minutes, we'll see.
We'll test it.
We'll see if we can edit
I'm pretty sure
tools.
you can. But if you have an Explore series, the scoring stylus is the only thing that you can use.
Oh yeah, yeah. It doesn't have the other option.
We had someone ask if we liked the scoring stylus or the scoring wheel better. Honestly, I've only ever used the scoring wheel. I think I might have used the scoring stylus once, but I don't, not enough to know like really
what
have a
you
difference.
Prefer. Yeah. The scoring wheel is very helpful though whenever you're doing paper projects like this and you need a good, clean, sharp line. But I mean, the stylus, that's what it's made for too. So it's really just going to depend on what machine you're using. Use what you have, but we'll check those settings and see if that's something that we can do.
We've also had so many people that have said they didn't know that there was an intricate cut setting for cardstock.
Listen,
Linda.
I didn't either. And Courtney's like, cut it on, which Courtney is like a tried and true paper crafter. And so she knew, she was like, cardstock for intricate cuts. And I was like, excuse me, what? Like, I didn't realize that there was an intricate cut setting. So that's awesome, because now you guys have, and I know we've got tons of those 3D shadow boxes that you do with cardstock on the Makers Gonna Learn website. You can use this cut setting for those specific type of projects because they are intricate cuts. So pretty handy.
So there was something that was brought up, and I bet you money you could, because we've had people that said, I've used a scoring stylus in the Maker 3, works fine. Listen, I have no doubt that it works fine. I bet you could put the scoring stylus in clamp A and your fine point blade in clamp B, go to change your tools and change it to a scoring stylus and not even have to stop it.
Like it would just do it on its own. I love that. Makes the process a little bit smoother. Okay, so whenever, I'm going to show you all what these look like when we first pulled them off the mat, but I went ahead and cut these. Otherwise we'd be here for like an hour and a half, and I just don't want to do that to y'all. So we've got all of our little shapes cut out. We have our outlines cut out right here. And so I want to talk about this file in particular because it looks symmetrical, but you need to make sure like the top and the bottom are lined up correctly, because there is a top and a bottom. Even though they look symmetrical, they're like barely different. So you want to make sure that you're lining these up, because what we're going to be doing is basically stacking a side together. So we're going to stack this side together, and then we're just going to keep working our way around. So what I would do, I'm just going to start gluing it so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So you're only going to be gluing 1/2 at a time. I'm not going to cover this in glue. I'm only going to be gluing 1/2 at a time. And I'm using, this is the Fine Line Crafter's Precision Glue. And so this is so handy, you all. Oh my gosh. And actually we could probably just kind of go right. It comes out pretty quick, so you don't want to go crazy. But you can get all into these crevices. That way everything is super tight and glued down. And this doesn't, I mean, it dries fast, but nothing, like it's not like hot glue. It's not gonna dry like immediately, if that makes sense. So I'm just gonna put this everywhere. And it might be good to go ahead and match up like which side goes where. Yes, Courtney came in. Courtney came in, she said, don't forget your frames. We need to put our frames on. We'll glue this side together and then we'll put our frames on. So before you actually glue your pieces together, you're gonna wanna put your frames on. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish gluing this up.
So Beth wants to know what kind of glue that we're using because she missed it.
Oh, it's the brand is AdTech Crafter's Precision Glue, and it's the fine line. I want to say it's linked below.
We got it at Hobby Lobby. I know that one day.
It's
me and Courtney did.
Super handy. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. Since I went ahead and put glue on this, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gluing this side to here. We're just gonna line it up as good as we can. And I'm just gonna sandwich it together just like that. What I did not do first is put our frames on. So this is gonna be a lot easier if you put your frames on first, and that was my mistake. So what you're gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and attach these frames to this side and the other side.
And the inside.
And the inside, yes. Well, the inside one will have another one with a frame on it, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
So I hope I didn't confuse you all. I totally did not mean to do that. Okay, so I'm
basically just put your frames on first.
Put your frames on first. Like what I should do is go through here and put frames on each of these before we even do anything. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. I'm just putting glue all the way around the edges. And this is just for the frame. Okay. And the frame is not scored, but we can just bend it to match up with the pumpkin. What, Lauren?
Oh, I was just saying that the part of the paper, like the frame part, is so small that you don't have to score it.
Right, yeah, it's just like a very small area that we fold it. And when I did that one, it didn't line up great, so I'm gonna flip it around. I think I had it upside down. And whenever you get this, whenever you all do this craft, you're gonna be able to see this top area right here is a little bit flatter as opposed to like this is rounder. So just make sure you're lining up the rounded edge and the flat edge. Okay, I'm just lining this up, making sure everything's stuck down really good. So I'm trying not to make this super thick on here. I'm doing like a very...
We have so many friends who have made stuff or planning to make stuff.
Oh, good.
I love seeing it.
Yeah, post a picture. We want to see it. I love to see what everybody does.
Yes, if you are part of the Makers Gonna Learn family and you are in our Facebook group, drop us a picture there. I've literally been going back through our Facebook group like every single day. I've seen all, I've tried to get caught up on everything else you all are doing. Love seeing it. But I've not seen any following crafts.
I don't know. I haven't been this week. I haven't checked yet. But now I need to. Like now I'm like, wait, am I missing you all posting these? I love to see it. And then we had, we've got 2 recorded videos that'll be coming out this weekend, and they are, what do we do? A welcome sign and...
You did the door hanger sign, and then I'm doing the doormat.
The doormat.
Doormat and door hanger is this coming weekend.
So cute. So I'm just gluing these on, y'all. And then, so I have 2 left over because I should have put them on before I glued these two together. So I'm just going to glue them on now. Okay. We are getting places, and you guys can tell that this piece is still cutting. This is only for the first mat. If you have a new mat, most of the innards of this will stick to your mat, so you don't have to do a ton of weeding, but like these little pieces like to stick. And actually, I'll take one of those straight weeding tools. I wonder if we have one. You can either take just like a weeding tool, and you can go in here and poke these through and then kind of scrape them off the back. Or if you've got the straight one, like the weeding tool that goes straight out, that's what I used. And I went through and just poked all those through that didn't go and just kind of dusted them off the back. So I've got that side done, and then this is our last one. And remember to make sure you're lining up the round edge with each other, and then this flat edge also needs to line up. So just be kind of, there's a lot of little details in this paper craft, so you just need to kind of be mindful about it. We've got all of our frames glued on. All of our pieces are here. What we're going to be doing now is folding them like a taco. So you're going to take both of these, and remember we have the score line right here. You're just going to kind of fold it right on that score line, and I pre-folded these, so it may make it a little bit easier for you if you pre-fold them before you attach the frames. So I'm just going to pinch this right along the middle edge right here. So on the top, on these little guys right here, am I in focus, Sadie? Okay, on these right here, there's a tiniest little notch. There's the tiniest little notch right there. On this one right here, there's no notch, okay? So when I go to line this one up with this one, I want to make sure my notched end is matched up with the notched end over here. So let's look here. Sometimes you can see it better from the back. Okay, so this is my notched end on this one, and this is my notched end on this one. So what I'm gonna do is just take 1/2 of each of them. I'm gonna glue this side and this side together like a sandwich, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and add glue onto this, and then I'll attach that one to it. So we've got these two glued together. What I'm gonna do next is glue another one to this piece. So this guy's just hanging out. We don't need him right now. So like I said before, this little edge has a notch, this one doesn't. So you wanna find the notched end on your next piece, which is this end. So that means that I need the notched end to line up with the notched end, and I'm gonna line those up right there, and I'll have to glue these together. So far we've got this one and this one, and I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna attach one more, and then we're gonna put our stem and our leaf in there. That way, whenever we put the finishing piece on there, it's kind of sandwiched in between everything, and we don't have to go back and unglue or pull apart. So, I'm gonna line up my notches. I've got a notch here and a notch here. So I'm just gonna fold this. That one's about done. We're at 93%. The second pass is like
So
way
much
faster. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and glue this side to this side. And you really don't need a whole bunch of glue, you all, because it will smush out the edges. So we have this twofer right here. This is just two of the pumpkin parts. These are gonna go in here. They're gonna go into our design. But right now I'm wanting to attach my stem and my leaf. And the reason I'm doing it now rather than at the end is because if I go ahead and glue this in here, I'm gonna have to pull apart and wedge this in there, and I don't wanna have to do that. So what I'm gonna do is go ahead and let me just make sure I'm putting this where I want it. So
you might want to lay that, can you lay that flat so they can see that?
lay the pumpkin flat like this?
Yeah.
Does that help it?
Because all I'm seeing is from the top, it's kind of hard to tell what you're doing.
Okay. So this is my 3 that I put together. This is my 2 that I've put together. And I'm just gonna be sandwiching this here, but I'm trying to make sure I'm putting this in the right spot. So I'm just lining this up for where it's gonna go and seeing if that's where I want my stem, which it is. So what I'm gonna do is just lay this flat. So this is, everything's just laid flat. I'm gonna put some glue right there. Okay, so I had laid this flat, I attached my stem, and then I just attached my leaf right over it. Be a little mindful of where your stem of your leaf is going. Now you could probably bump this up so the leaf is sticking out more, but this is where I wanted mine. So I've still got this laid flat out, and this is the twofer that we glued together in the beginning. And I'm just going to add glue here and then sandwich this on here, and then once it dries, we'll just fan it back out. And that will be it. And Carol already said we're at 22 minutes on our cutting. And I cut these earlier with a maker, so I don't know if that matters. Would you say it matters? I don't think.
No.
It would be the same time
Right.
between a maker and a maker 3. Some of my glue was sticky, so I'm just like separating my portions now. I don't want my big head to get in the way. Okay, we're just separating portions and then standing it up so you all can see. We've got 6 flaps and that's it. She's done. Now it's still drying a little bit, so I'm gonna let that sit and dry, but that's all there is to it. Which now it went by pretty quick because I already had everything cut. And also we don't have a leaf on this one, so it looks a little bit different, but you can do it with or without the leaf. They're cute either way. And I love it. I love how it turned out. This one feels soggy. Like this one, I know, but this one feels so sturdy. Like after it dries, they're yes. Solid. So does anybody have any questions?
So first up, you can see we have our super cute, and let me move this out of the way so you guys can see better. I mean, look how stinking cute.
Love it.
This looks so good. So we're going to be creating this sign out of water slide decal and HTV. I would say let's go overhead, but like, can they even see it?
You could put it overhead just to get a close-up of the water slide. I think will be so important.
Okay, beautiful. So here is what the water slide looks like. Now there are some things that with this sign we are changing and doing different, and I will show you guys when we make the new one, but look how stinking cute. And we are going to be sealing this, so stick around and I'm going to show you how we seal this. But let me move this off the table because I have so much going on and I need to be able to think. Yay. So first thing is we're going to start with this blank. Now this blank came from Hobby Lobby. It's in the wood pile section. You don't have to have this blank. You all can do this on any other blank that you have or you want to use. This is just the one that we used for this project. It should be linked down below. The name is the whitewashed sign. This is a 12 by 36 inch sign, okay?
Love it.
So it's a big boy. So we have, as you can see, we've already started applying this because we technically try to keep our lives under an hour and a half or so because we want to be knowledgeable of your time. We don't want to keep you for any longer than we have to. So we have already started applying this, but I'm going to show you exactly how to apply it when it comes over here. After we get it cut and I tell you exactly what to do, we will apply this and go from there. So you do have to have your blank sign, and I will scoot that out of the way for the time being. Whoops.
So fun. The
next thing that is very important with this project is the inkjet water slide decal paper. So what this is, and specifically the Sunny Scopa brand, because we used an off brand, but it did not hold up like the Sunny Scopa did. It's like the water started dissolving
the film.
And like the colors started running.
You get what you pay for.
It was not good. So if you are going to buy water slide decal, I highly suggest getting the Sunny Scopa brand. We get it in the clear. Yeah. And this is what it's going to look like when you purchase it, okay? So this is what the clear looks like. It gives you written out instructions here, but we're gonna show you exactly how to do that. But this, the back of it, it says inkjet/clear. So that means you print on this side. And then after you print, there is a process that you do have to go through where you add in, this is just the matte clear protectant. So this is, you can either use a spray polyacrylic or you can use this. This just came from, I'm pretty sure this came from like Walmart.
Yes.
It's just the clear sealant that you are going to spray on top of your water slide decal. And we'll go into more detail once we get there. But you're gonna put 3 layers of this on your water slide decal, and it's going to give it like a rough texture kind of. Like this right here is very smooth. This is going to feel rough once you put the layers on here that you need, okay?
Yes.
So we have the Sunny Scopa water slide decal paper. We have our polyacrylic. The other things you're going to need is some type of HTV for your wording, HTV to match your colors. The first one we actually did like warm color florals. This next one we're doing cool tone florals, and I'll show you where you can find those on our website here in just a minute. You are going to need a mat, just a standard grip mat. You may need a more sticky mat for the inkjet or for the water slide paper. So standard grip or higher for this. And then finally, we are going to seal it with our Maker's Magic Mat. I'm so excited to use this. We do have a paintbrush and a vinyl glove just because there is a trick with this Maker's Magic and the water slide decal that I want to show you guys, and this is just going to ensure that it stays down very, very well, okay?
Love it.
We also have a bucket of water. You have to have water for a water slide decal. And then finally, we do have our mini easy press, and this is just going to help us apply our HTV onto our sign.
Yes.
Okay. So first thing that we're gonna do is we are going to hop over to our share screen. I'm gonna try to find our project and then we will get started. There it is. Beautiful. Here, if Cricut will load, you all know how that is.
Yep.
Well, while that's loading, we can hop over to the Maker's Gonna Learn website.
So good.
And we can go ahead and get all of our files that we're going to be using today. So first we're gonna pop over to our cut files. And like I said, we have both warm tones and cool tones. We'll just type in watercolor floral. And I think this one is gonna be under the banner, but I want to show you, yes, okay. So here is the warm tone watercolor floral banner. And here is the cool tone watercolor floral banner. But we do also have somewhere, Alicia said that we had individuals. So let's just type in watercolor flower because I want to show you guys just for in case for some reason you are not creating a full banner. Like this would be super pretty on like a smaller wood sign. We do have some really pretty like watercolor flowers on our website that you could still use with this. Let's just type in watercolor because like
there's so many.
We have so many watercolor files, but like for some reason they're not popping up. So you can see here, Like I said, we have
Oh my
lots.
gosh, okay, that winner, if you like something like that, or the
Do you not remember the
pumpkins.
little address
Yes.
labels that I made with these?
Yes, I
That
love
was
it.
very cute.
But like images like this is where like the water slide can really shine.
Yes, those trees on the bottom of a sign.
Come on. Y'all.
And those should be, they're not. I thought they might be repeating, but I don't think they are. But that may be something that we'll do in the future, is like create more like repeating smaller things. That way you can stack them. So anyway, you all can see that there's lots of different options here. So let's go back and find here is the Cool Tone Watercolor Floral Banner. So this is what we are going to be using. To download that, you're going to click this download. There's a couple different ways you can do it. You can click download, you can click the arrow pointing down. Either way, it's going to come here in your downloads, but you do have to double click it. Actually, you don't, because it's just a PNG. This is not an SVG, so you don't have to unzip the folder. The next files that we're gonna be using are fonts. So we're gonna pop over to our fonts, and we are going to use Violetta and Celine today. So Violetta is going to be the first one that we use. That one's going to be just our, kind of like our regular sans serif font. And then the Celine is going to be the cursive. So once again, we're gonna download that by pointing the arrow, just pointing down, and then I will install both of those fonts here in just a minute, but I'm going to grab Celine next. Here is the Celine. And then we are going to download that one as well.
I love Celine.
Yes, Celine is a favorite. So we're gonna unzip Celine. So we have a lot going on here on the layers panel, and I don't know where it's at.
A lot of layers, a lot of things.
Okay, so we got a lot of stuff going on down here. Let's just move all of this down, and we're not even gonna worry about this layers panel today because there's a lot, and we're just gonna hide it all. Let's just hide everything so we don't get confused, because I don't want to delete, but I don't want to confuse you guys. So we have downloaded everything that we need. We haven't, well, first of all, Cricut re-updated or reopened itself. So all of our fonts should be in there now. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to upload the watercolor floral that we're gonna be using. So we're gonna go to upload image, and then I'm going to pull up my Finder, and this cool watercolor floral here, the PNG, I'm gonna drag and drop it into Cricut. Here is where it's at. We are going to select complex because there are a lot of details for this file, so you must click complex for this.
If you don't, you're not gonna get the file right.
I mean, this is what the simple looks like, and I can't even zoom in on that, but just watch it go from simple to complex.
Wow.
That is the big difference.
Yeah.
This is why we are choosing complex for this one.
Yes,
From here, we're gonna click continue. Now you can see that it has a transparent background. Here is a good spot. If you wanted to, you can section these out and like get rid of everything around it and just have a single flower if you want to. We're not gonna do that today. We're just leaving it as is and hitting apply and continue. We are using this as a print and cut image, and then we are gonna upload this into our folders, and then we're gonna add it to our canvas. Now, the cool thing about this project is if you are wanting to complete this project exactly like we are doing it on the banner, the size banner that the size sign that we have, this comes in, or it doesn't come in, but this comes perfectly sized or proportioned for this sign. So this sign specifically is, what did I say it was?
Will you hold
12
that up?
by 36.
I just love, for anybody, will you just hold up the label? Just overhead, just because I feel like everyone here that loves recreating our projects to a T, screenshot this. Take a picture, pause the camera, take a picture of this. This is the exact barcode that you need to recreate this project.
Can they see that very well, Sadie? Okay,
Yay.
beautiful.
Take a picture, take it to Hobby Lobby, say, I want this exact one.
Yeah. So this is a 12 by 36 inch sign. So what I'm going to do now back in Design Space is I'm gonna grab a square.
For $23, this is a steal. I feel like that's a good deal, and you usually get it on sale, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's no way we paid $23 for this.
No, I know, but like even like the regular price, I was expecting it to be a little higher.
Yeah,
so
no,
I love it. It's a big sign.
So we've brought a square in. Now what we're gonna do is unlock it. The height of it needs to be 12, and then the width needs to be 36.
Love it.
We're gonna have to zoom out today, guys. We'll change the color to white just so we can see. Beautiful, and then I'm gonna bring that to the front. To the front, there we go. And now you can see that actually our watercolors are pretty perfect based on the size of the sign. So what you can do now is just, I'm actually going to shrink it just a little bit just to give us a little wiggle room on both sides. Beautiful. But here's the issue.
Tell us.
Our water slide decal is only 8.5 by 11.
Right. Some people are asking like the best sizes and things, so I'm really excited you're addressing this.
Okay. So our water slide decal is only 8.5 by 11, which you all know, even with it being 8.5 by 11, we can't slice this at 11 inches in width. It's just not possible because with Print and Cut, it's going to print on your paper. You still have to have your registration marks. So really a good rule of thumb is if you make it 10.5 inches every time you sauce it, you're going to have enough at the end, right? Or you know it's going to fit onto your paper. So now what I want to do is I'm going to grab another shape. If you'll give me a second, we're gonna grab another square. And we are going to make this square, the width truly, or the height, just needs to be as large as the flowers. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to size that square to fit, at least cover the flowers as far as the height wise. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock it. I'm leaving the height the same, but the width, which is this way, I'm actually going to change it to 10.5. So now what we are going to be able to do is we're going to be able to find breaks in these flowers. And what you can do is change your square from Operation Basic Cut to Guide. That way you can see where you are going to be slicing, because we are going to have to slice a few different times. So my suggestion to you, we have our guide here, go ahead and duplicate it about 3 or 4 times, because we're gonna keep these down here because we're gonna need them, because when you slice, it's going to slice out the inside of this guide as well. So that's why I'm saying go ahead and duplicate a couple, put them down here in the corner, and then you can go from there. So I personally don't want to slice. You want to try not to slice down the middle of something that has complete full color. So find breaks in your pattern. My suggestion is find breaks in your pattern, like right here if we zoom in. You can see that this breaks on a smaller flower and down here barely at a stem. So it's not going to be as hard to line up when it's this small area versus if I had laid it right down the middle of that big flower, okay?
Right.
So we're wanting to make sure we cover everything, but also, like I said, we're wanting to have a little bit of area. You want to try to slice in more of an inconspicuous area, okay? So we have that there. What we're gonna do is we are going to, with our guide selected here on our layers panel, we are going to come down here to where it says Cool Watercolor Florals. Now I'm going to show you guys another trick here in just a second, and we're gonna click, or with our keyboard, we're gonna hit Shift and click that again. So now you can see when we zoom out, it looks like it is highlighting the whole thing plus this guide. Once you have these 2 layers selected, because you can only slice 2 layers at a time, what we are going to do, we are going to come down here to the bottom and we are going to select slice. Now, it's going to take it a minute.
Now, I do have to say, I'm very impressed that I just always assumed that guides you couldn't slice from. So that is awesome.
You can.
Like, that is incredible.
So now we have this
Woo-hoo.
one. But here is the next thing that is very important for you guys when it comes to this project, okay? And it's going to save you a headache in the long run.
Tell us.
Now, what you need to do, up here you see that there is slice result, and that what we have selected is this one. Go ahead, if you double click this, you can rename it, and we're gonna put layer 1. This is the one you're gonna start with, okay?
Very important.
Or piece 1. Piece number 1. Let's just do layer 1.
So then they would rinse and repeat and slice the entire rest, just like you did that first one.
Yes. So
Love
now we
it.
have layer 1. I'm gonna bring this over here, okay? I'm going to come back down here. We'll grab a guide and we're gonna zoom in again. Now we're going to choose another area, which I'm gonna bump it down here because
That's an easy one.
That's an easy one. That's an easy, and it's okay if your guide is a little further this way, because like I said, we made this guide 10.5 inches. So if it's smaller than 10.5 inches, perfect. That just means that you know it's going to fit on a piece of 8.5 by 11 paper, okay?
Right.
So once again, our guide is selected. This is still our original file. It is slice result. So once again with your keyboard, shift held down or spacebar. Actually, spacebar doesn't work. It's just shift. I thought it was shift or another one. So guide selected, shift. On your keyboard, click your slice result or click your flowers here. We're gonna come back down here and we're going to slice again.
Amazing.
Debbie says, why can't you just duplicate the first one? Okay, so here's our first one. Let's zoom in just to our first one. And this is why you can't just duplicate the first one. So if we duplicate this and we're wanting to take it on down, do you see how those flowers don't match up? Like it just looks weird? And you're just gonna have the same flowers over and over and over. This is why we don't just duplicate the first one. Now what we can do, we're going to get rid of that guide. We're keeping that, getting rid of this. And this, remember, we're gonna come up here, nope, not that. I want this one selected. We're going to layer 2, rename it. That way we keep them in order, because now we can come up here and you can see that we can put these 2 back together and it looks exactly like it was before.
Yeah.
That is why we don't slice and just duplicate the first slice.
Love it.
Okay, we're coming back and we're gonna get 2 more slices out of this. This is not gonna, you're not gonna be able to fit this all clearly. It's 15 inches. You're not gonna be able to fit this all on one thing. So we're gonna bring in our guide. I think honestly, like, can I fit this other flower in there? We'll do it right there. Okay.
Love it.
So we'll zoom in. I was trying to do it on this side, but I feel like this greenery right there is a little much, so I decided to come on the other side of the flower. We're still gonna be slicing through some of this greenery, but it's not as much. So once again, our guide selected, shift key, florals, slice. Then your guide, you're gonna have to get rid of, we want this, we don't want this, and we don't want this. We're gonna zoom back out. This comes up here, fits in perfect, and then we're renaming this layer 3, and now this one will be layer 4.
What's it saying? Too big?
It's saying it's too big.
It does look pretty large.
10.4 though. 10 and a half, I would think would fit. But it's 9.93. So this is why it's important.
Yes, I agree.
Because now what we're gonna have to do, because none of that fits, what you would have to do is select all of this and actually size it down. And it's still, no, it works now. So that's why it's important. I guess if I were doing this, I would slice this in, I would probably make it 10 inches, not 10.5, okay? So yes, if you're getting an error message on the side, just know how to resolve that error message is by clicking on it. This says it's not supported by my Explorer 3. It's just because we're using it as a guide. These are gonna say that these images are low resolution when they're not. They're gonna print perfectly fine. Cricut has just been saying low resolution images.
Right.
So anyway, if you are going to be slicing, I would personally, I'm gonna tell you guys to make your guide 9 to 9, or you could probably do 10 to 9.5 inches and then slice that way you know you don't have to do what I just did. And now I have like a little gap here and a little gap here, which
you can center it and you won't even be able to tell.
Exactly. You can center it. You won't be able to tell. The only people that will be able to tell is you and me.
And as just a little like food for thought, why this could be better than making it like to the very edge. It's a lot easier to do things when with the type of frame Lauren's working with, to get over to that edge. It's actually just a lot harder. Like it's more work for you. So that's just something to consider. I
mean, actually, if we're being completely honest, let's pull this guy in here and let's measure inside to inside, which is what I probably should have done to begin with.
Yeah.
So let's just measure inside to inside. We'll go here. So we're looking at 34.5 inches. It's not even 36 inches. So let's take this.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep it unlocked and let's do 34.5 and see what it looks like. It worked out perfect.
Yay!
So
that's so funny.
That actually worked out perfect.
Love it.
So, yeah.
Love it, love it, love it. Perfect, okay. So,
I love when you think you messed up, but really you just
it's the Lord just
past
taking good
the
care
past
of you.
self, we're looking out for future self.
Period.
Right?
We love
Okay.
it, love it, love it, love it.
Yes, we get low resolution on so many things that I know for a fact are not
Actually,
low
really
resolution.
high resolution. Yeah.
That I don't understand it, but here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are. So the next thing that you want to do before we move, there's a couple things that we're going to do before we move forward. First, we're going to choose our saying that's going to go on our sign. We're going to create that. And then we are also going to put an offset, okay?
Beautiful.
So let's go ahead and do our offset first. Because while we're talking about water slide and while we're talking about these florals, this part is very, very important, okay? So you can do this individually if you want to, or we can do it all together. Either way, it doesn't matter because these are separate pieces. So it's going to put an offset on everything, even the areas that you sliced, which you want it to do. Let me be clear, you want to do your offset after you slice, because you can't slice through 2 layers and it's just a hassle. So what we're going to do, we're going to zoom out. I'm actually going to get rid of this guide here. I'm keeping this one because we still have to do our, what in the world? Where am I at now? Are you seeing this?
Mm-hmm. Maybe scroll down. Maybe scroll over. If you click there. Oh, okay. It, just needs to come back real fast. Just let it happen.
Okay.
You're full of life now.
Okay.
Yay.
Okay, sorry guys.
Love it. So it's funny. So if your layers disappear on you, just give it a second.
And
right?
try to find them and click.
And then they'll come back. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. Donna says, there's the jump. It has happened to me a lot. It's happening to me all the time.
Yeah, it's odd. So just
I don't
act
know.
natural.
Act natural. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna select all of these layers, and you can see that I have layer 1, 2, 3, 4 selected. We are gonna come up here to the top, and we're gonna put an offset on these. Now, it may take it a minute to put an offset on all of these because there is a lot going on.
But the offset is required to get the best result out of this project.
Yes.
Just remember.
And honestly, you all know us and know that we love a small offset, not for this project. You must have a fairly large offset, okay? And the cool thing is it is water slide decal, so it is see-through, so you can't really see it, okay?
Love that.
So let's do 0.4 because I want to get rid of everything inside here, which we can go back and contour out if you want to, but if we don't have to, why not just go ahead and make it bigger?
Right.
You know what I mean? Okay. Beautiful. And actually, I lied. We are going to have to do the offset separate. Now that I think about it, because when we do it all together, it just does the offset based on where everything is placed. So, scratch what I said a while ago because I just noticed what I did wrong. We do have to put an offset on each of these individually. So 0.25, once again, too small. We're gonna go, let's try 0.35 and see how that looks. That's good. We're gonna click apply. So we did 0.35 offset, so we're gonna come back and do a 0.35 on this one. Apply. There are some little tiny pieces in there that I am going to get rid of. And actually, let's just go ahead and do a 0.4 on this one. I didn't like how I wasn't a fan of how this down here at the bottom for some reason was put together. So we're just gonna do a 0.4 on that one. Apply. Once again, guys, it doesn't matter that these two are a little different. Not that big of a deal. Offset 0.4. Apply, offset 0.4, and apply.
Love it.
Beautiful. Now, before you move any of these, we are going to turn all of these offsets from black to white because we don't want there to be any ink printed, meaning if you choose the white, there is not going to be any ink printed around your flowers. So we're changing all of our offset colors to white. And after we are finished with that, we're gonna come in and select those two, flatten together. Once again, we are having to flatten these separate, okay?
Love it.
Flatten, flatten, and flatten. And now it's giving me fucking error messages again. We're just gonna auto resize everything.
Smart.
Auto resize, auto resize, auto resize. And that one. Okay, beautiful. Now they're all gonna fit perfectly together. Except that one. It will be fine. Okay, so now we have all of our separate flowers. Yes, I understand that they're all, but look, when I come back in here, and the offset really doesn't matter. We can move these over and you can see how they're still going to fit and be beautiful. Now I know because we put the offset, this doesn't butt up to this one right now, but it is once we get there, I promise, okay? So now what we're gonna do, we're going to add our words onto our sign and then we're going to be ready to cut, okay? So we are using Celine and Violetta. I always like to start out with my biggest text first, which is going to be Celine. So I'm gonna come up here to fonts, go to system fonts. I'm gonna type in Celine. And now we can start typing in our font or our sayings. The first one, the first sign we says the best days start with gratitude. I like that. We're just gonna keep it.
That.
So we're gonna type in gratitude here. Okay. Now that we have Celine and the word gratitude pretty large.
Also, Kirsten, I just realized you were referring to the actual guide that we are using in the project in Design Space, not our amazing font reference guide that's coming out tomorrow. That's embarrassing.
Yes, so if you're wanting to change your basic cut to a guide, for example, if we want to change this square to a guide, up here at operations, you see where it says basic cut and then there's an arrow pointing down. If you click that arrow, you can change it to the pen function, the foil function, the score function, or all the way down here at the bottom, you can change it into a guide like that. So we'll change it back to basic cut just because, and turn it back to white because we are designing on here. So now we're going to type in the best days start with, and I'm actually gonna put my caps lock on because this is all, I love mixing a font. This font specifically does not have all capital letters, but I absolutely adore mixing like a part of a sentence or a part of a phrase that has all capital letters with all lowercase letters in the script font. So we're gonna type in the best days start with. And honestly, this looks kind of weird right now, and I don't want it that big. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to letter spacing, and we are going to bump up the letter spacing because we want to spread it out more. Do you all see how much better that looks just by bumping up that letter spacing? Do not be afraid. Do not in the least bit be afraid to play around with letter spacing, play around with word placement. So yeah, there's lots of things that you can do. I think I'm gonna bump it up just a little bit more because I feel like you can read it so much better.
I love it. And what is that top font again?
The top font is Violetta.
I love it.
Yes.
It looks like, standalone, like fonts like that, when you look at them by themselves, I'm like, missing something.
Yep.
You pair it with that Celine.
It changes the game.
It changes the game.
It changes the game.
I love it.
So let me just show you guys what I just did because I think it's very important. I was just gonna do it, but I think that you guys are really going to want to know how to do this. So let's just say I put gratitude where I wanted it and I kind of moved this around, but I'm not 100% sure if that's where it should be. What you need to do is select the first section of your quote. Holding the shift key down, we're going to select gratitude as well. And now we're gonna come up here to the top taskbar where it says align, and we're going to align this center horizontally. What that's going to do is it's going to align this top part this top part of your font or your saying with the bottom, and before moving it anywhere else, I can see that it does fit on a 24-inch mat. Perfect, that's exactly what I want. I personally want these to be cut out together, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit attach, okay? That way it is all now one layer. You can do attach, or if you want to go to combine and unite them, you can combine and unite them as well. Either one is fine. It's going to give you the same effect. It's just that think of attach as like a paper clip, which now you can uncombine. You can undo the unite. Whereas before, if you did weld, it was very permanent. And you couldn't change it after that. So I do like that you can undo unite.
Love it.
It's more like attach than it was before. So keep that in mind. They're both going to do pretty much the same thing. Now we are ready to get rid of our background and we are ready to print.
Yeah.
We're ready to send our water slide decal through and we are ready to print and cut everything for our sign. So we're gonna go to make it. What it's going to do is we're gonna choose on the mat, we're gonna confirm. We are going to have to use one 12 by 24 inch mat just because the words are pretty large, but these you can use the, you can use the, a 12 by 12.
Yeah.
So we know this one is the 4th piece. This is the only thing is it doesn't tell you like which piece is what now that it's separated, but that's fine. You can put it back together. So pretty much what you're gonna do from this point is you are going to go to continue. We're gonna send this to our printer. For this one, we do not want to add bleed because remember we put that white offset around it so you can turn bleed off for this one, but we always love using our system dialog, okay? And then we're gonna select print. It pulls up behind Design Space. From here, you're going to select your printer. We're feeding it from the rear tray. I'm changing it from auto select to photo paper and putting it on best quality. Now, what you would then do is put your paper in your printer with, we like to use the rear tray, and that's just because we know that it's going to pull it through this way and print on this side. Most printers, if you want to use a tray and you don't have the rear tray, you can put it in your bottom tray. Just know your printer. Most printers are going to print, it's going to pull it this way and print this way. So you're gonna have to put it upside down and then it pulls through this way, okay? So what you're gonna do is you are going to print, and actually I can print one and show you what it looks like. We do already have them printed and cut out just because it does take a little bit of time. But let me run and put this in the printer and I will print one for you so you can see what it looks like.
Let us know.
You know what, there's black down here.
Beautiful.
So I was gonna use this really pretty green, but you all can see I have a lot of scrap pieces of this green and not enough to cut one area. So I'm gonna move it out of the way. We're just gonna grab some black because I think black is gonna be beautiful.
Pop.
It'll be fine.
So good.
And we're just gonna put black down on our mat.
Love it.
So while that's printing, I'm gonna go ahead and cut our other section. So I'm gonna lay this down on our mat. We are doing HTV, so we are doing the carrier sheet down. Also, is it just, that's odd.
What is it?
This HTV is not fully 12 inches across.
No, most isn't. Isn't that crazy?
I didn't realize that.
So good. Kelly, the class is the 5th, 6th, and 7th of, or the 6th, 7th, and 8th of May. It's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and since you're in Inner Circle, you get a free VIP ticket. Check your email.
Yay!
So good. Love it. This is HTV. We are using HTV on wood today. You're going to love it. Love it, love it, love it.
We are using HTV on wood. I love using HTV on wood. It's one of my favorites. Absolutely one of my favorites. So we're gonna go back to Design Space. We're going to choose our saying. We are going to edit and turn our mirror on because we are working with HTV. And I'm gonna just pull it away from the edge just a little bit. Done. We are using Everyday Iron-On, and we are just going to go ahead and feed this through our tray in just a second.
And yes, with this being HTV, you do want a mirror.
Yes,
So
I did turn mirror
on.
Oh, and I forgot to hit play on there. So we're going to hit play on that.
It's okay.
Either way, these are clearly the wrong colors. These are the wrong colors, but whatever. I did this because I want to show you what you need to do instead of just telling you. So I'm actually not gonna spray it on camera just because here is our tricks of the trade when it comes to water slide. You are going to spray this whole thing down before you cut it. Do not spray these before you cut it. The Cricut is still gonna cut through. It's not gonna jam up your blade with this stuff. You need to make sure that you spray this before you cut it. Now, what we do is we take an old cardboard box. That way it kind of stays contained in the one area. We lay this down inside our box, and then what you can do in a well-ventilated area, you are going to take your clear coat and you are gonna give it a really good spray, okay? You don't want to overspray, but you want to make sure that every surface, everything on here is covered, okay? Once again, I'm not gonna do it in here because we are in a well-ventilated studio, but still yet, the fumes, we're not doing it in here right now. You're gonna do that no less than 3 times.
Do not skimp on this part.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this is what takes the longest, but has the biggest impact because you must do no less than 3 layers and you must let it dry no less than 15 to 20 minutes in between each layer.
That's the hardest part of this project.
It is the hardest part. It's the waiting. The waiting is the hardest part, okay? Now, someone asked, can water slide be used on window, as window clings or on window clings? So let me just show you what, or I was gonna see if it told you what surfaces.
I don't know if I would do water slide on a window, to be honest.
I don't think I would do water slide on a window personally.
Yeah, I don't think that would be best.
But either way.
Not to say you couldn't do it, I just don't know if I would.
Yeah, I just don't think I would. I am using matte just because I like the way that the matte looks, and let's go overhead. Please don't look at the colors, guys. Please don't look at the colors. We clearly need to put new ink. You see how that's shiny? Can they see that that's shiny?
Yeah.
This is what it looks like after you spray the polyacrylic or the matte clear coat on it.
So
it just looks so much better.
Somebody says, why not spray after?
Because it can curl up the edges.
Yes.
We don't want the edges. You see how we don't want to curl this up right now. So that's why I'm not spraying after. I'm spraying before we cut. And then once we spray everything down, you can just keep it up and then just cut in order.
Right.
Okay? Now, we'll unload this. Now the magic is gonna happen. Now, ta-da!
Yay!
We've sprayed it 3 times and we've waited an hour. Yay!
We're on top of the world.
So what we are going to do now, and I'm gonna give you a task.
I'll start weeding. Give me
Yeah.
a weeding tool. Give me, yeah, I'm on it.
So I'm actually not gonna bring my sign in just yet because there is a lot on the table. Let me move some things around just for a second.
This is a really large project, like no joke.
It is a very large project. So you do have to have room. Make sure you have room for everything. Okay, so now I want you to watch the magic of the water slide decal, and I'm gonna put this up here because we do need this here. So after this is done, watch. We're gonna dunk it in the water. Yep, it's gonna curl. Never fear, my friend, never fear. So you just wanna put it in the water until you can start moving it off the backer. You'll be able to tell. You wanna soak everything. Okay, so this is starting to come up over here on the edge. So that's perfect. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pull our sign in. We're gonna keep the backer on this right now, okay? But we know that it can come up. We're gonna pull this over here. And I actually should have cut this off first. I forgot about that. I'm gonna cut off this edge right here.
Lauren, do you know what type of HTV this is? It is the stickiest HTV I've ever used in my entire life. It's like weird.
Is it not just like Caesar?
Well, I don't know. I'm just questioning.
So now what we're gonna do with the backer on it, I'm going to line up the best that I can. These two right here. Line this up down there. And now I'm just going to very carefully start moving the backer off of this. So we're holding it down with our finger over here. And this didn't line up. And we are going to just move this out. Can they see that, Sadie? Now the cool part about water slide decal is it does not have to go, it's not gonna go down immediately. But watch, we can move this around, and then when we feel confident with the placement, what we can do, we're gonna grab some paper towels, and we're just going to start dabbing this out. Now, if it gets dry, all you have to do is add some more water, like over here on the corner. It got a little dry and it actually come down on itself.
And this is why I love live shows, because you can really see the best technique. So if you're nervous about trying this, just really focus on how Lauren's doing it and don't worry about anything else besides following the technique, so that when you do this, you'll feel totally confident and skilled at the process. Like you'll already know how to do it.
So one thing you must do is you must get all of the water out from under the water slide decal. So kind of squeegeeing the water up to the top and then patting it out. I don't even think this is the right paper. But it's okay, we're making it work.
Wait, what do you mean?
It's not doing what it's fine. Okay. So you see what I'm doing? I'm not moving it. You want to try your best to just dab, okay? And you can work out the...
And we didn't have to paint the frame, it came like this. So
it did come like this.
Just like this in the wood pile area of the Hobby Lobby. And those frames usually can find for like 50% off, which is amazing.
And I'm actually gonna grab my True Control knife. This is what happens if it is too big for the frame. If you do make it a little too large, not a big deal. I would just grab my True Control knife and cut this excess.
So good. I'm almost done weeding over here.
Beautiful.
Weeding.
So now what we're gonna do, and this does dry, don't worry, this does dry. Now you may start seeing that there may be like some water spots. You can come in and sand those out if that happens to you. But once that is dried down, or starting to dry down, we are going to add our HTV, and then I'm going to show you a trick, because you do need to let this completely dry before you seal it. And the reason that you need to completely let it dry is because there may be areas you want all that moisture out before you seal it, number one. Number two, you want to make sure, there was some more water right there that I didn't see, sorry. You want to make sure that all the edges stay down, but if they don't, for example, for some reason this one right here was wanting to come up, I'm gonna show you how we're gonna fix that when we go to seal it, okay? So, after I'm going to turn my mini easy press on a heat setting of 2, and then once Tina is done weeding, we're going to add our HTV to the top, and then I'm going to show you how to seal your water slide and your sign, okay?
All right, I have like 2 pieces and we'll be ready to go.
So we did have someone ask, get water slide out with fingers, not tools. I personally like holding it down with my fingers. If you want to use tools, you can. I just feel like when I'm using my fingers, I can feel it a lot better, and I can see where my, where the area is like bunching up and things like that. So we do want to, I like using my fingers, but you don't have to. If you feel more comfortable using tools, you can use tools. That's completely up to you. So now we are just going to line this up. And I'm going to grab a ruler and I'm going to measure from that side to that side, which is about 6 inches. We're a little closer to this side, so we're going to...
It's always great to measure
Jesus.
twice, cut once,
That's
and
right.
apply once.
Move it over just a tad. Let's measure again. Oh, we're on 8 on that side now. What? We're getting closer, I guess. Still not right. Still gonna need to go back down this way a little bit. This is extremely sticky. Why is that?
It was just a very odd material, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Not really a fan of it, but it's what I had to work with. Okay. You know what? Close enough.
Beautiful.
Close enough. If you want to get it exact, by all means, please do. So we're just gonna lay this down. Like I said, we're working on a heat setting of 2. We're not going to touch our water slide with our mini easy press. Very important that we don't do that. And we're just gonna come in here and lay our HTV down on our sign. Does anybody have any questions so far?
Let's see. Let's see here. So, people are saying loving it, looking forward to trying it. Isn't that the... So, Jan, this is not... Oh, Jan said, is this the Cricut Economy Black? Do you know if that's the roll we had underneath? No, I think that was in sheets. No. It could be the Cricut Economy.
I don't know, but if it is not working. It is not working.
I will tell you, whatever kind it was just a little odd. It was a little different than what I am used to.
Maybe it needs to...
Lauren, just be careful and mindful with your mic. I think Megan said it was getting a little muffled.
Well, my mic is the least of my concerns right now, but thank you.
Love it, love it, love it, love it.
It is, okay.
Yeah, just gotta be a little patient.
Well, while I'm being patient, let me just go ahead and get this. Oh God. Y'all. So what were your thoughts on the
I really don't know whatever material it was. I'm trying to see if it was the kind. Let me check over here. Where's the leftover? Where's the roll that you have?
Underneath, I put it under. I don't think so because it came with the blue tape on it like it does from like 143. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this isn't, no, this isn't Cricut Economy at all. No, this is not it because it's on this big roll. Whatever kind it was, I mean, it's just, I don't know. You got your...
Yeah, I see that now.
It was just very different to weed than normal.
Oh, it's different to work with than normal.
Yeah, it's just a little bit different. Probably requires a little bit more time. I don't know. Sometimes the weather, oh, that was perfect. Yay. Sometimes the weather does that too. I feel like, I don't know. It was just a little weird.
Okay.
It was not expected.
No, and it's very sticky. Like this.
That was the problem. It's really not the vinyl to me.
It feels, this honest to goodness feels like adhesive vinyl. That's how sticky it is to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just really interesting.
Anyway.
Really interesting.
Anyway, now let's talk about sealing. Yay. And let's talk about what happens if my water slide decal dries and I feel it starting to come up. Because y'all, there's a good chance that might happen. So I'm gonna show you a little trick. What I have found works if this happens to you. So What we are gonna do is we are now going to seal our sign, but I'm gonna start out with the Maker's Magic and a glove. And what I found works the best is if you just take your finger, if you all were here for the resin, and you saw where I took my finger in the resin and just kind of worked it around with the sticker before putting the resin on top, just made it look more complete. This is going to help. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take the Maker's Magic and we're just going to kind of, where it is, if you do have it peeling up, and I'm kind of glad that this one peeled up because I wanted to show you guys, I'm just taking some Maker's Magic underneath it and we're just gonna seal in those edges really good. So even where it comes up, and then, so you all can see where it hits the wood and where the water slide is, we're just going to seal in those edges so that it doesn't come back up.
Love it. And yes, a 24-inch mat would work with your Explorer too. I love it.
So same thing, this one came up a while ago, so I'm just adding some Maker's Magic behind it. And we're gonna lay that down. Now it is gonna look discolored at first, but I promise you it dries beautiful. And I'll show you an example. We had this one coming up right here specifically, and we were able to lay the Maker's Magic down behind it, and look, it just dried like it was normal.
Love it.
So if for some reason, most of your water slide decals should not come up like that, I think it's because it's on the wood and it kind of just like soaks in the moisture. It might do that, but like I said, if it does, grab you a, like this one right here is doing it as well. Just grab you a glove, and what you can do, put a little bit under it, and then we're just going to work it out and lay it back down. Now, the rest of this looks great, so I'm gonna take my glove off and I'm just going to start. I'm gonna grab a bigger paintbrush, BRB.
Okay.
So now what we're doing is we're just adding a nice layer of Maker's Magic on our sign. Yes, it is going to make it look discolored at first. That's because it's just gonna soak in and seal that wood and the HTV and the water slide. Now we are using the Maker's Magic mat today, just so you guys know. And we're just gonna give it a good seal.
So fun.
And that's it.
I love it, love it, love it.
Now, I'm not going to seal this other side just because it's still wet from the water slide decal, but I am gonna grab a heat gun real quick and I'm gonna dry this so that you all can see exactly what happens once it dries.
Okay, perfect.
So this is literally the reason, and you all know us, we normally don't seal our projects, but the reason that we are this one is because water slide can be tricky sometimes, and a lot of these signs people want to keep forever. We always have people ask, what kind of sealant would you use?
Right.
And honestly, before the Maker's Magic, we wouldn't suggest using any sealant.
Yeah, now this sealant is different because it's such good quality. Like I love putting it over heat transfer vinyl, regular vinyl, anything, and it's awesome. So you'll love it. And the heat gun, if you don't have one of these heat guns, if you're impatient, like add it. We got Mother's Day coming up, we got Father's Day coming up. Add this Wagner heat gun to your wish list. If you're an impatient crafter like me, it's a game changer, okay? Game changer. We love it. Don't you think, Lauren?
Yep.
It's my favorite heat gun. It's like very industrial. Like a little too. Don't you think that's your favorite heat gun?
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
I'm just looking at what this, oh, it's just drying.
Yeah,
okay, I was just real
perfect.
confused.
I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, the heat gun is a game changer. You're going to be obsessed with it.
So because it does soak down in the wood, it's going to take it a little while to fully dry and fully cure without me like completely bubbling it up. So this looks awful down here. Let's just talk about that. But look, you see how much better like this up here that's fully dried? How much better this looks than like this. Because it's not dry yet. Oh God.
Right.
And that's it.
Love it.
That's it.
Such a fun one.
I mean, this feels amazing right
isn't that
here.
crazy?
Which, of course, like I said, this side needs to dry some more.
Yes, before you
but
go in.
this side
So amazing.
looks great.
It looks literally store-bought. Like,
I
it
know.
looks, like, just so everyone's aware, like, it looks like we printed it on the wood.
Yeah, it does look like we printed
Like,
it on
don't
the wood.
even, yeah, like, it literally looks printed on.